to a beautiful sunny Winton Motor Raceway. We're here for round one of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series in 2025, and what a start to racing. It's been day two of competition, of course. We've got all the usual categories back. The TA2 muscle cars are here. The Australian Drivers' Championship legend cars with a massive 36-car field. The Australian Super Tin Tops. But we've also got a couple of new categories, so very, very fast innovation race cars, as well as Formula Ford, J-Mac. That's a very interesting category, and we've seen some fantastic racing already.
We've seen that tyres have been an absolutely massive bone of contention there. Drivers only really able to put together a few blistering hot stints before having to back it down. Unfortunately, a little bit of chaos in some of the quite long Formula Ford races yesterday. We saw the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport pair, unfortunately, having to bow out of contention. But I have to say, a massive double-header win for Kobi Williams. An incredible effort.
Yeah, there was Joe Fawcett in there. Just made that late mistake in race number 2, didn't he? Really cost him. He could have been up there at the front. TA2 muscle car always puts on some fantastic racing. For us, though, at the top, it's been Jarrod Hughes, the young gun. I mean, we've seen him in Super 2. He's really developing his racecraft, but he's come out on a brand new tyre they're using this year, the Goodyear, and really laid down some fantastic laps and been dominant, winning by 7 seconds in the first race and 3 seconds in the second.
Yeah, dominance was the word of the day there. We're looking to see if he can back that up. I know there are still teams that have 2 greens left in the tyre rack, so that will come into play throughout the course of today because they have another qualifying session as well as 2 races to go. It was a little bit of carnage as well.
It's a fantastic new format with a double qualifying. Hayden Jackson with some issues in the 81. We saw him with a spark plug lead come off. Also, he's had some injectors issues there as well, so hopefully his luck can turn around. Domain Ramsey had to do a diff overnight. We saw in the TFH High guys, 5 cars in their stable this weekend. They've done steering racks in Mark Bailey's car. We've also seen Diesel Thomas with radiator and panel damage. I mean, so much going throughout the pit lane, and that bit of smoke from Jarrod Hughes in the final race.
Yeah, it turned out to be a seal on the front of the gearbox. Nothing too major. The crew have got it fixed overnight, and we're looking forward to seeing that first qualifying session today.
Look, Australian Drivers' Championship, of course, it's been Damon Sterling, Crossland and Dean Crook, who have been dominant at the start. They've really been an outstanding triplet that have been fighting it out for that first position at the moment. Ivan Varnagiato is a big personality to have in the Australian Drivers' Championship. Great to see him out there. And Niko French doing a fantastic job, although it didn't quite go his way in race number 1.
Yeah, unfortunate turn of events there, but hopefully resetting and getting back ready for competition today. They're actually out on track right now. These are stunning cars.
Mate, they are absolutely stunning. Well, let's have a look at how 2025 is going to play out for us in terms of the calendar. Of course, we're here at Winton Motor Raceway for round number 1. At the start of June, we though head to Sydney Motorsport Park, which is going to be a completely different outlook with the longer straights, a lot faster flowing track as well. Then we've got back-to-back rounds at Queensland Raceway on the 27th to the 30th of June and the 15th to the 17th of August. Back to South Australia, somewhere where we haven't been as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, Malala on the 26th to the 28th of September. And we come back here to Winton Motor Raceway, the home of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, on the 31st of October to the 2nd of November. So a massive 6 rounds of racing. At the moment, it's a beautiful 19 degrees and sunny, but today is going to get to 31 degrees out here in the sun. It's probably going to be a lot more down here on the bitumen for you.
Yeah, look, I have to say these Ringers Western get-up that they've got us in look spectacular, but black is a funny choice here. The drivers, though, you have to feel for them, especially the Formula Fords. Long races, and they're essentially sealed almost in a bathtub on wheels. No airflow in there, but that is a common problem throughout the entire pit lane.
Well, speaking of Formula Ford, we caught up with Tabitha Ambrose earlier this weekend and had a chat.
Pulls up in front of the grandstand with the champion. We'd now also like to present...
And Stone Brothers Racing have worked their backsides off in 2000.
A clean sweep for the main man.
Hi-Tec was on Dad's car before I was even born, 04 and 05, which is pretty cool. So, you know, just being able to look back at the old photos and seeing Hi-Tec and almost seeing a complete replica of my Formula Ford is really exciting. My personal expectations for the year is just to try my best and just to be competitive. Being competitive is, you know, the best part about being out there. I just love the challenge of it. I love getting in the car every weekend or every third weekend at the moment, 3 weekends in a row. But yeah, it's just so fun and I just love being out there. Dad's really easy to work with. I love working with Dad. It's great getting out of the car and just being able to talk to him. He knows so much, and I just love learning off of him. Sometimes we have our little headbutts, and I think I'm the better race car driver sometimes, but, you know, at the end of the day, he's definitely the better car driver.
What an experience, really. The success I had with Pertec back in the day at Stone Brothers, V8 Supercar, in its halcyon days, and to recreate some of that, you know, with Tabitha, my daughter now, 20-odd years later, it's just incredible. I really believe in family, and I believe in, you know, I drove for Richard Petty, four generations of races over there. Glenn and Peter Duncan, just wonderful people. Again, another great family. Hopefully the Ambroses are a good family, and it really is, it's important to us, and it's obviously important to Pertec. So very happy to put this back together. Kind of special, really. I always said to the guys at Pertec that they've done so much for me that I'd never really asked for anything, but this has sort of come around here where, you know, Tabitha's coming through her racing program. She's starting to really deliver great results. To bring that whole Pertec thing back, you know, the retro thing and the family thing, it's very important, and it's just working out great.
Keep rolling all the way past.
Winton Motor Raceway and day number 2 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. On another magic day, a little bit of a cool breeze, which is a relief to everybody here after those incredibly warm conditions we had over the course of Saturday afternoon. And a lot went down, particularly in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegades series. Dan McCarthy alongside me, Matt Nolte, and, well, the boys didn't take long to get down to business here in turn number 1.
No, certainly didn't. There was a fair bit of drama down in towards the braking zone. Unfortunately, it was the number 14 machine of Jack Johnson who found himself facing backwards, but got back quickly underway. No damage was done to the vehicle. But out in front, it was a tale of two, not just in this race, but throughout the both of the encounters yesterday. A bit further back, there was some good action in the midfield as well, as the fight up the front intensified. A little mistake from the pole sitter Fawcett meant that he came under pressure mid-race from Kobi Williams.
They were joined at the hip all day long. This is the first of many excursions at turn 5. And well done to all the drivers yesterday, because it's a really fast section of the course. And coming to a slow point where cars are turning back in on themselves can cause a lot of issues. This was Will Lowing in the 53 that had a moment down here at turn 10, looped around, but dropped a ton of positions in the process.
Yeah, certainly did. There was Kobi Williams making his way by sliding up the inside into turn number 1. It was a great pass, but it was not done yet. Fawcett was right back on his gearbox. There's a brief safety car period when Bellac came to a stop out there on the circuit. And once we got underway, the top two pulled away once again, and it was as it was prior to the safety car.
That safety car really helped this last sector of the race. It really turned it up as Fawcett went after Williams. The classic short straight move here at Winton Motor Raceway. I thought Williams was getting a bit aggressive on that curve there. I thought, he's going to trip this up one too many times, but he managed to fight back our pole sitter from yesterday. And just 1/10 of a second at the end there, or a car length, give it to the 94 in race number 1 of the weekend.
Yeah, very tight for the third position as well, just a 10th between them. It's pretty much copy and paste for race number 2 with Lachlan Evanet just showing his nose again, but had to slot back into third. Fortunately though, it was a lot cleaner around the first couple of corners, and we got things underway with no dramas. That was until the sweeper. Lachlan Evanet ran a little bit wide and then found himself bush bashing through the paddock and had to make his way back onto the circuit. He rejoined in third, didn't lose a place as he made his way back onto the circuit.
Fawcett held back Williams for as long as he could here, attacking the curve there through turn number 1. And Williams was like a magnet to the back of the 23. In the background, Lachlan Evanet, that little mistake didn't cost him too much. He pinched the right front brake there, but no harm doing. This did a little more damage coming through the S's, and a shake of the head, quite disgusted with how that went down. And then it was dramas for Tabitha Ambrose in the Pertec 45. Legendary father Marcus looking on. But the second car would also be in drama.
Yes, it was. It was involved in an incident that we didn't see yesterday, but some great photos emerged overnight. So, yeah, we'll talk about that as the qualifying session takes place. But at the front of the field, the battle continued. And the same could be said as Lachlan Evanet tried to make his way back forward.
This was later in the race. We moved down here at the final turn. Salvatore under attack from Evanet later in the race. And then dramas for Fraser High. He parked the number 11, pulled the steering wheel out. Then this rare mistake, really, as you said yesterday, an unforced error. We didn't even see a lock-up. The car just powered off the track, and that would ultimately wrap up the race for Joey Fawcett down there at turn number 11.
Yeah, Fawcett rejoined a few positions back in position number 4, and that was where he stayed. However, late on, Kobi Williams came under attack from Rowe. He held on by just a couple of tenths of a second at the end of the race. But Rowe really came with a late race charge in that one. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out once again today. I think if Rowe can qualify well today, he's certainly in contention for a couple of race victories.
So today's round number 2. Yesterday was round 1. It's a 10-round series. So qualifying, a sprint race and a feature race to come again today at Winton Motor Raceway. We look at the old start line. That, in fact, in the bottom used to be the old pit lane. I'm showing my age right now. That used to be where the pits were and the old start control tower. We're buried in there in that first level looking out here. And conditions were just magic yesterday with a bushfire in the background, which created an amazing sunset here last night. We're looking at temperatures in the early 30s. Well, it wasn't 30 degrees for these guys and girl out there yesterday in the TA2 muscle cars, the first race of the year, and a couple of big names on that front row. Jarrod Hughes, well, that's about as close as the field got to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Off the track for one of the TFH hire machines, and Damon Ramsey as well having a big lock-up down at turn number 11. Tyres were a talking point throughout yesterday, and we will be touching on that again throughout today's proceedings on the new compound, the new brand of tyre. But in the mid-pack there was some fantastic action, some great side-by-side racing in race number 1, but a mistake from the 169.
Yeah, Josh Thomas had several of these and still managed a top 5 result yesterday into one of 3 TFH cars in the field. This was Cam Laws on the inside of Graham Cheney, which would later be disqualified, not just for the contact, but for a technical breach on the 29 car. So he started from 20th in that second race, but Jarrod Hughes just disappeared down the road in the Road Active Suspensions car. This was Danny Reedy coming off the track down at turn number 1 after executing a really good pass down here at 11. What about turn 11? This was Tom Davies opening the door wide enough to allow to be passed there at the last turn, but of course he'd run into dramas later on. Again, Josh Thomas, how did he finish 5th?
It's remarkable, isn't it? It really is. He added about 2 kilometres, I reckon, to his race going off track, but there we go. A great, shows the pace that he does have, though, here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Hughes continued on. This was Damon Ramsey coming in hot, and Robbie Farr decided to go exit stage right, but watch this when he hits the gutter on the infield there, scooped up all of the dust and debris and some grass clippings. And great presence of mind. He could have gone left and T-boned the C&H Trucking Chevy Camaro. The engine temperature in that car yesterday incidentally peaked at over 170 degrees.
Wow.
It got much hotter here for Tom Davies when a fuel fitting line come off there, causing a fire at the 42. He would sit out race number 2. But how good was this guy? Pole position and a long margin, nearly 7 seconds, to Jarrod Hughes in race number 1. That result set the grid for race number 2. So Hughes and Gomersall let us down into turn number 1, and everybody calmed the farm a bit here, I thought, on that first lap. This shot for Damon Ramsey, I hope someone snapped that yesterday. A wild ride for the Chevy Camaro, but he ended up with a broken diff late in the race with contact later in that shortened 18-minute race.
Up the inside for Damon Ramsey trying to recover, made a little bit of door-to-door contact with another of the TFH hire machines. Plenty of those out there on the racetrack this weekend. Crutcher was getting involved. He was in the thick of the action, and we got some 3-wide action down towards the sweeper. Sketchy stuff, but just about managed to sort themselves out.
And Crutcher hung out to dry. Here's why he had to brake, forcing the TFH car to brake at the same time. Ramsey thought he'd get 2 for 1. They'd skate off the track down here at turn number 10 once again and fall down the order. Crutcher was under attack here later in the race. They still haven't, believe it or not, solved the issues with the number 4. But it was much more competitive in that second race. You don't think we're racing on a speedway here, the amount of dust and dirt kicking up in the background. This was Gomersall under attack from Josh Webster in the Autofix number 200 and almost got him at the end.
Yeah, it was pretty close. In the end, you can see him hounding the tail of the unit sponsor machine, looking left, looking right, look to the inside at turn number 12. He threw everything at it, but it wasn't quite enough. But out in front, there was only one man who dominated proceedings yesterday, Super 2 driver Jarrod Hughes.
He's done plenty of laps around here over the last couple of years and riding the crest of a wave in a very short career. When you think about it, he's only been in the sport for about 9 years now. And we'll join Jack LeBrock later this year in the endurance races with Erebus Motorsports. So we're waiting for qualifying to come up very soon for our Formula Ford Stars and Renegades. They're getting ready to hit the track for this first one today. Jarrod McLean is pacing our pit lane today once again. A little bit cooler than yesterday afternoon. J-Mac, you're down in Victory Lane.
Yeah, I am, although the temperatures are going to skyrocket a little later in the day. But we're here with third place getter in the Australian Drivers' Championship category. You've just run race 2, a third place. The trend is upwards, a 4th result yesterday. Hopefully we can see you another step up a little later.
That would be lovely. I mean, qualified 5th, first race 4th, now 3rd. It's good. The 2 ahead of me, though, they are bloody fast. So I'm going to have to pull something out of the bag to catch them.
Of course, these tyres, everybody's talking tyres. How do these shape up throughout the course of a stint out there?
They do all right. The first few laps are obviously the best. These are soft compounds for us, but they technically are super soft because the cars are so light. So the first few laps are awesome, and then as the temperatures start to rise, they can start to go off a bit. Later this afternoon, it's going to be a real struggle.
You're going to dial in any changes for the upcoming race?
Well, I have to call my sponsors and see what they think.
Fantastic job for Niko French.
Well, a quietly confident P2 and P2, Hayden Crossland. You're looking pretty confident for the next one.
Yeah, so we got race 2 coming up this afternoon. That's going to be a good one. You know, Damon's really fast out the front, so we're just trying to push as hard as we can and manage tyre, so we should be all right for the last couple races.
But you were saying just before you feel like your tyres are in pretty good condition and you reckon you can catch him and maybe even pass him for this afternoon's racing?
Yeah, that's the plan. So halfway through that race, I kind of buttoned off to save a bit of tyre, so I could have good tyres for the next one and have a crack in the next one.
And these are also the tyres that you need to use at the following round?
Yes, we needed these for Goulburn, so got to be very gentle on them, and if we're not, then we'll struggle at Goulburn.
I mean, I know you were saying you were hot and bothered and they're quite long races. It's already quite hot here today, but you look pretty cool, calm and collected.
Yeah, just chilling at the moment. It's hot in the car, but once you're out, you've got to get chill and get ready for the next one.
Well, hope you can give it to him next time. It'll be fun to watch.
Thank you. Fingers crossed.
Damon Sterling with a fantastic victory there. Congratulations. Tell me, how did the race treat you?
It's pretty easy. That's probably the easiest win I've ever had. You know, Hayden was on me for the first 5 laps and then he just backed off, I reckon. I'm not sure why, but we'll see later why he's done it. But, yeah, not much to say after that, really.
Any major plans for the upcoming race?
Win it, but might not win it. But, yeah, that's the plan.
Throw everything at it and see what sticks. Damon Sterling has had a fantastic run today.
Jarrod McLean, Belinda Price down in pit lane as they get ready for another busy day here at Winton Motor Raceway. On track now. Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series are not taking too long. They know it's go time now with these cool conditions to get a time set. Yesterday's pole time, 1:25.4.
Yeah, that's going to be the target. With the cooler conditions today, it is still, we're set for a top of 29 degrees, but that's a good 5 degrees cooler than what we got to yesterday. So notably cooler around Winton, around the Benalla region, Wangaratta and the surrounding towns in country Victoria. Notably cooler this morning, so I expect those times to potentially be beaten here today. What we were talking about yesterday, we sort of said we expected fast laps early and some fast laps at the end, but it didn't really work out that way. Different people were trying different strategies. We saw some people waiting in the pits, coming out in the middle and again at the end. But what we did learn yesterday was it seemed like the early laps are where the fast times came. We didn't see many improvements late in the session.
So going on our theory from yesterday, they should probably all come in and pit early today.
Yes. Yes.
Who knows? It was a day of chasing for this new generation. The Formula 4 Stars and Renegade Series will be part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series all season long. Joe Fawcett on screen now, car 23, looking to do back-to-back poles. The margin yesterday, just 0.2 of a second. Now, you think that's pretty small, but for Formula 4, that's a massive margin.
Yeah, but in the races, boy oh boy, did he match Kobi Williams. He'll be disappointed with yesterday. There's no doubt about it. He had the pace, I think, to win potentially even both of the races, but things didn't quite fall his way in race 1. Kobi Williams got through in the final 5 or 6 minutes and was able to hold on to the flag. And then in race number 2, he was leading, and with around again 5 minutes, something like that, just made that unforced error, ran off down at turn number 11 through the grass, rejoined in 4th, and that was that really. So he'll be disappointed with that, but that's the great thing about the Stars and Renegade series. Sunday is a complete reset. He can come in refreshed and go once more to try and take 2 race victories today.
A lot more rubber down than what we had this time yesterday, and certainly with a couple of races to kick off. It's one of the legend cars, a field of over 30. Haven't they grown in a short amount of time? Great racing from that category. But the more rubber down, the better for these categories in qualifying mode this morning.
Well, both legend cars and the Australian Drivers' Championship, the guys that we just saw being interviewed down there, both categories have record numbers this weekend. 36 in the legend cars, 22 in the Australian Drivers' Championship.
Very cool to see. Through comes Fawcett, so 26.5 on the previous lap. Now goes 26.1 at the end of his second lap. Oh, just comes in a little hot into that first turn. Just over 180 k's an hour at the speed trap for these Duratec powered cars. Of course, the Stars and Renegade series broken up into 2 classes, but we're dominated top heavy with Stars for the opening round, which featured 13 cars on the original entry list. Just 12 have gone out for qualifying so far. And a great way to reinvigorate this iconic category, which has had a lot of history at Winton Motor Raceway. We think back to the days of the Motorcraft Formula Ford Festival. It used to be here back in the 90s, and some of the greats of Aussie motorsport that went on to what was then touring cars, now supercars, had won that great race, which was mirrored off the great race over in the United Kingdom at Brands Hatch, which used to feature triple-digit numbers over a weekend. If you won that race, you know you were good.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, you did. It's in Bronio, who's not out there on the race circuit. He DNF'd in race number 1, but the car was repaired and he drove through the field very nicely in race number 2 to finish in 7th position. It was a great drive from him. So I'm not sure why that car is out there. Maybe he's doing exactly what we said, waiting for the track conditions to improve, save his rubber until later on. This man on the screen, Joe Fawcett, is not doing that. He has just bettered his time once again, purple in 2 of the 3 sectors, and that lap time is now down to a 1 minute 25.9. But Kobi Williams improves that time through as well, just 4/10 off the pace. And Lowing moves up to position number 3. We spoke about Lowing a fair bit yesterday, saying that in qualifying his car looked pretty twitchy, but it looked like a nice racing car. The good news today is it looks like it's a good qualifying car as well.
Absolutely. That's 3 back-to-back laps already for yesterday's pole sitter, and just 5/10 away from beating that time. Aided by a little tailwind up the main straight. Here today it was a headwind. Yesterday, I thought quite strong, 40 k an hour gust we had there at one point. They're making hay while the sun shines and the track stays relatively cool. Watching Hunter Salvatore coming through turn number 7. A long session, 30 minutes of which 7 minutes have elapsed now. Fawcett, Williams, Lowing, so the front 2. And again, Fawcett going quicker. This is 4 back-to-back laps. He's getting the best out of these tyres early in this session.
Purple middle sector for Kobi Williams, so he's trying to respond out there. He's behind on the timesheets at the moment, and he's just behind on the racetrack, so Fawcett's going to come to the line first, see if he can move that benchmark forward as he comes to the line, but this is still very early in proceedings. No improvement on that one, so it stays as it is. What can Kobi Williams do in response? Look at these guys. They're in a bit of a pack, trying to get a little bit of a draft. You expect to see that at tracks like Phillip Island, not so much here at Winton. As Kobi Williams does improve his time, he gains a 10th on Fawcett, but he's still 3/10 in arrears in this qualifying session early on.
And you know why that was impressive to watch then? The 3rd car in line, the James car, the yellow and blue car, was 4 k's an hour quicker than the 2 cars ahead. That's the toe that these drivers need. If you can catch someone to run with, It can help you increase your lap time, but also slow them down.
Yes, it's important though that you don't catch them at the wrong time. You have to time it well. You got to time it for the main straight and then out of turn number 2. If you time it wrong and you end up catching them around this section of the track, you're only going to cost yourself time, lose yourself time, and your lap time will suffer badly as a result. You will certainly lose more than you will gain.
Tabitha Ambrose is just lurking in the background here on Kobi Williams, and this is great to do. Chase one of the cars that's been quick all weekend. She'll learn a bit here about racecraft. She had a strong show in that first race, not so in the second one for Marcus Ambrose Motorsport.
Yeah, exactly right. We saw her get stuck in the gravel trap over the back section of the course, turn 7, 8, 9, the second sector. The reason was she had a slight stuck open throttle, not fully, just ever so slightly, and it was enough to just put her offline, out wide, spun into the gravel trap, unfortunately for her. But the repairs have been made overnight, and she is back out there and up in position number 9 at the moment.
They worked fairly late into the afternoon. Big slide from Kobi Williams across the face of turn 2. Fawcett has come into pit lane after 4 back-to-back laps and has 0.3 of a second on the field. Jamie Rowe comes up into 4th position now, the 25.5. Check this out, 1 second covering 9 cars. Jack Johnson, son of Brad Johnson, AFL star, in the field this weekend. In 9th position right now, so they're much closer than what we saw yesterday, and that's good to see.
I spoke to him late last night. He was really disappointed with his day. I said, you got good, solid results. You finished. He said, yeah, we had a few engine gremlins in all the races. I just didn't seem to have the power. So I said to him, what's the cause? Do you know? Are you on top of it? They were still, the problem was undiagnosed when we left the track last night. So hopefully that has been resolved. They have found the cause, and it looks like it to me anyway, with PBs being set out there at the moment. And he is looking a bit closer to the pack in front of him, so I think that that has been fixed overnight, and hopefully he'll be a bit more happy with how this qualifying session goes. But for him, a lot of the guys he's racing against, Fawcett, Kobi Williams, Jamie Rowe, Lachlan Everett, they've all done national race in Formula Ford for at least a year. He is like Tabitha Ambrose. This is their first ever national Formula Ford event, so they can't expect quite as much as what the other guys are, but they are racing drivers. They want to be at the top.
Yeah, and they've got to be disappointed if they're outside the top 3. Be disappointed if you don't win. Otherwise, you probably shouldn't be out there.
Correct.
If you're coming home saying, yeah, I'm happy with 7th place, I don't know if that's the right attitude to be bringing into the sport, but it's such a tough world out there now. This is probably the toughest one-make open-wheel series, still after 5-6 decades.
Yeah, 100%, and we're seeing that in the timesheets. You said just before, 9 drivers separated by 1 second, so it just shows how tight things are at the top of this Formula Ford Stars and Renegade series. Oh, Brad James really fighting the tail of that machine down into turn number 7. Got crossed up over the curbing at turn 6, but wrestled the wheel to get it to the apex of the 7th corner. He is pushing out there at the moment. He was strong in the races, wasn't he? He moved forward in both of them. Of course, in race 2, he did end up having the damage, and the finished a lap down in the end. Repairs had to be made to that car, but for the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport machines, both of them on the screen, it was a challenging day in the office. But round 2, a reset today, and James is currently in position number 8. Tabitha Ambrose, as we can see, in the lane in 11th, and they're really having a good look underneath that machine. That's not what you want to see.
They've got time on the side to rectify whatever the drama is. They're looking around the steering region, perhaps, of the Pertec car. Marcus on the right-hand side in the white shirt is a busy man across 2 categories this weekend with the 2 cars in TA2 muscle cars. Their qualifying session, they're doing a similar format to Formula Ford, with another qualifying session following this morning at Winton Motor Raceway, as we still have 17.5 minutes to go. We'll look at car 48 on the track now. Jamie Rowe for the turn 2 section of JCB hire car 48.
This man was really pleased with his race performances yesterday. Utterly disappointed, though, with qualifying. And I spoke to him. I said, well, what were you missing in qualifying? He said, brakes. I just didn't bed the brakes in properly in the session. And by the time they were bedded in properly, the best of the tyres had gone. So he just was never able to maximise the green rubber out there on the circuit. And by the time those brakes were bedded in, the tyres had gone well past their best. So he's still qualified on the second row, but he'll be looking for a bit more here today. At the moment, he is in position number 4, half a second off pole position, but he did improve last time through, as did Lowing, and Lowing is now less than a 10th behind Kobi Williams in a fight for a front row slot on the grid this afternoon. Or I say grid, of course. Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series have rolling starts, very unique to Formula Ford competition in Australia.
Yeah, a mobile grid, we could call it.
Yes, yes.
Grid on the move, a flexible grid.
Yes.
Lowing 2 tenths away. It's him on screen, coming down through turn number 2. So Kobi Williams set his best lap of the session, I should say, but only found a 10th of a second. It's still 0.176 of a second. Fawcett in the lane and has been for 5 minutes, along with another 5 cars in there. So the racetrack going quiet in the middle period of this session with a sprint race to come up later today. Lowing in 3rd position, had that half spin. I guess it was just an out-braking exercise down there at turn 10 yesterday afternoon. And managed to salvage a result with 8th position in that first race. He qualified in 5 yesterday, is in P3 currently.
On the screen we can see the number 88 of Lachlan Evernet. I had a really good chat with him last night. He was, you could see him punching his steering wheel. He wasn't too happy with what happened at turn 1. I said, how'd you look at it now, a couple of hours after it happened? And he said, yeah, I knew I had to back out of it and take to the grass to avoid contact. But he said, that's motor racing. I don't have any hard feelings. So, yeah, he is looking to reset here today. But he is currently in the lane and in position number 6 at the moment. Lachlan Evernet, he's going to have a very, very busy season ahead of him. He has not only the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series, he'll also be competing in Trans Am for Gary Rogers Motorsport, as well as competing in the Toyota 86 Series starting in Townsville in the middle of the year. So a few months until then. So for now he can put all his focus on the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series, and in a couple of weeks he'll be driving that Trans Am for GRM in Tasmania.
No shortage of racing every weekend now. It's been an amazing rebound from the dramas we had back in 2020 and 21, and plenty of high quality categories to go and contest that. Jarrod McLean's down in pit lane as we build up for a big day here at Winton.
Yeah, one of the Mux Ambrose Motorsport cars, Tabitha Ambrose getting a replacement fuse in under the nose cowl of the Pertec Formula Ford. We saw cable ties, race tape and pliers all brought out at the garage. So a flurry of activity down here. Here comes Dad Marcus just to make sure the final touches are done. We'll just make sure that everything is ship-shape before they send them back out. Back to you guys.
Beautiful livery. Thanks, J-Mac, down in pit lane. Tip of the hat to Marcus's effort when he went back-to-back in the Supercars Championship back in 03 and 04.
It's so similar, isn't it? Just a slight different shade of blue, but other than that, it is very, very similar. There's no doubt for anybody watching around the racetrack, if they can't hear us all see on the big screen that we have here at the circuit, whether they can hear us or not, they know who's behind the wheel of that car. It's clearly an Ambrose.
And all cars this weekend too have been beautifully presented. Very pro efforts from the 12 cars we have now, with Imbrogno seemingly not coming back today in the 5 machine. We haven't seen him yet for qualifying. It was a DNF in the second race yesterday. So 17 minutes, give or take, of this session. Fawcett's gone back out there in car 23, looking to go back-to-back in this second round of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. 125.9. I have a feeling that might get lowered in the final few minutes. And you know why? Because we've just got that little bit of cloud cover over here. Cloud cover helps these tyres, drops the UV and gives us a bit more grip.
Yeah, it certainly does. We see that globally these days, don't we? When the sun goes down, the track temperature goes down, and the tyres absolutely love that. So expect to see some fast laps potentially here. A few are still in the lane at this point in time. Kobi Williams, Jamie Rowe, Johnson and Bellac are in the lane, although, as I say, that Johnson rolls out onto the racetrack. at the moment, our pole sitter, or provisional pole sitter, has set the least amount of laps. Just 6 laps out there at the moment, although this is about to be his 7th. Compare that to some like Brad James, who's moved up to 4th position. He's completed 11 laps. He's spent a lot of time out there on the race circuit, so differing strategies there as well. Some of them, if they're towards the point end, will be saving their rubber for the races later on this afternoon.
Fawcett has timed this perfectly with the shade over the track. The 19-year-old goes after it now. Just turned 19 last week, in fact, before we headed down to Winton Motor Raceway. Former Victorian Formula 4 champion back in 2023. Started at age 7 in karting, and certainly a young man to keep an eye on in the future. So what's the first sector like? It's 26.4. He's about 900ths away from his best time, but very strong in this second sector aboard car 23.
We have to say as well, we spoke about it yesterday, but for those of us joining for the very first time on the Hi-Tec All Super Series
That's right.
stream.
Super Stream sounds good.
For those of us joining for the first time, there are bonus points for qualifying, and quite a few as well. You get 60 for a race victory, but you get 10 for taking pole position, 5 points for second position, and a solitary 1 point for third. So there's quite a bit of an incentive on the line, and that's why you do see these guys completing so many laps here. Rather than park it and go seconds, fine. 5 extra points between second and first, we mentioned it yesterday, could prove crucial over the course of this season. And Mel, I think you've got an update for us.
Yeah, so Joseph Fawcett was in pole. He came in about halfway through the session for some time, and Brett, I saw you madly working away on the front and the back of the car. Any insight into what was going on?
I'm working with Lockie Evernet, so Lockie Evernet's car. So we looking for a little bit more front end grip out there at the moment. So just made a bit of a change to try and help him with that.
And so do you come in, have a bit of a break, let those tyres cool down as well, and then go out and have another crack?
Not really. The tyres don't recover that well, so they're pretty consistent. So we can make an adjustment, and then if it handles better, he'll find more time.
So what's the expectations for this session?
Top 3 would be nice. We're from Queensland, so Lockie's from Townsville, and battling the locals down here. So, it's always tough against guys.
Well, he should handle the heat a bit better than the rest of them then.
Well, you'd like to think so, but our engine wasn't handling the heat yesterday, that's for sure.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Mel Price in pit lane as Fawcett is on a flyer here. 2 purple sectors, looking to increase that gap. Back to Kobi Williams. Final turn now for the construct entry. The Spectrum chassis powered by Duratec engine right on the edge of the curb on the exit. To the line, can he go quicker than yesterday's time? It's a 25.9. Oh, it's just a little bit. 25.91. Had all the makings of going well quicker as car 14 has a loop. Jack Johnson in the Xena entry manages to keep the car alive, which is good for not just him but everybody else out there. We don't need a red flag at this time of the session. So here comes the rookie in car 14, and easy to do. You can see on that replay when you slow it down how bumpy it is on the braking approach, and these cars feel every bump.
I think as well the fact the rears were locked, it really showed. You could see the car pulsing under brakes, but he's really struggling to get this car refired. He's plucked reverse, decides not to drive through the gravel trap. He's learnt from Lance Stroll last year in Brazil, so he's decided to reverse it back out towards the racetrack, but not onto it. Very importantly, you do never, ever want to reverse onto a live racetrack. And there he goes. He's rejoined the circuit just ahead of Bellac.
And Bellac saw the yellow going into turn number 1, but you could hear through the atmos there that he'd back right off the middle of the turn, so he'll wipe that lap and forget this one. So Johnson back onto the track. Lowing the only car in the pits with 8 minutes remaining. 1:25.91 is now the quickest time. 2.5 tenths clear of Williams. Lowing. Brad James in 4th, and it's Jamie Rowe in 5th. Lachlan Evernet only 6th, but on a good lap.
He is on a good lap PB in Sector 1. That car yesterday got so extremely hot, maybe to do with the fact that he went off the track and had that grass track on lap number 1. But at one stage towards the end of the race, I spoke to Lachlan. He said his whole dash lit up like a Christmas tree because the oil temperature got up to 140 degrees, double what you'd expect normally in a Formula Ford.
Yeah, those little side pods around there, capture everything, and that was a massive excursion through the weeds yesterday. It's very dry outfield at his Winton Motor Raceway. Normally we'd be here in the middle of the year and going, wish it was warmer, but I think everybody here would be hoping for a little bit of rain in the future. Hey, J-Mac, you've got a good buddy of mine down the pit lane.
It feels like there's Matthews everywhere. We're here with Matthew McKeldin, Category Manager for TFHI TA2 Muscle Cars, presented by Maritimo. How good is it to have Maritimo on board for 2025?
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant, mate. They're a fantastic brand. They bring a lot of credibility to what we're doing. We are an international category, TA2. We're an international platform. They're obviously an international boat manufacturer. So we love having them along. We've had great feedback from them overnight. The television coverage has been outstanding, so we're really excited.
Well, television coverage isn't anything unless you have storylines. What are some of the key storylines from TA2 this weekend?
Oh, I think at this weekend, probably the biggest one for us is our new tyres. We've of course gone away from our Hughes product into the Goodyear product. We're still learning that. I think our teams are really learning all of that as well. Yesterday was hot, like it was 37 degrees. I don't think anyone expected it to be that hot, but they're really happy. The teams are really, really happy with what the product is delivering. So, but now's day two. They're on the same tyres as they were on yesterday, so we'll see how that comes up. We've got a lot of talent in the class this year, obviously, where we've got Jarrod Hughes from TA2, we've got Ben Gomersall from TA2. We've got a lot of the 24 class returning with a little bit more experience as well. So we just got to try and see if we can get pretty, get up to Jarrod Hughes, because right now he's embarrassing everybody.
Well, we're definitely looking forward to the action here at Winton Motor Raceway with TA2. We've got more happening down here in pit lane with Mel.
Oh, yeah, yes, Max Verdeaux, busy man in the pits this weekend. You've got TA2 with Brad Gartner, but we'll talk about the Formula Fords, which are on track now. You're a reigning champion. Well, not reigning champion, the youngest champion ever.
Yeah, won it a few years back. I think I'm the youngest, tallest and heaviest bloke to ever win it. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Obviously, the feeder category of this into just the Australian motorsport's awesome. You look at the heritage, it's great. Cool to have Ambrose backing out for this AASA series. So I got 2 national series going on, which is pretty cool.
And you are looking after one of the drivers this weekend, but he hasn't had a good start, sadly not out there this morning.
Yeah, I'm full-time with Brad this weekend, but my boys are running his car this weekend. Unfortunately, started up this morning, had a bit of a fuel pump issue, so they're just trying to rectify that. Yesterday, he seemed to have pretty good pace in race 2. Fortunately, he made a mistake at the sweeper yesterday, bench and arm, but yeah, hopefully he can get out there shortly and have some fun.
Well, good to see him out there. Do we blame the driver coach for things like this?
I'll cop the blame for Brad this weekend, but unfortunately not Joe this weekend. But yeah, no, he'll be fine.
Well, hopefully Brad's got some more pace today too. We look forward to seeing him move up the field.
Yeah, we're definitely keeping on working the whole time. So first time on the Goodyear. Brad hasn't driven since Adelaide last year, so we're all learning as we go, and yeah, step by step we'll be fine.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
There is Brad Gartner, the Magic Man, getting ready to climb aboard the 22 Hi-Tec old Chevy Camaro. Robbie Farr, also the teammate. And the car's prepared by Waltec this season, headed by a guy we all know called Aaron Tebb, that was a regular back in the Super 2 days. Has helped rebuild that 22 car. There's only about 10% of the car from Adelaide is in this new one. So much damage at that penultimate race of the year there at the second last turn. So they're gearing up for qualifying. We're counting down because there's been some changes while those interviews have been going on.
Yeah, they certainly has. Kobi Williams has improved. He's now just 2 tenths behind the tyre squealing there, the provisional pole sitter. But the big mover while we were listening to Max Verdeaux down in the lane is Jamie Rowe. He's moved up to position number 3 and just 0.08 of a second behind Kobi Williams. Lowing is in 4th. Brad James shuffled down to position number 5. So yes, Rowe the big mover. There's a couple of PB laps that were set during that interview, and Tabitha Ambrose was looking pretty good in sectors 1 and 2, but loses a bit of time in the final sector, so she remains in position number 9. But it is tight out there today, that is for sure. And it's interesting with the UV gone, the sun behind the clouds, we are getting some fast laps late in this session, which is really, really good to see. As we turn our attention to the provisional poleman, who's on another flying lap out there. Currently, though, he already has the fastest sector 1 time, the fastest sector 2 time, and the fastest sector 3 time. So that's always a good sign when there's 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
Lachlan Everett on screen, and some pretty heavy adjustments going to the front left of his car, and he's going to struggle to get back out there. in 7th position right now. Tabitha Ambrose lap before the last turn. She was on target for 7th position. And she's on another good lap now. So too is Jack Johnson in 10th position. 26.5 is only 4 tenths away. It's going to be very tight between maybe 6th and 8th very soon. And that's where they're aiming for at the moment on the current sector times.
Yeah, PB in sectors 1 and 2. The same can be said for Johnson. PB in the first sector. In fact, there's just 2 thousandths of a second separating the Ambrose first sector and the Johnson first sector. So they're looking to move up the order. Kobi Williams is on a flyer out there. Fast PB in sector 1, and we join him in the mid-sector. Here he is, under brakes into turn 7. That looked really nice and smooth, nice on the power as well. Smooth as silk through the middle sector. If you are ragged around this section of the course, you do often throw away a little bit of mid-corner speed, which will cost you on the run down this straight. So what will he do in the middle sector? It's not just a PB, it's purple. Purple in the middle sector for Kobi Williams, a 30.1. This is an absolute flyer at the moment. Where is he going to go? Can he match or even better Fawcett? This is coming down to the final couple of corners. The drive out of turn number 12 is going to be absolutely crucial. A bit of a tail wag as that cost him some momentum. He holds it to the inside, the shortest run to the line. He goes across the line. No, he misses out by 500ths. He was up by 400ths. I think that slide out the last corner might have just done it.
And he's going to push with 40 seconds remaining in this qualifier. If you were Joe Fawcett, you would have been sweating.
Yes.
More so, hearing that. Williams potentially could have knocked him off. 0.052 of a second off getting the pole position. But he's going again. 2 cars in the pits, but no other green boxes at the moment. What's the ACM Finance car got for us in Sector 1? What's 27.3? It's about, give it a take, nearly a second now. So I think this lap's been wiped.
Yeah, the problem for Kobi was he took that short run to the line, and that meant as soon as he went across the line, he had to swerve back hard to the right to get back on the racing line, and that would have cost him a tenth or 2 in that first sector.
Good pickup. Checkered flag is waving at the finish line, so the session is done. And it won't be this lap. 30.3 unless he finds something mega here in the final sector.
It'll have to be the sector of all sectors.
Yeah.
He's 3.5 tenths down to this point. It's not going to be enough. That is a shame for Kobi Williams. So it looks like it's going to be another pole position for Joe Fawcett. But Fawcett will be looking to take a race victory because this man took the 2 yesterday. He comes across the line in the end, nearly 7 tenths off the pace. But my golly gosh, was it close in the end. Just 500ths of a second between the 2 fast men of yesterday. Joe Fawcett and Kobi Williams. We're going for round 2.
He even had a chance to wave at the camera coming past us here on the main straight. Tabitha Ambrose coming around to finish the lap. Ethan Fitzgerald improved on the time. It stays in 12th at 27.5. And the field covered by 1.6 seconds. 1 second gets you back to 10th with Jack Johnson. And the front row separated by 0.052 of a second. In the second qualifying session, round 2 of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. Fawcett and Williams, as it was on Saturday. The front row locked out again. Jamie Rowe and Will Lowing start out at 3 and 4. Brad James and Fraser Hine, good result for the 11, starting from 6. Lachlan Evanet, Hunter Salvatore in 8th. Tabitha Ambrose inside the top 10 with 9th, and Jack Johnson completing that point with Ballack and Ethan Fitzgerald. A 30-minute session. And look at the numbers of laps we've had there. Yeah. 19, 18. Wow, there's going to be some pretty sad tyres or work tyres. They're going to sleep well at the end of this weekend.
Lowing has only completed 12 laps, so that's a significant decrease on a large majority of the field. But here are some of the highlights. Fortunately, in that session, we didn't see too many off-track excursions, but early on there was a bit of traffic at play as Fawcett slid up the inside of Ambrose into turn number 3. And he set some very nice early laps, did Fawcett. But unlike yesterday, we saw some flyers late in that session, just before the sun has come back beaming on the Winton Motor Raceway circuit.
Yeah, this was earlier in the session when it was peaking out there, but you're right, late in the session. Someone pulled the blanket over the top of the track, which helped these tyres and drivers find a bit more time to give us that margin first to 10th. in a fairly drama-free session from racing off perspective. This was the second Marcus Ambrose car 61, having a moment up there at turn 7. And he'll end up in 5th position when the music stopped at the end of 30 minutes, but only 4/10 away from pole.
Absolutely. It was a really, really tight session. In the end, 9 drivers within 9/10 of a second. How close do you like your open wheel racing here in Australia? Well, that close. This was the spin for Johnson midway through the session. He had to pluck reverse and make it back out onto the racetrack. Belek in the very Oscar Piastri looking race helmet. He ended up in position number 11 out there in the Pioneer DJ sponsored machine. But this was the fast man of the session. Kobi Williams threw everything at him late on, but it wasn't quite enough. It was Joe Fawcett that has taken his 2nd straight pole position. And Melinda Price is down there with our pole man.
Yes, pole man for Sunday's racing. Joe Fawcett, you are at P2 and P4 yesterday, so today's off to a great start.
Yep, yeah, I'm very happy with the pace this morning. Sort of made a few changes to the car overnight and it seemed to work. There was still a little bit more in the lap, but I mean, it was enough to get it done, so I'm happy with that.
0.05 of a second in the end, so not by much.
Yeah, it was quite stressful sitting here watching the timing, watching Kobi go around, and then I went out to try and do another lap at the end, but couldn't quite get it together.
So what are your starts like? Is the plan to just go and take off?
Well, this is the first time we've done a rolling start here, so I mean, it is a little bit closer into turn 1, which makes it interesting, but I'm here for it.
So what are the changes that you made last night, or is that top secret information?
We just sort of tried to play around with the balance of the car a little bit, change a few settings. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about it too much, but yeah, it seemed to work.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, it obviously did. Well done. Have a great day.
Thank you.
They'll be out later on today for their first race of the weekend. Robbie Farr getting suited up in the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro car number 7. TA2 has been attracting drivers from different walks of life and different aspects of motorsport. This guy is no stranger to driving on the dirt tracks, and he's adapting well to the world of TA2 as Matt Kavanagh caught up with him this weekend. Jarrod Hughes, can he go and complete back-to-back weekends or back-to-back days in the TA2 Muscle Car Series as they're out on track for the second qualifying session of the weekend? A change to this year's series, which has been well received from the teams down there, giving them a chance to reset and go again on Sunday morning. Matt Kavanagh joins me in commentary. A couple of good races yesterday. They're still trying to get their head around how this Goodyear tyre works, but so far well received from the field of 20.
I think what we're seeing in the results is some of those guys that didn't qualify as fast as they wanted to yesterday made their way through the races. Like we saw Robbie Farr get himself to the top 10. He was a little bit further back in qualifying yesterday, back in 16th. Even his teammate Brad Gartner in 7th, well, he worked his way up to 4th in both races. So I think there are teams out there now, as they're getting more laps on this tyre, they're starting to find where they want to set the car up and how the car feels out there. It's a slightly different style of driving with this tyre on as well. So it's going to suit some people a little bit easier. Josh Thomas, well, he tried everything on this tyre yesterday. He tried it on dirt, bitumen, gravel. It was everywhere yesterday. But he was super fast as well. He had a great qualifying session yesterday and he started out 3rd in the first race. So, again, can he put his nose in there?
No denying the car pace. It's a matter of keeping it on the black stuff today for the 169 Ford Mustang with that highlights reel before he featured 4 times, and all 4 times he was off the track somewhere and still finished 5th.
Yeah, incredible pace on him. So, look, they're having a great weekend as well. Mark Riley was another one who had a DNF in race number 1 yesterday, went to the rear of the field with a power steering issue. They put another rack in and he said, I went out to the steering wheel, wasn't even straight. We just had to get the car out and try and make it out in the track. And he managed to work his way back through the field, Mark Riley. He was in the top 10 again. So, in a 20-car field, to work your way through 10 cars is incredible. Oh, sorry, he was just outside, yeah. It's an incredible driver, I think, coming from his, obviously, road bike racing days. Hasn't done, not a generation of races or anything like that. He is super fast. So another one out of that TFH hire garage in there with the support as well, as we're on board now with Brad Gartner, the Magic Man, who's, what can he do today? What can he pull out of his hat at the moment? Can he go past 4th place? I mean, have a look at the 3 young guns that are in front of him in the last 2 races. They have just been dominant.
Yeah, it's a change of the guard this year. And really, this category on the rise in 2025. It started back in 2017, more locally in Queensland. It started to expand out as time went on, and we've got a couple of cool tracks to go to this year, including Mallala later this year, which a lot of people are excited about, heading to the historic venue out there in the northern outskirts of Adelaide in September. Love to see you along for that one later this year. But it helps too with the National Trans Am Series, which kicks off in a couple of weeks down in Tasmania. Either side could race together now. The only curveball at the moment is the 2 tyre compounds out there at the moment. So some are thinking about, do we do this entire series? Do we go and learn how to race at Bathurst, for example, at the 6 Hour later this year? Or do we commit and focus on here and get better to go and join the National Series?
And the great thing is it's brought them all together. So where we've seen drivers before run both series and doing a lot of laps and have a lot of data on a tyre, now everyone's back to square one, aren't they? So it's sort of even the field. And if they want to jump between them, the cars are allowed to do it. It's just the tyre. So it's going to be great for the racing and for the fans. I think we're going to see a lot more door-to-door action. Well, we want to, and we did see it throughout the field. It's just this young guy on screen here, Jarrod Hughes, who was dominant over the weekend, really, with the pace he's had. And starting out in front, I think the clean air as well has probably helped him as well keep the tyre temperatures down. Yesterday we saw just over 35 degrees in the air temperature, so it was a lot more on track. So I think having that clean air is a big advantage at the moment.
Yesterday's pole time, 24.45 for Jarrod Hughes, now 3rd closest margin, 1st to 2nd. At 0.015 of a second, we just saw a similar gap between 1st and 2nd in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. Can we match it again today? As Des Collier starts a lap here. They're probably just starting to cycle through these Goodyear tyres with 15 minutes up on the clock still remaining, and 19 cars out on the course. We believe Tom Davies won't return today after that fuel fire yesterday in the 42. Des Collier, he just sort of sat there yesterday. No one really talked too much about him. In a 63 car, had a great day out in the Ford Mustang.
Yeah, another one I think that struggled in qualifying on the change of the setup of the car and the tyre, but in race trim, he just tried to keep his nose out of trouble at the moment. Graham Cheney, well, he was a man that was involved in a few on-race incidents. Not himself, he was getting pushed around a bit by Mark Bailey. He was giving him a bit of nudge and run, wasn't he?
Wasn't his fault.
Yeah, Mark Bailey said he enjoyed his time. Graham Cheney, he said, yeah, no, he was good about it, a bit of bump, and he'd just wait, they'd reset, they'd go again for that challenge. So there was some fantastic racing between those two in race 2 yesterday.
So Hughes firing up now in the second flying lap here aboard the Road Active Suspensions Chevy Camaro. And 26.5 is the rabbit they're chasing. And everybody on the track right now, Ben Gomersall flying. Domain Ramsey drops into second with his lap, but some 1.7 seconds away as Gomersall makes his way towards the finish line. Thomas goes up and Gomersall 25.9. Now he's not in the rookie class. He's a rookie to the series, but not running in the rookies this year. And he qualified in that front row yesterday, acclimatising to the world of TA2 muscle cars. So too was this guy in car 200, the Autofix car of Josh Webster, 2 third places yesterday in the races. He goes to 5th as we're in car with Josh Thomas.
I think there's going to be a couple other things to think about in this second qualifying session as well, is that they've only got 6 tyres to go through qualifying and racing over the weekend. Yes, they would all know Josh Webster off the track. I wonder if he's taking that excursion on his own, but that's not going to help with a bit of debris on the tyres. And we're still unsure of the cycle here. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay at the moment. Just he grab it under brake and just slides the car out there.
He's going to loop.
Yeah.
And that was just out of our commentary box window. Saw the dust kick up and a couple of 360s. Grabbed first gear and disappeared to the joy of the fans watching down there. Popular spot for watching spins happen here at Winton Motor Raceway.
So with 6 new tyres for the weekend, the question is they can only put 2 brand new tyres on today if they save them. If they save, depending on how they want to run their races. So, you know, today could be interesting. Qualifying might not quite be as fast as yesterday, depending on how that tyre wear goes.
Teams are very cagey. We're asking last night who's got tyres. Oh, we don't know. We might have, we might not. And some were looking for an ice bath. The drivers certainly were last night. But I think some of those tyres were looking for a cool down at the end of a day that temperatures featured in the high 30s. In fact, we shortened the race yesterday to give the cars a bit of respite and the drivers. They were really feeling the heat out there here at Winton Motor Raceway as Gartner comes into pit lane, still chasing the setup on that car, which has had a complete rebuild. What's a new chassis effectively after the crash at Adelaide late last year. The South Australian who really took it to Josh Haynes all season. Haynes ultimately winning the series in 2024. What's he got for us this year? Mark Crutcher, he's been struggling with engine dramas all weekend and his number 4 Ford Mustang. But enjoyed his second race yesterday, the quite excitable man from Young in New South Wales. Gartner is in the lane, so too is Hughes, Gomersall, Thomas, Josh and Diesel. That gives us 5 cars in the lane. Crutcher goes to 4th of that lap, 127.2, but very early days in this session. The most experienced man in the field and a man that's part of this amazing working group in TA2 muscle cars in season 2025, along with Matt McCuldin that's moved into category management. The great Craig Denyer is still involved. He's here this weekend too. Great to see CD, who had a lot to do with the V8 Utes in its original days and getting this category off the ground back in 2017.
Just having a look down the pits, there is a lot of changes going on with tyre pressures at the moment, especially on the front of these cars. So you think about the data they'd have on the previous tyre. Now they've got to reset. They've basically got a brand new blank book to start writing things down and have a look at things. And we are going for a second qualify session on day 2 with different tyre wears. So, you know, it's a reset of everybody's data at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see those that make changes and improve as we go into the second half of the session and those that make changes and don't improve.
Yeah, exactly right. Talking to some teams yesterday or late yesterday afternoon when it all finished, looking for an idea on what pressures they would run. And some came into the weekend running the tyre pressures you'd run with a Hoosier, and that's upwards of 36, 37 PSI. Some have had to back it down to at least 30 to 31 PSI, which is a big difference, and 1 or 2 PSI can make a big difference between going fast and going off the road. As we go to pit lane, here's Mel Price.
Yeah, so Brad Gartner's just come in for a pit stop and left again, and they let quite a lot of air out of those tyres. Bled them quite a lot. And I did note when they were leaving the track at qualifying, they released the cars in order, and Brad opted not to go out until all of the others had left pit lane. And I asked Max Vidot why that was and if there was a reason for that. And he said, oh, we're just playing funny buggers.
And that will be the mind games going on. He'll want to check that now to make sure it's 100% right. The second car for Hi-Tec Oils Motorsport comes in with Robbie Farr. He's limped. Is he cruising the pit lane? It looked rather sedate. I know it's 40 k's now at the lane, but they look really, really cruisy.
He's been in a lot of high-pressure situations, I think, with his racing career. I think, it's just another day in the office for Robbie Farr. Just pull it in, guys. No need to do anything silly on there. And the Australian, Western Australian diamond drillers as well on board this weekend. I mean, looking for staff as well. He said he's a great new sponsor to come on board.
Yeah.
He's hoping to find a few people to go work over there in WA.
There's no shortage of drillers required over there at the moment. It is boom time over in Kalgoorlie. Great friends with the Milling family from Kalgoorlie who race in sprint cars over there in the West. It's so good. We talked to Robbie last night in town about the transition across there. Of course, early in his career, he did do a stint in karts and could have gone on to do Formula Ford and maybe gone into circuit racing, but a career of 4 decades in sprint cars has certainly netted some good results over the years. J-Mac.
Diesel Thomas in the TFH number 18 Mustang pulling in. I saw the crew playing with the leads on the right-hand bank. Just potentially chasing a minor issue with ignition, but they have bolted him back in, and he is about to head back out on track to try and bank a qualifier.
They're trying to get that door shut too, J-Mac. You can probably see there that's not shutting on the 18. He's back out into the fast lane. And quickly get that sorted out. Don't want that to be happening. Race control will drag him back in, and that's costly time that they don't need to be losing with 8.5 minutes remaining. So, Gomersall, quickest, 1:25.92, 0.6 of a second clear of Jarrod Hughes. Cameron Laws, the rookie, is in third at the moment. Josh Webster, Mark Crutcher, Josh Thomas in 6th position. Then James Simpson, Graham Cheney, Domain Ramsey, and Des Collier are your top 10. Mark Bailey is 11th, but on a good lap at the moment. Hayden Jackson is 12th ahead of Robbie Farr. Dylan Thomas in 14th, Michael Coulter in 15th. Then Danny Reedy, Kiara Zabetakis, who yesterday went off the track on target for a top 10 result. Paul Hadley and Brad Gartner, who's about to move up into the top 3. Mel.
And again, lots of air coming out of those tyres in Robbie Farr's Hi-Tec Oils car as well. But I was having a chat to him this morning. A lot of drivers are feeling the physical heat and everything like that. And he was saying he's got a bit of a sore shoulder from doing all of those gear changes yesterday. So hopefully he can hang in there today.
Wife Sonia looking inside the cockpit down there.
It's a busy track here at Winton as well, so there is a lot more braking gear changes, which we won't see as much through some of the other circuits throughout the year. I mean,
certainly none of the sprint car either.
Oh, look at this. Robbie's been teaching him a thing or two about sliding the car around. Brad Gartner sideways coming out of 2 there as he heads into 3, and he is on a run. He had a purple sector 1 last time, jumped up into 2nd position in the qualifying ahead of Jarrod Hughes, and I don't think that's going to bother Hughesy too much. He will just be cool, calm, and collect. Can you get that guy upset?
I don't think so.
No.
We'll do our best.
Yeah.
It's our mission in 2025.
I know he was pretty, I think, happy with the car, considering Brad Gartner hasn't done any laps in the off-season. He hasn't been driving cars. Normally we see him going into like some production car things and doing some endurance things here at Winton and things like that, and hasn't jumped into a little speedway car or nothing in the off-season. So hasn't had the time behind the wheel that we've probably seen from some of the other front runners.
Yeah, and you can talk about race fitness. We can go and do all the bike training, the running, the gym work you like, but it's about being race fit. Not just being fit. You've got to be able to drive one of these cars. They're heavy, they're unpredictable, they're hot inside, particularly on weekends like this, and you can't beat seat time.
No, and so I think it's been pretty impressive. I think he's very happy yesterday just to get in that 4th position. I didn't do anything silly yesterday. Just made sure as guys made mistakes and drivers out there that he just get another position, follow someone else. I wonder whether we'll see the aggression turn up today though, because Max will be in his ear saying, all right, now we've got the data, we're feeling comfortable in the car, it's a new chassis, today's the day, can we turn it on?
They're quite calm down there at Hi-Tec Oils Motorsport last night after the races finished. In fact, it was that calm. Robbie had already left the circuit by the time we got down there to have a cold shower and have a think about today. He was feeling the pinch, wasn't he, last night? We saw him. He looked quite drained from the day here of being in 3 sessions, particularly at the heat of the day in that second race. What's going on here with the Diesel Thomas car? Has had a tyre rubbing on the right front guard.
Well, I wonder if that's the same side they had the leads off. Potentially there's a little bit of smoke coming out of the engine. I mean, they've had that guard off yesterday. We saw that moment where the start didn't quite go and the car in front braked very, very early, and he had to try and avoid that, and he ended shooting out to the right before turn 1, going through a massive ditch and sustained quite a bit of panel damage on that front right. So you know, you can see that black panels on it now. There's no livery at all. So they've been working pretty hard down there, the TFHI guys, and that's had 2 radiators go through it as well.
Exactly. Lots of call and loss yesterday in that first race. Brad Gartner flying, but the second sector not as encouraging. It was a 26.2 to the first sector. But it won't be unless he can find a massive amount of time on this final sector. We'll have to go again. Diesel Thomas is in 4th position at the moment, leading rookie this weekend in car 18. Mark Crutcher, leader of the Masters class today, he's inside the top 10. Now, this is exactly what they were predicting. We were going to have a very different looking grid on the Sunday compared to Saturday. That being said, there's still 4.5 minutes remaining, but if you could have a grid like this for race number 1, oh my, some cars that have got a lot of work to do in that first race.
Brad Gartner that time did a personal best around a 126.23. He's not going to put him up any further. Jarrod Hughes in the meantime has just gone up 1. He's in 2nd position behind Gomersall at the moment and pulled into the pits, and he's looking very comfortable there. Does he like the different side of the track maybe?
Maybe. He's unbuckling, he's climbing out. That's as much as he can do. Is he thinking about the tyres for later on today? So Hughes has called it a session. And Ben Gomersall is in the lane as well, and I'm not sure whether he's going to think about doing it either, with 0.2 of a second back to Hughes. If Hughes gets out, the only one they've really got to worry about perhaps is Brad Gartner or Diesel Thomas, who's continuing to going faster around the track now.
I'm not upset about these tyres. Have a look at him coming out of turn number 2. Domain Ramsey just slid the car right out there, didn't he? I mean, these cars are starting to move around. It's very warm in the sun at the moment, so the air temperature's still quite comfortable in the early 20s, but the track temperature's really increasing with that sun beaming down on it.
3.5 minutes remaining. Webster comes into pit lane to make it at least 7 cars there. It's a long way into the pits. You sort of go out to go around into the pit area. Team just reminding Hughes that we've added the fuel in. No pressures and no worry about that with the AC Delco Road Active suspension car. Hayden Jackson, there's a story from yesterday. They were plagued with dramas all along in the Dodge Challenger, car number 81. And are they pushing him out onto the track? Is he still struggling here?
Yeah, that'll be devastating for Hayden if they haven't got their car fixed overnight. I mean, we saw them early on in the weekend. They had a spark plug lead come off, and he said just, you know, he didn't squeeze the air out of it. It heats up throughout the race and it pops off. And they came in and rectified that very easily. Then the suspicion was a stuck injector, and they've actually filled one of the cylinders up with fuel. So that, potentially on a brand new rebuilt engine for the series, could possibly do some damage. They had it running last night. He got back out there today, but you can already see he's down in 15th, so the 81 not looking good today.
Domain Ramsey has just improved, goes up into 11th position. We're in car with Robbie Farr in the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro, running in 13th position and about to start a lap here. It's a good final sector, only a 28.0, 3/10 away from his best. He's 13th with Bailey behind, Jackson, Danny Reedy, Michael Coulter, Zabetakis in 18th position, the first female in TA2 muscle cars to contest the round, and Paul Hadley tails the field here with less than 2 minutes to go. Can anybody take it to the top 3? We had a quick shot of Jarrod Hughes. He looked pretty calm, unless he was taking some qualifying tips from Jarrod McLean maybe down there, who was on the right-hand side trying to get the scoop on what's going on with the 118 machine. Diesel Thomas still best of the rookies in 4th ahead of Webster. Brad Gartner, helmet off, talking to Max Fedot. J-Mac.
Well, Jarrod Hughes currently lodged in 2nd for qualifying here for TA2 muscle car. 2/10 down on Gomersall, and he's calling it a session. He said there's not much more I can get out of it. Protect the tyres, give myself the best chance during the race as possible.
As we predicted, thanks J-Mac, down there in the lane. And off the track is James Simpson. So car 2 has gone off. That's just through turn 1 and 2. And he's not going to make it back around to do another lap. So the Dodge Challenger that was in 9th won't get any further up in today's qualifying session and wipes out 2 of our polystyrene. Make it 3. Get the box set down there through turn 2 and 3. Turn 1 and 2, I should say. Team who are returning to the category. In fact, he still carries a bit of an injury from that huge crash at Simmons Plains with Ben Grice a few seasons ago. But great to have him back, the team from the Gold Coast.
Mark Bailey up on your screen in the Jacks Tyres and Auto number 12. He's still a little bit further down the field compared to the speed that we saw him over the weekend in 14th position. He's had a personal best sector number 1. Let's see what he can do as he crosses the line. Just having a look at the times come up. Mark Bailey would definitely want to try and get himself in the 10. He's not going to do that. A 1:27.7, and we're probably not seeing as big a spread across the times today. I think they're a lot closer when we look at qualifying, not as big a difference. Yesterday there was definitely some standout cars, I suppose.
Yeah.
Like there was a top, tier, I suppose, of drivers up there that were very close together, and then they sort of spread out. Today, it is extremely tight.
And half a second away from yesterday's time too, so it's closed the field up through the mid-pack there, and some drivers are going to be really happy with their qualifying session here today as the flag is waving from the start-finish line. And Ben Gomersall will score his first pole position in the TA2 muscle cars presented by Maritimo in 2025. And Mark Crutcher looking for a shady spot perhaps, I jest, because he's cruising in car number 4, but has a top 8 starting spot for race number 1 later today. All the points from yesterday carry over. It's not a second round. It's still part of round 1 of the series, but the second qualifier for the weekend to right the wrong for some of the teams. And it's delivered exactly what we wanted on day number 2. Here's Crutcher on the Hi-Tec Oils replay. That's an odd way to go. The car shut down maybe.
It seems like he's still having those gremlins in the car at the moment. I mean, he managed to get it's almost like it stopped, didn't it? And he just went off the road, got out of the way. Did the right thing actually there in that point, but look, that team's been busy throughout the week, and I know they've done a fair bit of testing leading up to this weekend as well. So to have the car good in testing and then go somewhere else, I mean, the heat is going to play all sorts of havoc, but let's have a look at your qualifying results.
Yes, for Gomersall grabs his first pole. Congratulations. The man's on the podium last weekend in Sydney in Super 2. Jarrod Hughes will join him on the front row, 2/10 away. Brad Gartner, good recovery from yesterday. From 3, Diesel Thomas, Josh Webster, Cameron Laws and Josh Thomas inside the top 7 with Mark Crutcher, James Simpson and Graham Cheney. So Crutcher, the best of the Masters cars in this second qualifier. Domain Ramsey will start from 11 today. Des Collier from 12, Robbie Farr 13th, back to Bailey, Jackson, Danny Reedy, Michael Coulter, Kiara Zabetakis in 18th, and Paul Hadley, the 19 cars that will contest the second day of the TFA Tyre TA2 Muscle Car Series, presented by Maritimo. Here's Jarrod McLean.
Down here with your pole man, Ben Gomersall. A great job. Over 2/10 up on Jarrod Hughes. He was flying out there, but you got it done. Tell me about setup. Did you change much from yesterday?
Look, honestly, for quali, we kept it pretty similar. For our one-lap speed, we've had a pretty good package so far this weekend, so we were pretty confident heading into today. So, no, not much change. We just chucked a couple of good tyres on the loaded side, but other than that, no, it's pretty good.
We're looking forward to the upcoming race, starting with position. It's going to be a great run down into Turn 1. It's all happening here in TA2. Mel, who have you got?
So, Brad Gartner, P3, you just said you're much happier today than yesterday, only 0.09 of a second.
Yeah, no, really stoked with the car. It's just, we weren't in the window at all. Last year's car was very fast, and fortunate enough, we got a new car thanks to Hi-Tec Oils, and, some things just don't click, and might have been me, might have been the car, might have been both, but been keeping the boys up at night, and we've been working really hard at trying to get it in a window, and extremely grateful that we're there now, and now feel like we're not far off, so yeah.
Well, you got a purple sector there, so that's as good as it gets.
Yeah, no, that's right. When Maxie told me that, it was a bit different than P7 yesterday. So, no, we've been really strong in the first sector since Friday. Just need to sort out the rest of the track, and I feel like we're on, good pace. But, no, can't thank Hi-Tec Oils enough. Max, Joel, Aaron from Waltech for building the car, and, yeah, really, really grateful to be able to put it into the 3 again.
So everyone's getting a bit hot and bothered out there. How are you feeling physically?
Yeah, no, pretty good. You just sort of embrace it. I haven't got a cool suit and helmet bar or anything, so if anyone wants to jump on board and sponsor one of them, that'd be awesome. But no, it's cool. They're good cars, so I mean they're not extremely long races, 18 minutes, so 18 minutes of hard work, and then you get to chill out in the truck and have a slushy.
Good to see you up the front.
Cool, thanks guys.
Oh, well, Mel, you just stay out of that truck. We don't want you enjoying the slushies down there on a 30-plus degree day while we're up here in the commentary box, do we? Brad Gartner looking big smiles today at the moment, and very, very happy to be there in 3rd position. That's an improvement on yesterday where he ran 4th in both races. So he's just chipping away at the new setup on the car. To be running alongside Jarrod Hughes and Ben Gomersall at the moment, I think that's a fantastic effort for him to be 3rd. Not too far off, only 3/10 off of Gomersall as well when it came to qualifying pace. We'll see what tyres, though, they've got in the bank for the TA2 Muscle Car Series later on today to see whether they can try and improve that race pace. In the meantime, let's head down to the pits with J-Mac.
We've got Mark Crutcher, the man who could power the entire pit lane just off his own personal energy, and you're looking good coming into the upcoming race, a top 10 start.
Yeah, much better for us. We had gremlins yesterday, the motor, we were down in power all day. Coxie done a couple of gear changes for him, which really helped, and I had a bit of a change of attitude. He gave me a slap under the ear and said, stop blaming the car. So really terrific. That's about where we are. P8 is about right. We can go forward if the boys make some mistakes, but hey, great track, great facility, and everyone's having a ball.
New Goodyear tyres, tell me, what's your allocation looking like?
Yeah, pretty good. They're pretty sturdy. They've got a pretty firm sidewall. These will run forever, these tyres. So I'm really happy with the tyres going forward. I think it's going to be very fair right across the weekend for all the drivers.
Well, you're looking good. We can't wait to see you out there for the upcoming start.
Oh, yes. Looking forward to it.
Great stuff.
Thank you.
Always great to have Mark Crutcher as part of the drivers down there. Not only that, part of the group that have acquired the TA2 Muscle Car Series as well in the off-season as well, Mark Crutcher. But a massive personality. They've got that right. He could power the entire field of TA2 muscle cars down there, and they will now prep themselves because they have their race 1 coming up just after 1 p.m. this afternoon. Here was Jarrod Hughes sliding the number 118 car in. Have a look at the Camaro. He was really pushing it. Came into the lanes early, though. Dan McCarthy, you join us back in commentary. Decided not to do the last few laps, so no, we've taken everything we can out of the car. We're a couple of tenths behind Gomersall, but we're happy with that.
Yeah, so deciding not to use any more of the tyre life. We'll be starting on the front row down towards turn number 1. So yeah, he'll if he can stay around the outside at turn 1, he'll have the inside for turn number 2, and that could be the plan later on today in race number 1. But throughout the majority of that session, most people kept it on the black stuff, which is good to see.
Yeah, it was fairly clean. We did see that moment from Webster when he went off, but he managed to regroup. That was early in the session there. The TFH High guys out there as well. Des Collier just doing some laps out there. Didn't really improve up here, but Gomersall, who's sharing that pit bay with the TFH High, they're all as part of one crew here this weekend. He was the man, the unit racing entry that just went out and laid down a flying lap. And that was probably about midway through the qualifying session as well, so he didn't have to muck around. This was Josh Webster in the 200, who just took a little bit of a spin in the auto-fixed Mustang and did the full 360 and pulled the car up, but no one else around. Graham Cheney, well, yesterday he had some moments there where he was getting bumped all over the track. It was a bit like he was a Dodgem car yesterday, and he was a massive target for it, but he brought the car home in the mid-pack, and again, he's got himself in a reasonable position when it comes to qualifying. Brad Gartner in the 22, I think he's picked the aggression up today, is where I think he was just a little bit nervous with the new car, the way he finished the season in Adelaide last year at the Trans Am, where he was a punching bag for a few cars, got stuck in the middle there. They've extensively repaired this car, like we say, new chassis, pretty much the engine and gearbox out of the old car. Everything else is brand new on that car, so they've all got their own personality and they've all got to come to terms with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a big incident, wasn't it, that one in Adelaide, but great to see him back here in TA2. Crutcher having a little bit of an off-track excursion. Just wanted to get up close and personal and really see the big gum tree for real in person.
He likes a siesta in the shade. Maybe that's what he was thinking. I can pull up here and in the shade, have a little moment to myself.
That's right, cool down and then get back on with things. And speaking of getting back on with things, we have some cars on the racetrack, on the warm-up lap. It's the Australian Innovation Race Car Series, a brand new series to the Hi-Tec All Super Series bill, and what a category it is. These Australian-built machines are absolute weapons. There's no other way of putting it, really. They fly around here. They sort of rival the pace of GT3 machinery. We'll talk a bit more about GT3s a little bit later on, but the grid will see that blue machine just in the left-hand side of the shot. Jeff Emery on pole position alongside the man we're on board with, Danny Studdard. Row 2 will be John Goodacre and John Hollinger, and then we have Donaldson, Leithhead, Crossing and Taunton, the one to look for from the back of the grid. Yesterday's race 2 winner. Look out for him in the number 95 machine.
This is from qualifying on Friday afternoon session. There are 2 qualifiers. Day 2 of competition of the Hi-Tec All Super Series, and Studdard gets away. Another issue on the start there for Emery. We saw that in race 2 yesterday, and there was contact made between these two, and Studdard missed out on race 2, came off with damage to the cooling system. So that's a great start from him, and he'll be happy with some clear air.
Goodacre also managed to get past Hollinger as well, so he is all the way up to position number 2. So he's made a couple of positions up off the start of that race. Emery down to 3rd, as you say, but Studdard for the first time this weekend is out there leading at the front. Immediately off the line, Taunton got a great start, and he split the 2 Mark 1, the Generation 1 machines down the middle and moved through into 6th position. Got a bit taily on the exit of turn 2, which meant he wasn't able to get past Donaldson. but he's right on the tail of him around the back section of the course. But looking at the leaders, Studdard's pulled a little bit of a margin in the middle sector. The good news for Emery, it wasn't a great start again, but it seems like it was a little bit better than yesterday's. Maybe he knew a bit more what to do when it happened, or if it happened again, and it did, so he was able to react a bit faster.
The tail light's not hanging out of it. It's a much better start than yesterday is where we're at. There was no contact made on the start, so much better. Watch for Taunton, though. He's up to 6th already. Yesterday, 2 podiums from 2 races, so he came 2nd in race 1 race 2 outright, had a fantastic lead there for a while. We'll have to wait and see, though. He's got traffic in his way, and like most of these drivers in the IRC, they come from a GT racing background. They do long stints, 24-hour races over in Dubai and Spa and places like that, 12-hour, 6-hour races here in Australia. So they've got the experience. They know where to place the car, and it's almost a little gentlemanly, like they're not really going to try and push some panels on these things in unless they really want to force the issue. So we'll wait and see how that unplays, as Taunton's got a fair bit of work to do out of 6th. We get on board with Goodacre with our on-car camera here this weekend, and he's looking at your winner, Danny Studdard, the category owner, out in front at the moment, and he is super excited to be here this weekend. They got the coffee van there so they can make sure the reaction times are good on that green light. They can get the caffeine into them and get out on track.
They've also got a little garage space, haven't they? They've got seats set up in there and everything, and I've seen that Mel and J-Mac there enjoying kicking back when they can down there in the lounge.
It's nice they get to put their feet up down there.
That's right, it certainly is. But on track, there's plenty of action with Emery hounding the tail of Goodacre. For those that missed it, we sort of touched on it. Emery won race 1, but at the start of race number 2, he just couldn't get the drive. The car didn't take off from the start, a bit like what we saw earlier on the start of this one. But he was collected, hit in the tail by Danny Studdard. The damage for Studdard meant that he had to retire, and Emery himself had to come in, get the car repaired, and finished well down the order. So for both Studdard and Emery, it's almost a recovery here today, just trying to collect points that they lost out with yesterday.
Well, Goodacre, he needs to watch out. The local search entry has a dive down the inside of 3. No, it's not going to happen. Tries to pull him behind. John Hollinger just behind too. Have a look at how he is going, because he was super consistent yesterday, I thought, for Hollinger.
Yeah.
He was right there behind the mark, as we see the Studdard just drops a wheel off the left of the track there and blows up a big dust screen for him as they head around the big sweeping left in turn number 5. Now, these cars haven't done a lot of laps at Winton either, so although these drivers have done some laps in some other cars, the Innovation Race cars, normally on a bigger circuit like Sydney Motorsport Park or Phillip Island or somewhere like that. So to come here, it's some new data for them, and it's changed things up, and it's great to see them joining the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay quickly. This got really close. Emery he slide the car in. They've got ABS in them, but
oh, it was a bit of contact. You can see the bonnet briefly come up on Emery, and some red piece of plastic or something came off the tail, I reckon, of the Goodacre machine. But yeah, Goodacre yesterday, 4th in race 1, and with 2 falling by the wayside in race number 2, he inherited those positions and stayed there to finish in position number 2. So it's a great day in the office for him. He's 2nd in the championship coming into today, but here comes our race 1 winner up the inside. Oh, didn't quite have enough of the car up the inside and really had to apply the brakes late in the piece to back out of the manoeuvre, because that was close to contact.
You can really see how level they are down a straight line in terms of grip and speed. So you've really got to get those corners right, drive the car out of the corner to absolute perfection to get an advantage. And again, just about every driver in this category comes from a GT3 style of race or a GT4 style of race car. So very similar to this. Got the ABS, they've got the Transaxle, the later model Innovation Race cars. They have all the paddle shift on board as well. So they can really push these cars to the limits, and we see the braking zones much smaller than compared to a TA2 muscle car, because they can really drive the car all the way further into the corner before they have to slam the brakes on. John Hollinger just in the background. Now, we got on the podium in race 2 yesterday, and he looks like he's just haunting them, waiting for his opportunistic moment as Emery takes a nice dive down the inside of turn number 10. He manages to get the move done. Can he hold on to it? No crisscross there from Goodacre. And now Emery certainly got Studdard in his sights.
Emery's a fantastic driver, won the Australian GT Championship, as it was known back then, as the AM driver in the combination. He's an absolute gem in a GT3 car, but for him, he's done very limited running compared to a lot of these guys in Innovation Race Car machinery. But showing the talent that he is taken to it like a duck to water. That was a great pass, and here is a replay of it down into turn number 10. Just a perfect way to execute a manoeuvre. Showed the nose early, later on the brakes, no lock-up or anything, straight through.
Yeah, Goodacre looks like he just left that door open, made plenty of space for him to go around. So these are some of our earlier generation. They're racing in the innovation race cars, but they, I suppose, were the birth of what is innovation race cars now, referred to as a mark car, the Gen 1s and Gen 2s, but and they've evolved now into the innovation race car series. So they're still getting around, very competitive car, and it's a similar power to weight ratio really, because we saw different engine combinations back then because the chassis were smaller and they were lighter, but depending on what track we're on, they are going to be right up the front. They're down here a little bit further down the track at the moment there. Of course, you can see Crossing and Leithhead there at the moment in 7th and 8th position, having a little battle down the back, and that's what it's all about. Sometimes if you're not up the front, as long as you've got battles going on, you're enjoying your racecraft. Have a look at Emery though. How close has he got up to Studded now? That is down to less than half a second, and he is looking for anywhere to overtake him now. I think he might be close enough if he wants to try and push his luck under brakes into one. Will he do it, or will he try for another lap just to get right on the back bar? Well, you can see him closing in the gap, can't you, there? Through 1 and 2 now. Let's see the drive out of here. Do they slide the car at all? No, that is stuck to the road. And down into 3. Has a look. Not going to get it done. They can't put the nose in there and Studded. He's just holding his racing line at the moment. How defensive will he be, though?
Yeah, that's the question. He didn't quite get the best run through turn number 2, and that's what left him ever so slightly vulnerable down into 3, but he survived on that occasion. Emery, last lap through, fastest lap of the entire motor race, and there we are. He's forcing Studded to defend. There's a bit of a love tap there mid-corner. He's just letting him know he's there. A bit of Morse code, literally banging on the rear saying, I am here. And I don't think he needs to be told with the bump. I think he can see the bright blue machine blaring in his mirrors in the sunlight here at Winton Motor Raceway. It really glistens in the sunlight, doesn't it? The local search sponsored Emery machine, and he's always driven with that iconic number 48 throughout his GT career, and has kept with that number in innovation race cars, and he's attacking the category owner at the moment. Where can he find a way by? Studded himself is very race fit at the moment. He was racing a Carrera Cup at Sydney Motorsport Park just last weekend, but is forced to go on the defensive here. This is an absolutely great battle. Studded misses the apex there by about a car length. That's going to affect his run through 2, and he's going to have to defend heavily down into 3. He opens the door once again. Emery looks to the inside. Oh, mighty close race in between these two. That was very, very tight. Studded left about half a car length. Emery was hesitant to put the car up the inside. They just about get away with it. But look at the fight on the drone cam. We can see 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all nose to tail as well. But we can't take our eyes off this one. Oh, more. Oh, off comes the bonnet as Emery tacks the tail of Studded down into turn number 7. Well, that was spectacular. The bonnet's just going to lay rest there on the outside of the circuit. So more nose to tail contact between the pair. Will this affect, though, the aerodynamics? I imagine it'll affect the aerodynamics considerably from Emery going forward.
I wondered how strong those fasteners were, because he's been putting him to the test. It's been like a tensile test. Let's just see how long they can hold on the bonnet now. Sitting there just out of turn number 7, and the question too will be, will he be getting a flag for that? Will he have to come into pit lane and maybe cover that up? We'll wait and find out what race officials want to do, but the aero is going to play a massive factor on these cars, especially down these straights. But he's pushing on, nothing so far. Obviously, as you can see there, very simple under the front, I suppose. Nice air intake there. They've got themselves a V8 LS engine in the front of them as well. Transaxle on the back is a Hollinger, of course. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec oils replay here, and this is, he comes over. Was there a little bit of a bump there that finally pulled the fastener off? Yes. That final. So we take about 7 shunts and then we break a fastener. That's where we're at.
I think that was the heaviest hit of the lot. He was committed. He was going for the move no matter what, and Studded came across, and there was going to be contact at that point because Emery was fully committed to the manoeuvre. Here we are 1 lap later. Studded defends early this time, and Emery has learnt his lesson. He takes the more usual racing line, which could set him up around the gum tree. He's not going to go around the outside there. This is good racing between these two. Emery's going to be a bit of a car length wide. He's a car length wider than Studded to try and open up the corner, get on the power earlier to get the drive out of the corner. But with these cars having traction control, Studded can just put his foot down and let the electronics do the work for him.
Great battle going on just behind him too. You can just see it as we go around because Goodacre is under attack from Hollinger, Donaldson and Taunton. They are all within 1 second now in the background there. And have a look. Oh, big dive up. And contact made with Hollinger. Oh no, Donaldson wouldn't have wanted to do that as Hollinger gets spun around. Taunton has to go around the outside. So that's going to open up a massive gap now for Goodacre, who can take a little bit of a breath because he could see them coming in the mirrors here. John Hollinger will want to try and turn this car around as fast as he can. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Yeah, just contact on that right rear quarter, and it just unloads the car at that point, especially turned into the corner. It's already taken all the weight off that part, and then it's a little bit of a nudge, turns them around.
As we look at the fight for the race lead, it is still on out there around the sweeper. This is where Emery looks faster to me. This is where he's stronger. He's more comfortable. They're both sliding through turn number 6. I tell you what, Matty, race 1 was a pretty tame affair. Races 2 and 3 have been scintillating.
They are a full-size car. They're not a miniature car or anything like that. No. They're a full-size, same size as a sedan car. At the moment, it looks like a truck out there because look how wide Studded is making this car. He's going down the middle and giving absolutely no room for Emery to get around at all. And Winton's not a narrow track or anything like that. No.
Oh, there's a run here and a bit of bumping on the straight now. There's Studded more bumping down into turn number 11. I don't think Emery is liking the defensive moves here from Studded, and he's pushed the rear guard, the left rear guard, onto the rear wheel. So there is now significant tyre rubbing on the tail of the Studded Innovation race car, the race leader. 7 minutes to go. Can that tyre last to the end of the race? And I tell you, there's another factor now. Look who's joined the fight. John Goodacre. This is now a 3-car scrap for the race lead. The leader has left rear damage. The man in second has no bonnet on the front. He's struggling aerodynamically, but the man in third, he's coming on strong late in this race, and his car, oh, there goes the tyre. The tyre's gone. Around the sweeper, off goes Studded at a vast rate of knots. Centre stage right. Oh, that is a real shame. The tyre has let go, and he has made his way onto the grass. He's kept it out of any significant damage or anything like that. He is now slowly rejoining the race circuit, but his race is effectively done right there. And here is a replay of what happened. So down towards the corner, I said would the tyre last 7 minutes? It didn't last 1 minute. Off goes Studded, the race leader. Emery takes up the running at the front, but Goodacre is right on his back bumper.
Here's a replay just from earlier there as Hollinger gets turned around. That was an unfortunate one there as Donaldson just goes into the back right quarter of that car, spins it around. Hollinger managed to get going again without any sort of incident. Don't know what's going to come out of that one from race control because Danny Studded. Emery went around, and I know once that tyre, you could see it just starting to peel away as it's cut through finally and actually hit the back right as well. So there was a lot of contact being made. Now, I know he's lost the bonnet, and there's a lot of bar work there at the front of the car, but at what point does he start bending things on that? Does it start causing, will it dislodge an intake, or will it move something around at the front of the car? So let's see how they go with, almost 5 or just over 5 minutes left in this race to start. But you can see there's a few words happening down there on pit lane. These guys, teammates, they're down there. They've been one big team this weekend with 9 cars here to take on the first of the Innovation race cars. And have a look at that. A little bit of smoke from the front left now. I think you'll find that little splitter is rubbing as well. So he might have been, his own worst luck, really.
Yeah, absolutely. He's certainly driving a battered and bruised machine. But as you say, they are all friends off the track. But when that helmet's on, the red mist descends, and that's it then. They are out there for themselves. And the heat has certainly come on. But it's round number 1 of this brand new series, and already there's rivalries as Hollinger is off facing backwards now at turn number 7. The man who sat in 4th for much of this race is facing backwards, and Studded has limped his 3-wheeled wagon back to the lane.
Well, in saying that, we thought the left went on that one, didn't we? That's where we saw the rubber come off, but it's actually not down, so it may have just delaminated potentially. This is John Hollinger, though, as we check out a replay. No one around. He's just come around a little bit hot around 7. Now, yesterday, that was a big area where we saw a lot of cars slide off, especially if they hit the ripple strip coming out of 6, and it really unloaded the car there, so potentially there's a little bit of dirt down there. Still having a look at the damage on the front left. Now, have a look here. We can see up on our screen there for Studded on the back left. It's been bent in a little bit, but has it actually cut all the way through that tyre, or do we just see it delaminate and it's actually got a little bit loose? We'll have to wait to see as that comes off of the car. Our battle on for first position still on our screen, and then Goodacre seems to have the pace now to keep up with Emery. So Emery is trying to limp this car home. Limited aero on the front of the car. Though surely they have seen that, and they are radioing down to the driver saying, hey, your front left is starting to smoke a little bit. Be very, very careful, especially under brakes where you see it wants to push down on that front nose cone. With a lot of corners around here at Winton Motor Raceway, 12 corners to get around, a couple of short straights as well. That might play a factor as we go into the final few minutes of this race.
Studded is out of the race, out of the car, and he looks very disappointed with how that one played out. The fight that he was in is continuing to play out at the front of this field. Our race leader, Emery, coming under increasing fire from Goodacre. I thought a couple of laps ago that Emery might have broken the attack, but it doesn't appear that that is the case any longer. Mel, you got an update for us?
So crew chief for Jeff Emery, Dan Gillison, he's out there without a bonnet, and there's been a little bit of contact. What are you thinking about this one?
Yeah, there's been a bit of contact with Danny here. Danny's in the pits, which is cars in the pit lane is not good. We want all cars out on track. Yeah, so one of the contact obviously broke something on the bonnet, and the bonnet's come off. I don't know why we have to come in. I've seen plenty of IRC cars run around without bonnets, and it's just fine. I've never heard of that rule that you have to be in with a bonnet, but.
Has Jeff given you any feedback how badly it's affecting the handling of the car? It doesn't look like it's slowed him down very much.
He hasn't given me feedback on how much it slowed it down, but it will slow it down a lot, trust me, yeah.
And are you expecting there could be a little slap on the wrist?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. I don't know. I have to see what's happening where everyone was placed in all the corners and stuff with the nudging. If there was blocking, I don't know.
Thank you. Over to you, J-Mac.
Well, the Studded crew are really hustling to get this car back into the garage. I can confirm it has lost the entire outer casing. The tread on that left rear is completely gone. And this crew are very, very businesslike. They are not hanging around. The car was up on the jacks, wheel off, quick inspection to make sure there was no damage under the tub, and wheel was back on, air jacks off. I got to say, though, how cool are these IRCs? The quick jacks, the air jack system on these is fantastic.
Yeah, we got a couple more coming your way. You'll be able to find out what's going on. Emery obviously coming through to get that bonnet or whatever's come through. Donaldson as well, though. Didn't see any penalties come off for him either. So Taunton now is going to taunt Goodacre there for that first position. They're going to be left out on track to fight it out to see who's going to be on the top step of the podium. Now, he said he's not giving much feedback. I'm sure Emery is giving a lot of feedback to race control right now.
I can't believe Jeff Taunton started from the back of this grid, and with a minute and a half left, he is right on the tail of the race leader. Here they are, John Goodacre and Jeff Taunton fighting it out at the front of this one. They've just stayed out of trouble, these two. Everybody else has been making contact, getting penalties, getting damaged cars, and these two are out there at the front of the field all by themselves.
Don't say that yet. It's not over yet. We've still got a minute left before we head down to our final couple of laps, and anything could happen between Taunton and Goodacre. I tell you what, anything could happen at the moment. And talking about things happening, let's head down to the pits with Mel.
Danny started, it was looking like a race victory there, and then it wasn't. What's your take on everything?
Yeah, it was willing out there. I sort of got a good start and got into the lead, and then I saw John Goodacre and Jeff having a go at each other, so it got me a bit of a break. And then Jeff got me, and he was giving me a bit of a hurry up, and unfortunately it's just what it is. You're just sort of tapping at each other, and I got a flat tyre out of it, so it's just one of those things, racing.
Couple of love taps, bonnets, pop tyres, a bit of action so far this morning.
Yeah, quite exciting, I think. It should be good TV, I'd say.
Well, good to see you up on top. Can't wait for the next one.
Good on you. Thanks for that.
Over to you, J-Mac.
Jeff Emery, in a surprise move, has actually buttoned himself back into the car. There is obvious heavy tyre rubbing happening on the front left corner. The subframe is actually pressing a hard point into that steering tyre. This is incredible. He's going to try and go out and complete the race.
Yeah, well, we noticed those little puffs of tyres like in the front left. I thought maybe it was just the panel being pushed in there, but sounds like that might be a little bit more substantial there. Obviously something they probably can pull out between races.
What do they say? Points make prizes. Get the car out there no matter what condition it's in. Right at the end of the race, if you finish, you get points. So that's exactly what they've done. He's rejoined in 6th position. He's ahead still of John Hollinger, who we saw have that spin, a couple of spins actually in this race. He's 3 laps down. So Emery has rejoined in 6th position. Donaldson has also gone out onto the race circuit again. He was only in the lane for a very brief amount of time. So he's rejoined in 5th. So it's Goodacre from Taunton, and then it's the 2 Mark 1 cars that we saw having that great battle early on in the race. They are now in positions 3 and 4, Leithhead and Crossing. So they are separated by 3 seconds at this stage of the race. In the last couple of laps, and while we were down there with our pit reporters, Goodacre has stretched a little bit of a margin. Not much, though. There's still only a couple of car lengths between the 2 up front.
I'd really like to know why Donaldson went into the pits there for a moment. Just pulled in, went out, hasn't been in there too long at all. Goodacre and Taunton will continue this fight, though, as we've finished up our race time there, so I'm just waiting to see the last lap boards come out for this race. He doesn't have to do too much more. Goodacre just hold out on Taunton, and it feels to me like Taunton may have used up a fair bit of tyre there coming from the rear of the field at the moment. As you can see, he had the pace there, and he's just had to open it up and give the car a little bit of a breather. And maybe those tyres have just got a little bit warm because the sun, well, it's peering through the clouds now as they start to just spread out a little bit there, and it's hitting the track. So it's nice and warm out there today at Winton Motor Raceway. Not as quite as warm as yesterday. Still not comfortable for the drivers in these cars as they are moving around. We're on board with Goodacre, our race leader at the moment, as we come to the closing stages of race number 3 for the Innovation Race car. It was race 1 for today, really, as the checkered flag looks like it is about to come out, and Goodacre will get himself a race win at round 1 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series as part of the Innovation Race cars. Have a look at that. Goodacre in the 66 machine. Just biding his time. Taunton, I think, did everything he can. From rear of field to second, I think that's a fantastic result for him.
3 winners in the 3 races we've had so far in this series. It really has the Innovation Race cars come in with a bang. Not quite the bang that some of the guys would have wanted in that particular race. And we will see that Emery there without the bonnet is going to come to the line. But all the way back here, the number 67 machine is in 3rd. But here is Emery, a lap down. Our pole sitter once again had an incident in the race and spent a portion of the time in the pits, but he will finish, he will collect points, but he will be starting from 6th position in the race later on this afternoon. Man, we're going to have some hard charges from the tail of the field later on.
Taunton 3 podiums now from 3 races, so that's a great start for him. He's 2 seconds and he won a race yesterday afternoon as well. John Hollinger, that unfortunately got unloaded there. Maybe that was a pit lane drive-through penalty potentially there for Donaldson, because he did get into the back of John Hollinger. We'll try and get a bit more clarification on that, but yeah, he got in the back of John Hollinger, just spun him out. So he was running his own race in the end, right at the back, and had a moment himself where unfortunately the car just went off. Here we go, bonnet's being picked up.
I'm not sure that's going to fit in the tray.
No, you can see the flared guards in it, can't you? It's really about some aero on these things. They're very, I mean, they're based and styled on a GT car. But let's have a look at the official results for the Innovation Race cars. Race number 3 for the weekend. John Goodacre ends up with the win in the 66 machine. Almost a second in front of Geoffrey Taunton, who's now 3 times on the podium. Timothy Leithhead will be your 3rd car out there. Crossing, Donaldson did the drive-through, we believe. Jeff Emery with damage on the front had to pull in there. John Hollinger, who got spun out once by someone else, once on his own. Yeah. And Danny Studdard, who had to retire from the race, unfortunately, with that tyre damage that they sustained throughout those little bit of bumps that he had with Emery, the little bit of Morse code going on there throughout the race. So that's unfortunate for Danny Studdard. So that's 2 DNFs from him. So he already probably not where he wants to be when it comes to championship points. Let's have a look at some of the highlights, though, and it was action-packed. Have a look at Goodacre at the start. Well, he threaded the needle and went from the 2nd row of the grid into 2nd.
I don't know how they're going to decide to split these highlights up. We might as well watch the whole race again. There were that many highlights in that one. It was an absolute barnstormer. There was action everywhere. Emery, that was the first touch that we saw that damaged a couple of the pins, and there were more to come as he had a look trying to get past John Goodacre early in the race for position number 2. He did so successfully up the inside at turn 10. That was a real clinical, nicely made move. It was not so simple getting past Studded. There's a little touch here, and then a couple of laps later, a more significant one. He tried to show the nose at turn 3. It was great racing between the pair at this point in time. But then it was about now when the gloves came off. He went for a move up the inside. Bang! Off comes the bonnet. And that makes its way down towards the gravel trap. But the fight continued. Emery was looking right, looking left, and there was more contact on the run to turn 11. That's the one that did the split of damage for Emery. But more notably, it's the one that gave Studded the damage there that would eventually cause the puncture that we saw here that flew him off the track.
Yeah, and at that point he's just a little bit of a passenger there, taking the car, so taking the tread off the tyre there. Still managed to maintain air in it, so we got the car off the track. This was John Hollinger later on in the race. He'd already been unloaded there by Donaldson down at turn number 11, but he was just on his own coming to 7, maybe. That's just a little bit greasier down there, and spun the car off on his own. Finally, it came down to these two cars fighting it out for the podium. They were the two left at the front, really, at the moment. Yeah. And it was Goodacre leading in the 66 over Taunton, who'd come from rear of field. So it was a good race from him. I feel like Goodacre knew early on Emery had the speed and just made a little bit of room, because potentially he could have been the one with something bent in the rear. And I'd like to know what it was that actually got bent under that, whether it was a bit of panel work, whether they've got some bar work under there that holds the panels on. So we'll do a bit more investigations down there. But great first race for the day for Innovation Race Cars. Let's head down to our DeWalt Victory Lane with J-Mac.
How good. Timothy Leithhead, a third place in the IRC. This race had it all. There was so much contact going on. What was happening around you?
I mean, me and Johnny had a great battle at the start. This track, like, inside pole position doesn't mean much, because you get stuck on the outside for the next 3 corners. But everyone went past me. I managed to get Johnny when he made a mistake, and then it was sort of just keeping a gap and not doing anything dumb. I keep hearing over the radio people are spearing off left, right and centre, but it's good, even in a Mark 1, able to get on the podium. So big thanks to Dad and everyone who's helped prepare the car. So
well done, mate. Congratulations.
Cheers, mate.
Well, from last position up to P2 and not far behind the lead, Jeff Taunton leading the points so far this weekend.
Yeah, well, we couldn't quali. We had an issue in quali, so we couldn't go out in the second session, so we had to start from the rear. That was all right. We summed up the boys, and yeah, I kept my nose clean. As you saw, there was a lot of carnage. Tyres have definitely gone off. They're not happy with the heat. So, yeah, other boys had a lot of tyre issues, which we didn't, but yeah, definitely need greens on for the next race.
Well, there was no shortage of action in that one. You must have had the bird's eye view.
I was just keeping my nose clean. I'm going, no, I'll just stay here, keep my nose clean. But, yeah, because the boys, they go for it. They're good cars. They drive them.
Leading the points so far. Well done. Over to you, J-Mac.
Have to say, it was all on with yourself and Emery. A fantastic battle.
Yeah, no, it's good. He's got a good competitor to race against. He's fast, so probably the fastest guy out there this weekend. So it's good to be up his arse and chase him around a bit.
A fantastic result. Looking to back it up?
Hope so, yeah. It's not going to be easy, but yeah, we'll give it a try for sure.
Fingers crossed.
No worries. Thanks very much.
Yeah, great Innovation Race Car way to kick us off, I suppose, today for their first race of the day. And yeah, as you see, Taunton unfortunately had some not great qualifying when it came to Friday afternoon session, where they qualified for both days in the Friday practice day. Let's have a look at our Australian Drivers' Championship, and hasn't this been fantastic? 20 hyper races here. Damon Sterling, well, he has been #1 qualifier, race 1 winner, race 2 winner. And look where he is, starting up the front. Hayden Crossland, well, he's been in #2 position. Lucas Stasi in 3rd, though, where we have been seeing Dean Crook unfortunately had a DNF in the last race. So Lucas Stasi moving up, Hamish Leeton in 4th, Niko French in 5th, Brenton Havey in 6th, Peter Nolan 7th, Zachary Catlin in 8th, and it's Bastien Treppel in 9th, and Jack Lewis to round out your top 10, your first 5 rows.
From there, we had a couple of rookies, Justin Yuen and Duke, ahead of Roy McKercher and a big field of cars. But yeah, notable names at the bottom, Vengiato and Dean Crook towards the tail of the field. But the two all weekend long have been Damon Sterling and Hayden Crossland. But look for Dean Crook in the number 48 machine. There he is, right at the tail, the black and yellow machine towards the rear of the grid. Look for him to move forward as a former champion in the series. Here we go. The lights are out and we are underway. They roar towards turn number 1. Very even jump between the top two, but I think Lucas Stasi made the best start, but he runs a little bit wide in third. Crossland showing the nose up the inside of Sterling around turn number 2 as they run up and over the brow of the hill. Look at Leighton. He's made a good start. He's in position number 4 ahead of Niko French. Nolan in 6th, Davey 7th. So it's pretty much as they were at the start of the race. But look at Crossland. He looks like the faster of the two on the cold tyres in this one. A bit of a twitch through the sweeper, and that means he's not able to be close enough for a launch up the inside into the hairpin of turn 7 underneath the gum tree for the first time in the Australian Drivers' Championship in race number 3 of their weekend. They got one more to come later on this afternoon as they roar down towards the tight turn number 10. So it's the reigning champion, the two-time reigning champion, that is leading the way from Hayden Crossland. Crossland debuted in the series last year, and as the year went on, he got stronger and stronger and stronger. And he took 3 race victories late on in the season. He was able to match Sterling, but this year they come in on 0 points, and Crossland is hungry for the championship.
Already plenty of things happening. Dean Crook up into 10th position for rear of the field. That is a big run from him already, and it might have even improved now as we start to get through our first lap. Peters, well, he's got a 5-second penalty. I'm going to put that probably down to a start line breach, being 5 seconds.
Yeah.
That's generally what we see. They don't stay in their box position in the rolling start. Now, he hasn't got a lot of experience in these cars either. Hasn't raced a lot. Great to have him here in the series. So he'll be learning these things.
Yeah, another debutant. So as you say, you've got to keep in the tram tracks of the grid markings. You can't weave into the middle or out wide. That can be seen as gaining an advantage because you can easily just jink out and pass the car ahead. So it's to keep everything even. So I think that's what, as you say, he's either gone too early or not been inside of the grid boxes as the lights went green. Niko French, fastest first sector in position number 5. But Crook's march continues. He is up to position number 9. So what happened with him in the race earlier on today? He spun lap number 1, turn 2. Lucky to keep it out of the wall, but I believe he did sustain damage from the contact that was made, and that inevitably ended up in the DNF later on in the race. The other notable retirement was our fast rookie, Ivan
Vantigiato. Yeah, I said it enough. Yeah,
You've said it for a few years.
Yeah, I've said it for a few years as we saw him racing the RX8.
Up the inside, Crossland.
Oh, here we go. We'll get back to that in just a second. These two are going to go wheel to wheel too as they head out of turn. It looks like Crossland may have driven around the outside. Potentially, Sterling may just backed off for a section there because I don't think they wanted to make too much wheel-to-wheel contact.
No, Crossland flung it up the inside into turn number 1. Got a large majority of the car up the inside and through, and that meant that when they went to the right-hander, the switch of direction, he had well over 3/4 of his car ahead and was able to take the corner, although he's locked up down into turn number 7. Has he made the corner? Yes, he has, but that was a sketchy moment. Crossland could see clear air. He's probably breathed a sigh of relief and then immediately gone and locked a front brake, and you can see, I think, a little bit of a patch on that front right tyre as the number 24 is off into the weeds, and that's Davey. Oh, he was comfortably inside the top 10, having an absolutely ripper weekend. 8th in race 1, 6th in race number 2, but he is plummeting down the order now.
You know what you want to see? Yeah, we'll go back to Ivan Vantigiato. Yeah, he actually had a coil go, which dropped a whole heap of power out of the car, so that's why they came in. They fixed that, and he'll be disappointed with that. We know how competitive Ivan can be, so hopefully him and the team will start to work their way back, so we'll see them moving from back rear of the field up to 17th now in the background. Dean Crook, though, up into 8th position already after just a couple of laps.
Yeah, doing really nicely, setting some great times. Make that 7th, just as we're talking about him. He moves past Treptow. And I have to say, Treptow, in the race earlier on today. He spun on the opening lap or two of race 1 yesterday, and he had an incredible recovery drive. I couldn't quite believe it come the end of the race. He finished 10th, so he came from the very back of the field to finish in 10th. A brilliant performance from Treptow in race number 2, and he's he's moved up a few positions. He just lost one to Crook, but still up from where he started in position number 8. It's been a brilliant recovery drive. Oh, there's one car just gone past the commentary box at the tail of the field, sounding very sick out there.
Well, Crossland, he's got a purple sector, so fastest in sector number 1 and sector number 2 by the looks of it as well. So Crossland in some clean air and trying to drive away from this field at the moment. But this is a great little battle we've got going on at the moment. Stasi in the 34 machine just in front, and then it's Hayden and Niko French there. So this is a real battle going on for 3rd position at the moment. They are less than half a second between them. And have a look at this. Oh, yellow's around. I thought there might be just a yellow in that section where we've got the 24 car of Davey parked up. But it looks like our Hyundai safety car going to be sent out onto the racetrack at the moment, and I hope that we're not seeing anything out on the track potentially. This is just a recovery of a vehicle. We'll try and get that news to you as soon as we can.
It'll be the Davey machine on the inside of, I think it might be the sweeper or turn number 6. I'm not quite sure whereabouts it is, but it will certainly be for that machine. And there we are under the control of the Hyundai safety car, sponsored by Speed Cafe. And you can see some of the guys electing to weave, others not doing so. But Hayden Crossland, interesting in race number 2 earlier on today. And our race winner Sterling made an interesting point. He said, I don't know why, but late in that race, Crossland just backed off and didn't keep attacking. I think Crossland might have been trying to save tyres, cool them down or something, thinking ahead to this race, keeping something up his sleeve.
So we're not worried about tyres at the moment. Dean Crook, this will play right into his hands at the moment because he's had to work from the rear of the field. Now into 7th position already, but compacting the field. This is going to be great for him. If he can get a really good start, potentially get another position or 2 very quickly.
I was saying about a 6-sounding car, and I think I've got the answer of who it is. It's the former RX-8 star himself, Ivan. Can you say it for me?
Vantagiato.
Thank you very much.
The Serpent is down there, and they will be changing coil packs out, chasing that at the moment. I tell you what, they will be disappointed. I know they have very high expectations in that crew out of South Australia. Now a distributor too for the Australian Drivers' Championship cars, the Hyper X1. So if you're in South Australia and want to look at these cars and buy them, he is a distributor over there. Fantastic. Doing work with the NDIS too, getting people into work on cars in their workshop as part of the Slipstream Auto crew. So they're doing a lot with the community over there as well. So big shout out to Vantagiato. Now this is a replay earlier, and this looked like this is 24 of Davey, yes. So this is what has actually caused a safety car. We can confirm that, and they'll be doing a recovery on that one. Just spun out on his own and unable to get the car rolling again. These obviously do have a starter motor in them, so they can get the car started if there is no issues out there. And I'll try and just get this car out of harm's way at the moment so we can get the Hyundai safety car off the track and get back to seeing what we love, which is racing out on track at the moment. The Australian Drivers' Championship, it's race number 3 for the weekend. And they are definitely turning the heat up at the moment. I mean, I tell you what, the sun is beaming down. It's got to be getting well into the high 20s out there at the moment. Speaking about getting hot under the collar, let's go see Mel down there in the pits because I'm sure you're sweating it out in these fantastic new uniforms.
Yes, I was having a chat to a few of the drivers in the Australian Drivers' Championship this morning, and a couple of things. The Ambrose car, which I unfortunately can't see out on the track at the moment or on the timing, they had a fuel pump issue yesterday and they were trying to change that, and they'd put it in and the new one wasn't working, and they were hopeful of making it out there, but sadly it looks like they haven't. And also, I had a look at the vehicle of Rory McCurcher, who's having his first race in this series, and in fact his first car race weekend ever this weekend, and he's in a wheelchair, so they've adapted the car. Back off we go, race start, up to you guys.
Yeah, McCurcher, we'll touch on him a little bit later. We spoke about him yesterday, didn't we? Great to see him paraplegic now, but getting involved in the Australian Drivers' Championship. We'll touch on that in a moment. As the racing continues, have a look at this. I saw straight into it.
Sorry, I saw Dean Crook immediately pull out to the inside of Peter Nolan, so a good restart from him, and he is looking to make the move up the inside at turn 3, the 90-degree right-hander. And I think he might have just got that position. So anyway, either or, Crook is looking to move forwards as
Niko French, yeah, he had a big look down the inside of 5 there. I thought he might have taken the dive. He decided just to pull back. Here he goes down the inside though. Can he get it done at 7? And he pulls that through, but he goes wide. But he's on the inside line. No, he's going to make that one stick, so that's good. Niko French will push himself into 4th position. In the meantime, we're just having a look. Dean Crook up into 6th. Didn't like the number 7 position, so I'm not going to stay there for long. Let's try and push on here now. Watch out. I tell you what, Niko French, Dean Crook is behind. Oh, it's Leighton, sorry. Crook is behind you now, and have a look how close he already is.
Hamish Leighton does an absolutely fantastic job. He was a gun carter back in the day. He stepped away from motor racing for many, many years, but returned when this series came out several years ago. And he is always up towards the pointy end of the field, in and around the top 5, up against the youngsters. And it's really good to see him. Oh, that's a big moment from Niko French. He drops 2 wheels over the grass and he sent the car in the air there. He'd have felt that through the back. That would have been very, very painful. And he'll have dirty tyres as well. He'll have to be careful around the next couple of corners because he ran very, very wide. And as we look to the replay, so look for the black and blue machine. Just ran 2 wheels through, but look there. Oh, big bit of air. And in a car this low, ground effect, that's going straight up your back.
We all cringed in here in the commentary box, didn't we? You could feel the shudder go through the seat right at the back. There's a big moment under brakes there for Crossland. He really had to work the wheel and try and grab the steering there as the back wanted to slide out on him under brakes. Sterling just doing the laps behind him. Have a look at that. Fastest first sector now. Got the purple times up, a 24.11. So he's a couple of tenths faster in that first sector. And I think Sterling's just bit his time and said, you know what, I'll wait for the perfect opportunity in this race to have another go.
Yeah, absolutely. Niko French, he may have had that moment. Oh, here we are. Up the inside comes Dean Crook, the inaugural series champion, and one of the men behind the series. And Niko's done it again, this time for even longer. So he did it on the left-hand side before. Now he's done it on the right-hand side. So Niko French is pushing hard, but he's using all the track and more on multiple occasions here. So 2 off-track excursions within the space of a lap. But we turn our attention to further back in the field. The number 95. Mel touched on it just before. Just before we come to that again. Every time we try and come to him, there's action on the racetrack. So once again, the number 48 of Crook trying to line up a move on Leighton. But yeah, McKercher's a unique story. For the first time in the Australian Drivers' Championship history, somebody without the use of their legs is taking part using hand controls.
Yeah, of course, they've got the brake there, the upshift, downshift as well, and the accelerator, all there on the steering wheel for him to use, and he's been adapting that slowly, and they've been making changes through that. Unfortunately, last year we saw him come out, and he had a couple of gearbox issues there which strained the motor, so they fixed the gearbox, went out, and the motor decided, you know what, you thrashed me a little bit too much last time. So we didn't see him at the end of last season, but he's back for a full season this year, and we welcome him to the series, and hopefully we'll see him work his way into the top 10, currently sitting 11th. Have a look at this, Crook. He's really all over the back now of Leighton. Can he get past him and get into a top 5 position as we wind the laps down in this Australian Drivers' Championship? He's used a lot of time to get in. Look at him under brakes. Superb there as he breaks into the corner. Car goes a little bit wide, but look at the pace. Not worried about it. He's definitely had the speed on him there. He just needed to wait for that moment where he could find it. And they're not too far in front. Niko French is going to have to watch out. He can't afford to be dropping those tyres off into the dirt because Crook is on his way.
What I like is Dean Crook is moving forwards, but back in the early days of this series, he might spin and he'd just drive through the field like carving through like a knife through butter. These days, he really does have to work his way through and fight a lot harder than he used to, and that's because of all these young guys at the front now that have joined the series. Crossland, Sterling, Stasi and French, these young kids trying to make a career in motor racing, and they're doing a fantastic job. I do have to say a shout out to Lucas Stasi sitting in 3rd position. He runs that car by himself. He doesn't have any crew with him or anything. Some of his good mates will pitch in that are helping out with other cars, but effectively he's a one-man show. He does a fantastic job. He was leading at the bend last year, doing a brilliant job when his engine sadly let go, and it was a rotten end to last season from that point on. So I'm really glad to see this season has started strongly for him, up in 3rd position, but coming under increasing pressure. But look at this, the fight towards the tail end of the top 10. We can see from that is Catlin down. So Catlin, another man who works behind the scenes in this series. Up the inside comes the rookie of Zook on McKercher. Makes the move stick. And through as well will come Nicholson, our rookie of the day yesterday, finishing comfortably inside the top 10. Sadly, he was caught out in the turn 1 drama with Dean Crook in the race earlier on today. But a good recovery drive from him as well. The rookie, the former Formula V driver, up to 12th position now.
Yeah, that's a nice little move there from Nicholson too, to cement himself in the 12th. Here we go. This is getting very close at the front once again. They just wait a few laps. I think they cool the tyres down now. Less than half in a second between Crossland and Sterling as they continue this battle for the top step of the podium. Sterling, well, he's been there in qualifying in the first 2 races. Now he's demoted to 2nd place and not liking it. What does he have to do to get back in front of Crossland? I'm sure we're going to see a lead change in the next couple of laps, and they're going to fight this all the way to the end in race number 3 of the Australian Drivers' Championship. Crook still fighting on the back there of French as well, so that's closed up the gap. The battle for 3rd in the back is down to less than a second now between 3 cars. So it's all happening here in the Australian Drivers' Championship. These Hyper X1 cars, a Hayabusa style motor, really out of any sort of Hayabusa you want to get in the motorcycle wreckers. Oh, look at them weaving at the front though. They're trying to be super defensive, trying to break that slipstream at the moment and get the aero effect out.
And Niko's doing the same as well on Dean Crook, and Crook goes, that's no problem, I'll send it around the outside. But no, not quite able to do so. The braking zone a bit too short for him there. But he's going to have a look to the inside at the very next corner. Again, not close enough. He's got the speed, but just at the moment hasn't quite got the track position, isn't quite close enough to be able to slingshot one up the inside. It's interesting how the race at the front's played out. It looked like Crossland was faster earlier in the race, but since the safety car has come in, it has been all Damon Sterling. He wants to go 3 from 3. Crossland is going to try everything to stop him. The Ferrari driver, academy driver at the front of this field, looking for his 4th career victory in the Australian Drivers' Championship, his first of season 2025. I'm so much looking forward to seeing how it's all going to play out between these two over the course of the season. That's the biggest look so far from Crook. Up the inside into turn 10, and he'll send one to the inside here at 11. Surely French is a little bit wide, and he's going to leave the door open here at 12. No, again, just about able to... Oh, no, is there a problem there? Yeah, Crook had to jink hard right on the exit of the corner, didn't he? I think French missed a gear. Of course, they're not flappy paddles in these cars. They've got a little shifter, so a gear can be missed, and I think, unfortunately, that is what has happened for Niko French. And through goes Crook, up now into position number 4.
Incredible drive from 19th position all the way up.
French through it off the road there at turn 3.
He's been making a habit of that, hasn't he? Trying to take these cars off road. They're not designed for that, Niko. You need to keep them on the bitumen, mate. They're low to the ground. I tell you what, he's been rocked around. There's got to be a couple of fillings loose, I reckon, in that after that big where he ran over the curb earlier. But look at the fight for first position, and now the wing right under there. You see that front splitter right under the rear wing of Crossland. Can Sterling do it? Can he try and get this? Is the final lap. He's only got a few corners left to go in this Australian Drivers' Championship race number 3.
He's set the fastest first sector of the entire motor race. Sterling is going down. Not without a fight. Look at that, he's twitching sideways under brakes into turn number 11. Sterling has thrown the kitchen sink and more at Crossland. But for the first time in 2025, it's going to be young Hayden Crossland that crosses the line to take victory in the Australian Drivers' Championship. And it's going to be a drag race for 3rd. Stasi holds on from the hard-charging Dean Crook. Crook from the back of the field to position number 4, missing out in the end by less than 0.06 of a second.
What are we putting that, like about an inch? Probably at that speed?
Like it, yes.
About an inch at that speed. That is super close. Great from Dean Crook to really have that fight back. Imagine if he got on the podium from final position. That would have been crazy. But look at this, still going on. They're in a line. Can anyone use the slipstream, get the advantage? No, it looks like they're going to cross the line there. Wow. That'll go Yen, Zook, Nicholas, McKercher.
Well, that was actually, all of those are rookies. So that was the fight for the rookie class, effectively. So Catlin in the end was 9th, but UN in 10th, taking home the rookie title, I suppose you'd say, in that one.
Well, Hayden Crossland for the first time this weekend gets on the top step of the podium with Damon Sterling relegated to 2nd. Lucas Stasi in 3rd once again. Dean Crook from the rear of field up into 4th. Niko French When he was keeping on the bitumen, he was very, very fast. A couple of little mistakes there, unfortunately for him. And look, there's some great names in that top 10 as well. Justin Ewan rounding out our top 10. As you said, a lot of the rookies coming through. Zook, Nicholson, McKercher, Lewis, Caradias, Chris Peters. Now, he has got a 5-second penalty, which we believe will be for starting there. Rob summed up that. Van Varnagiato unfortunately ended race number 2 in the race number 3 in the pit lane, so they might still be chasing some of those issues they had with the car. And Brent Dave, we saw that car towed off, brought out the safety car a little bit earlier on in the race. So, look, fantastic race number 3. As always, they turn it on out here, and we can see the varying differences in the experience of race car driver out there. And let's have a look at some of the highlights, though, of the Australian Drivers' Championship Race 3. It was a pretty good start here. I thought for a moment we were probably going to go 3 wide. Have a look down the inside here. You saw Stasi just make sure he's got that 3rd position. He definitely laid claim to that very early.
Certainly did. Look at Crook. He'd already made up 4 or 5 positions by the exit of turn 2. This was the move for the lead. Crossland really caught Sterling napping, sent one to the inside, licked the stamp and absolutely sent it to the inside and made it stick. Further back, though, it was a great battle for the tail end of the podium, but this was the cause of the safety car. Davey spinning around at the fast sweeper. Sadly for him, he could not get that Suzuki Hayabusa motor refired, and that resulted in the safety car. It was a brief one. It was quickly towed away, and we were back underway just a couple of moments later.
It was exactly what Dean Crook wanted, though, in 7th position by that stage, and it had compacted the field, and he wanted to get on with it very, very quickly. This was Niko French, who took a massive bump there, just went over the ripple strip, dropped off onto the dirt, and then again he did a bit later on in the race when you can see Dean Crook was fighting out with him for the position. But Niko French, yeah, that's got to be hurting right now. That's going to be bruised for him, especially in the back.
Absolutely. Crook's march continued. He got past Leighton, and then he got past Niko French as well. But there we saw Rory just be demoted 1 position, and as a result lost another one to the hard-charging Nicholson. There was the 3rd of 3 offs for Niko French that we saw in that race. But out in front, for the first time this year, it was Hayden Crossland who took victory in the Australian Drivers' Championship. A cracking performance from him.
Good to see. They just put on some fantastic racing around here at Winton Motor Raceway as well. We saw them at the bend last year, and sometimes down those main straights they actually run out a little bit of gears, but right here they're really suited. Let's head down though to our DeWalt Victory Lane.
Big smile here for Lucas Stasi. Gee, it was close there at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty close. I probably backed off a little bit too much. I saw Dean in the mirrors and I knew he wasn't going to let me have it easy, so did everything I could to keep 3rd, and it worked out.
Congratulations on your first podium for the year.
Thank you. Feels good.
Okay. You didn't have it all your own way that time, Damon Sterling, P2.
No, it was pretty tough out there. Like, fair to him, he got me. But I tried to get him back, but it's really difficult.
Is it really difficult to pass?
You can do it, but you got to commit because there's no grip. It's so hot today.
Oh well, there's still 1 to go. But
we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Congratulations, Hayden Crossland, your first win for the year. That was a great overtake.
That was, yeah, awesome. I calculated it and timed it very well, and then poor luck with the safety car, but I managed to hold on with Damon doing a late charge on me.
You did tell me this morning that you'd been doing some tyre saving and you thought you had a bit more speed and you thought you could beat him, and you were right.
Yeah, I was pretty calculated in the first 2, just holding back that little bit. I thought, why not send it for everyone watching at home? And yeah, we did it.
Looked like you caught him napping.
Yeah, pretty much. Caught him at the wrong time, and then I managed to put a gap on him. So I'm
fantastic race, well done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, have a look at the big smiles down there at DeWalt Victory Lane as Jarrod McLean, you join me. Oh, sorry, what am I saying? We join you back in the commentary box. It's great to have you here. And you're here because we've got 36 legend cars that I need a hand talking about because there are so many.
This has been an incredible category, and it's been a pleasure to be up here with you on board with Asker Sandal. Haven't we been getting some fantastic vision out of this machine? Got to love it.
Oh, mate, these cars are absolutely fantastic. Most of them running the new water-cooled 890cc. We see a couple of 860s in there, but the old 1200s, unfortunately, we have lost one car, which is Greg King. He's got the old 1200 on board, and that has not decided to play the game after a couple of races yesterday, and we saw that on the trailer last night. A couple of other people. Ryan Pring still leading us when it comes to the championship at the moment. He's had a race win and a race second, and this morning, in a reverse race grid, he came second. So him and Rob Hogan have reignited the championship fight they had last year. Ryan Pring was the victor of that, the 2024 championship winner and the title holder. They had to do a diff change last night because it was leaking.
Well, I mean, there is only 6 points the difference between those two as we check out our starting grid. Rob Hogan starting from P1 right alongside Ryan Pring. Riley Skinner in third with Dylan Thomas. Wasn't he a hard charger from fourth? Ben Goodridge in fifth. Shane Tate will start this race from P6 with Brendan Hourigan, Ask Sendel, Scott Morgan and Nathan Preto with a top 10 start.
Yeah, Maverick Makawari out of Queensland drilling in the 34 Ford Coupe will be out of 11. There's Nathan Locke, Timothy Reed, Joshua Bernard, Chris Spicer in the 33. He's done really well this weekend. James Brett, Drew Gibson, Blake Simpson, Mark Duckworth, of course, in 19th. Blake Hay and Hardy Martin, all the usual names. Scotty Thompson, Seth Morgan, the young fella of Scotty Morgan out there as well, doing a great job in his first time ever racing in a pack of legends. He's only ever done test days. So, look, 35 cars still here after 3 races, which is absolutely incredible considering we've seen what they do, and they have been, I suppose, fairly sedate for a legend car pack going to turn 1. I don't know what they said to him, but turn that around. Let's see how we go as we get race number 4 underway for the TFA Tyre Legend Cars Australia as we go into turn 1. Are we going to say 2-1? Look at Dylan Thomas on the outside. Hogan now with a nice charge, and on the inside is Asker Sendel. He is going to challenge Ryan Pring, the current Australian number 1. Oh, look, Pring might hold on. He's got the inside run as they come out of turn number 2. Him and Hogan are going to keep. And have a look at the CXC machine getting pushed along in the background by Hourigan too. He's saying, hurry up. Let's make a freight train and get past a couple of these young guns.
Give it the shake and bake as they make their way through 4 on the run now into that very fast left-hand sweeper of 5. And our top 2 have checked out. Hogan and Pring, nose to tail, trying to put the gap on this field. Action back in the pack, and you can see just how squirmy these cars are through that big left-hander. Shots over the middle of the track now, and action aplenty as we go nose to tail.
Oh, Dylan Thomas now. Last time out, he had a little bit of a 5-second penalty, I think, from a start line infringement. So that's why we saw him back in 4th of the last race. Otherwise, we probably would have seen him up on the bottom step of the podium. But look, he's doing a fantastic job coming into the Legend Cars Australia in a couple of races last year, and really finding his way in the setup in this car. And he's driven just about everything as well. As we get on board with Asker Sendel for a moment there in 7th position, just made up one, got past Shane Tate.
Nathan Preto still holding on to his number 10 spot. So we see the 52 machine. Back to our race leaders now. And Pring trying to put the pressure on Hogan. Hogan had his own fair share of difficulties yesterday with a shifter malfunction. Reckons that that may have had something to do with his poor performance yesterday. But great to see him recollect and start from the front row for this one as they complete lap 1 here of race 4 for the TFH Hire Legend cars. Look at the pace. They're cracking through that start-finish at around about 170 k's an hour.
Pring, well, he got the slipstream there. He managed to get into the slipstream, get the aero down the front straight, and he's got him under brakes into turn number 1 and held on to it through 2. So now Hogan relegated into 2nd position. We'll wait and see if Thomas can take advantage, because while they're fighting it out, that brings Dillis. Thomas can slowly bring his way into this fight. As we have a look at the replay, this was the overtake manoeuvre. Uses a little bit of aero down the straight. He can generally get an extra 2 or 3 kilometres an hour there. Dives down the inside, and the car's not moving around too much at the moment for what they are. That's Spicer now in the 33 machine. We saw him off the track yesterday, but that's looking like that is going to be some sort of terminal end to his race potentially, as we see him slide around turn number 7 down there. It's been a slippery corner for most of our categories this weekend.
It has indeed. You can see Thomas now starting to pull up onto the back of this Pring and Hogan battle. Pring gets done, holds on to track position into this upcoming left-hander. He's going to cover all access there. Hogan is looking for a way in.
Oh, Dylan Thomas, very experienced racer. Of course, TA2 muscle car champion in 2023. Now in the Legend car. Still had a bit of a year off. He raced about everything at the Hi-Tec World Super Series. He came out into Formula V, did a Legend. He did 1 round of the TA2s as well. I mean, he's raced in production cars. He's raced GT cars as well. A man of many, many talents. And look, I can see why he's up the front of the pack this season as he's just found some setup in that car.
Hogan is under fire. It was a purple third sector for Thomas. He's looking to try and latch onto the toe. The toe not as powerful here as somewhere like Sydney Motorsport Park or the Bend as such. So we got a big off on turn 1. Potential brake failure. Trying to see who that was. That's the 51 of Hogan. We did not expect the Silver Bullet to have this kind of action coming his way.
No, we saw him really take to the inside of race 2, didn't we? And push the car up a few positions. We'll have a look at the replay here. Wow, and it's gone to the right. It's almost like he's locked the rear brakes up, isn't it? We see something like that in drifting where they try and initiate into the corner, don't we?
Big Scandinavian flip.
But it didn't pay off for him, those poor little tyres. I mean, it's a treaded style of street tyre there. They did not want to play the game, and that car shot off onto the dirt. Good news is he's not gone all the way back in the field at this point. I think we might see him rejoin somewhere, and we'll try and find out where that is. Hopefully that hasn't done too much damage to the car underneath. With 36 cars out there, there's plenty going on. And have a look at Dylan Thomas now as he catches up to the back of this lead pack, and he's going to make it a 3-way battle. Then we got another battle for 4th position. Skinner, Sendel and Tater going at it. Tate in the budget car rentals entry.
Dylan Thomas, some 0.7 of a second quicker than Hogan. And this is an incredible battle. This is on board the 55. Vasca Sendel. He's looking to put the hurt on Skinner. Draws up alongside. He's going to have to take the long way around through this right-hander. Look at him, steering like a madman. The 94 Skinner holds on, but it is close proximity. Sendel looks to try and pick up precious mile per hour down the home straight across the start-finish line and the run into turn 1. This is our battle at the front. And Hogan fights back. Thomas up in the mix through that 3-4 complex.
Hogan just copied what Pring did, didn't he? Waited for his moment. Now Pring having to be a little bit defensive in the back there. Dylan Thomas will know this. They've still got 10 minutes remaining in this race. There's no point in pushing the envelope too fast. They really need to work together. Pring and Hogan could have worked together to keep that gap if they really wanted to. But look, mate, they are really, they're contenders in the championship, no matter what we say.
And off for the number 52 machine. That's Thompson. Trying to find exactly where that was. You can see the dust potentially around turn 5.
Yeah, these cars starting to shoot off a little bit, aren't they? As the tyres get a little bit worn over the weekend. We saw blistering temperatures in the high 30s yesterday. Today, you know, we're going to go up to a mild low 30, which is
infinitely more comfortable than yesterday. I'll tell you what. But how's this gap that Hogan's put on in the 9th minute remaining here? He's starting to draw away from Pring. The gap there, 0.75 of a second. You can see the heat haze belting off the Winton Motor Raceway track.
And I think that's Pring trying to be very defensive there at the moment on Dylan Thomas. So that might be hurting him in his outright speed. As Ryan Skinner there has to watch out for Shane Tate behind in the budget entry. Budget rental cars, as we've had a few of those over our time, haven't we? They go just about as fast as a Legend car too, if you give us the keys.
Asker Sendel being asked the hard question here, going to have to drive defensively as Pring is falling into the clutches here of Dylan Thomas, currently 3rd in the points of the event. Thomas grabs a big handful of curb but will lose out on track position. Can he get it done around the outside? Very close to that tyre barrier. He's still on the outside, waves Pring through. Did you see that out the driver's window?
I think he knew. He was on the ragged edge of the tyre there as they came out of 2. Didn't quite have the speed as the run up over the hill. He knew Pring could probably come and pull himself in. It's a big moment down there in 3 if you get it wrong under brakes. We've already seen a couple of cars go off there this weekend. Still plenty going on throughout the pack. It's just the young guns too. Asker Sendel there still fighting it out with Riley Skinner, who's managed to get the move done up into 4th position now, as Shane Tate getting to watch all the action just behind his 6th position. But now he puts the nose in. Have a look at Asker Sendel. He gave him a little bit of room there. I'm waiting to see the bump of the car, potentially to see the in-car camera move around in Asker Sendel's car. Young gun coming out a little bit of karting. He was pretty crazy how the story that he got into these things, especially Asker Sendel. He borrowed his dad's credit card and bought a go-kart once, and now he's into motor racing.
Well, you can't argue with it once it's in the driveway.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. If you've already paid for it, what do you do?
Look at how wide Riley Skinner is making this number 94 machine. He is just covering off all bases. Sendel pulling right up behind him. These are the areas of the track where the toe is most powerful. Obviously, your second longest straight on the track on the run into the penultimate corner, and then you'll run across the start-finish line. There's dust up ahead. The number 11 machine
Yeah, and we saw that go off yesterday as well, didn't we? The number 11. That's Hamish McCluskey in the NNH Constructions entry. McCluskey again, the 11. He actually got intertwined with someone yesterday in race number 2. So it's unfortunate to see him pulling off the road. Hopefully that's not terminal for the car, although we do have a big field of TFH High Legend cars here this weekend. We like to see all 36 of them out on the grid where we possibly can. Sendall now having to watch out for Tate, who's a very experienced campaigner and successful in legend cars before.
Drone shots here above Winton Motor Raceway really showing just how dry. We've mentioned it previously as that 3-car battle rages through Sector 2. And Sendall really under fire from the 147 machine, the budget car rentals machine of Tate. This left-hand sweeper, it's a moment where if you're unloaded, it's game over because it's such a high-speed, committed section of Winton Motor Raceway.
Yeah, it's not like we've got a slick tyre under these cars. It's not a racing-style tyre. It's something you can go and buy. Pretty much, it's controlled in terms of the brand, but it's a tyre that you can buy and put on the road car. So they are really punishing at the moment. A big sidewall on them, so they like to slide around.
We've been so focused on this battle for 4th, 5th and 6th that we see a 2-second gap from Hogan to Pring over Thomas.
Yeah, that's starting to blow out a little bit at the moment as Pring needs to keep battling it out with Dylan Thomas. But this one here, there's 3 of them. You could throw a small handkerchief over them as Tate decides to take in a gulp of fresh air.
5 minutes remaining, and it's side-by-side on the run into 1. Big duck up the inside, the 55, massive amounts of curb. That was a hairy moment, huge amount of opposite lock. And Asker Sendall really suffering there. He's going to drop a position as Tate moves on up into 5th. This isn't the battle for the lead. This is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, I think Sendall, he sent that right down the inside, didn't he? It was a big Hail Mary, and it just didn't quite pay off for him, unfortunately. Now Pring's looking a little bit more comfortable. He's got a tiny gap on Dylan Thomas. So Thomas has been fighting him the whole time. Probably heated those tyres and breaks up a little bit, and he'll know that with his experience, probably just back off for a second. Do they work together to catch up to Hogan? That is the question. Somehow can they communicate that out there? Bit of shake and bake time.
I don't think that we're going to see any kind of collaboration out here as we check out that moment. Hugely crossed up for Asker Sendall. He could not dial any more lock in, and it's got him into the dirty stuff. He's completely over the sausage curve. As we watch the onboard now, he was trying to outdo the last of the late breakers there under pressure, and it just snapped on him. And through goes Tate. Right there. Fantastic action happening here as we check out the number 5 machine.
Yeah, we pick it up there, number 5. It's interesting there because we do have some of our numbers here that are a little bit different to what we see on our screens here. Joshua Bernard from New South Wales, a big 300 there. And he is currently sitting in 13th position in front of Locke and Kemenoveri. Look at the gap now. Hogan's opened up. That is stretched out to 2 seconds at the moment. They'll need to work away, just try and chip away at that with time ticking down in this race number 4. It's just over 3 minutes remaining before we get down to our final couple of laps. Pring with a sector 1 time. Have a look at that. Comes up purple. Means the fastest time he's been around there. Oh, no. Dylan Thomas going for an excursion in the background. Wow, we'll have to have a look at that one a little bit later as he drops the wheels, but it's the number 5 out in the dirt.
That was Benno. Unfortunately, not able to make the 1-2 section stick, and he will re-enter. Perfectly safe there. No real oncoming traffic. Thomas cuts a tight line through 6 to try and get back onto Pring. That gap now, about 0.8 of a second, and Pring will breathe a small sigh of relief. They have plenty of real estate when it comes to the rear view mirrors in here. A big panoramic centre mirror up on top of the windscreen and then those side mirrors. But I have to be honest, such a small car like this, so much vibration, you're not going to see an awful lot.
No, it's great to have obviously back for another year as sponsors of the TFH Hire, Legend Cars Australia, Simpson Terrace. They to race. They beautiful parts as we check out the replay here. The number 5 just spinning out. That's unfortunate there. It's not what we just doing it on his own as well. So that'll push him down the field a little bit more.
That was Gibson actually.
Yeah.
Yes, Gibson that one.
Wow, so many here in the field. We have to try and keep our eyes on everything that's happening there. The number 300, Bernard, now in 13th position, but he might not stay there for very long as he lines up behind him. McManaveri, Locke and Haynes. So McManaveri has moved up into 14th position and putting a hard charge on. Just got past. It looks like he might have got that 13th position just then as we head back to our leaders with just a couple of minutes remaining in this TFHI Legend Cars race number 4.
Pring has really closed down the gap just on a half a second now as they're starting to gobble up back markers. That was McCluskey getting passed by our top 2. A real sign of the pace here. McCluskey getting very crossed up as Thomas has to navigate traffic through turn 6. But Pring looking to put the hurt on Hogan. Let's check out what happened in the last lap. This was Thomas getting really sketchy. That's coming into, I think, turn 6. No, sorry, turn
7. Yeah. That sawtooth curbing too. That's got to rattle everything in the body, doesn't it? You know what I mean? I think that's taken the pressure off Pring. Now he's not trying to be defensive. Have a look at the speed he's carrying to catch up to Hogan, and he'll have. Hopefully, that's got some air coming in the front of that car. It stayed a little bit cooler. I did see him change that diff. They're putting fresh brakes on it last night, so he's ready to make an assault on this lead at the moment. Have a look, Hogan, as we get down. Does that say is that a last lap board up there potentially? Wow, big dive down the inside. Where has he come from? Pring all the way, goes over the curb.
So much curb, so much commitment, and the run into 2 can really set up the exit. You have to get close to the tyre area here. And man, oh man, 15 seconds left on the clock. Pring really needs to pull something out of a hat here. Needs to be the magic man.
This will be the final lap of race number 4 for the TFHI Legend Cars Australia, and Ryan Pring, he's just got a number of corners to see if he can string this together and have another lunge down the inside of Hogan. They've battled it out all weekend. It's been a battle in qualifying. Race 1, race 2, race 3. It's been these 2 names at the top. Twice it's been Hogan.
Pring's
really he's had a taste.
Take a win.
Oh, that even him up in the championship. It'd just carry it on to race 5 this afternoon. Coming out of turn number 9. They've got a couple of little straights to go. There's a bit of a slide there from Pring. I think he might have already overheated the tyres. He may have to just accept that he's going to be in second place because Dylan Thomas in the back, well, he's starting to fight back after that little bit of a moment where he dropped the wheels over that curb. He's strong in third, but Hogan and Pring definitely showing their pace out in front. Hogan with the fastest lap of the race so far. And he's just got to hold on to it through these final 2 corners. We've seen what the slipstream effect can have, the aero on these cars. If they can get a run. Oh, no, it's a big slide coming into the corner. Pring might have an advantage here. I don't think the straight's going to be long enough to use that aero. And the checkered flag is out. Rob Hogan will get himself 3 wins now from 4 races, with Ryan Pring in second and Dylan Thomas rounding out your top 3.
Unreal performance there from our top 3. The gap from first to second, 0.3 of a second. It looked a lot closer than that as they flash across for the checkered flag. There's dust, there's chaos. These Legend Cars, they turn it up, but Hogan, he turns it on once again.
Look, that's what we need to watch. It's still going on further down the pack, though, as we look for the next ones to come across the line. Is it Duckworth? Oh, where are they going to end up? Kamenaveri ends up in 13th, Bernard in 14th, Hayden in 15th, Locke in 16th, and I'm just having a look at that. We could throw a second across 5 of them. 1 second for 5 cars across the line. How close is that? P-plate's on at the moment for 25. So that's new to our category as well. Is that Seth out there in 25 from memory? Oh no, that's Jack LeBoynton, actually coming from the AG Say Automotive, Penwright and Morgan car as well. So, wow. It's an exciting race, and it's always going to happen with the Legend Cars. We see the differing, I suppose, experience in the drivers there, and we have all these battles going on throughout the pack, and they're still coming across the finish line. Here we go. We're going to try and get through as many of these cars as possible. Robert Hogan, Ryan Pring, and Dylan Thomas, again, your top 3 when it comes to the podium. Shane Tate managed to get up into 5th, so he's had a good little run there. Brendan Hourigan after an off-track excursion back in 6th position. Asker Sender, well, mate, he had a Hail Mary there for a moment there, so I think that was a good recovery to be in 7th.
It was mega. Ben Goodridge wraps up 8th place. Aidan Williams in 9th. And Scotty Morgan, your top 10. Then it's back to Reed, Duckworth, Kamenaveri, Benode, and Hayne for your 15th spot. Nathan Locke in 16th. James Brett, Hardy Martin, Chase Tippett in 19th. And Blake Simpson coming through P20.
Mate, they always turn on. Race highlights. Where do we start? We can make this twice the length of the race, I reckon, potentially. Look at the start, Dylan Thomas. Now, down the inside is where I was watching, and that was Skinner putting his nose in there for a moment in the 94. And in between that, Brendan Hourigan, as they came up over the crest here, he got right behind Dylan Thomas and said, hey, come on, let's put a charge on. Ryan Pring didn't wait too long. This was in the opening lap. He decided, hey, got a little bit of aero down the main straight as we crossed the start line, and said, I'm going to try and get you into turn number 1, and managed to make that stick.
There we go. So he's piled the power on. We saw that car heading off the 51 machine.
Hourigan, yeah.
Wow, that's very ugly for a moment there. High-speed part of the track. Battle for first, second and third. Dylan Thomas, he didn't have it all his way, but this was a huge one. Asker Sandel gets it wildly crossed up into one.
Yeah, he just went a little bit wide out on the dirt. Wasn't it a big Hail Mary? Couldn't pull the car up. It slid. We saw Riley Skinner there go, you know what, I'll take my position back. Thanks very much. And that's going to be fine for me.
Yeah, the number 5 machine, unfortunately, coming against it there between 1 and 2. Thomas drops a wheel out there. The 68 machine, the CXC, looking good. He did fight back well, though.
It took his opportunity, I think, for that second position there at the moment. It just wasn't enough time left in the race to try and fight back from that. It also gave an opportunity for Pring to have some fresh air, not worry about being defensive. And he made another assault on Hogan's lead. Unfortunately, at the end of the race, I think, probably just ran out of tyres. Car was getting a little bit warm, and Hogan managed to bring it home. But there was this final corner for a moment where Hogan slid the car coming into the corner. I thought, don't make a mistake. Pring might have you here, and have a look how close they were over the finish line. 0.3 of a second in between 1 and 2, and we only go a second back to Dylan Thomas. So those three dominating the Legend cars here at the moment. There's your race highlights from race number 4 of the TFH Hire Legend Car Series. And look at the stream of them as they head back in. When we line them up in pit lane to go out, they go all the way around.
Yeah, all the way back to the dummy grid.
Yeah. Oh, it's incredible to see them, and it's a fantastic bunch of guys in there if you get to go and hang out with the Legend cars. A great way for a lot of our kids coming out of go-karting and that to get into this. But in the meantime, let's head down to our DeWalt Victory Lane.
P3 in that one, Dylan Thomas, but no shortage of action. It looked like you waved Ryan through.
Oh, certainly not waving him through. I was actually complaining about my horsepower, which is every driver. Every driver's never got enough power. But we're just struggling coming onto this front straight here. I know it's only a small amount, but we just can't get off that corner good enough to get a good run on these boys. But credit to them both. I mean, Rob's been quickest all weekend, and Ryan's doing a cracking job. So the boys are doing unreal. We're just got to do some work. So really good in the tight stuff. Just need to get on this straight better.
Gee, you sent it into the dirt there. I thought you were going with a couple of laps to go.
Didn't lift.
Okay. P2, Ryan Pring. That was exciting. I mean, you were all over Dylan racing, and then it looked like you nearly were going to get him at the end.
Yeah, it was a close one between me and Dylan. He was just better in the tight stuff, but I got off the straights better. And with Hogan, he just had the edge over me. But then when he got held up in lap traffic, I saw the opportunity, and yeah.
It's an exciting weekend. There's only a few points in it going into the last race.
Yeah, it's going to be tight, but hopefully I can win.
And again, Rob Hogan. Yep. It's all going your way so far. Well, not quite. He was right up there at the end, but you're taking the victories.
Yeah, it's good. It's been going so well so far. So, yeah, got a pretty good car set up. But, yeah, it was just a bit of late traffic at the end there, which caught us off guard a bit. So, yeah, Ryan caught up, so it was going to be on for the last lap.
Well, I didn't know if you were just taking a little bit of a relax and he caught you quicker than you thought.
Definitely not. I was going as hard as I could, so trying to keep away from him. But, yeah, I knew it was going to come with that lap traffic. So, yeah, anyway.
Well, 1 to go is all looking good so far.
Yeah, we'll try and get the next win, and then we'll take out the round win. But yeah, we'll see how it happens.
I'll tell you what, we'll try and take out the race. He's so calm and collected, isn't he, Bob Hogan? Especially after he gets out of these exciting cars. Plenty of action happened all day today. The racing's been absolutely entertaining. Of course, we've got the broadcast coming to you from 1 p.m. on SBS On Demand and Fox Sports here this afternoon. So take a break. Make sure you rejoin us at 1 p.m. this afternoon. We can't wait to bring you day 2 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. welcome to day 2 of racing here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series from Winton Motor Raceway, where the sun gods have absolutely blessed us. Jarrod, it's a fantastic day here. The sun is out, it's warm, and we're about to go racing.
Yeah, yesterday we hit temperatures of around 35 degrees. Today, looking at only around 31, but still brutal for some of the drivers in some of the categories here. And hasn't the action been hot?
We welcome innovation race cars onto the calendar here for 2025 as well, and they put some fantastic racing on. Jeff Emery's been super dominant when it came to qualifying. Farr said there, Danny Studdett's had a couple of moments there where there's been a bit of damage. They've been bumping and shoving. It's a fantastic new category.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Of course, the action flowing thick and fast. Emery running without the bumper there in that last race, and it definitely caused some issues.
36 cars in the TFHI Legend cars as well. That's a massive field, and Rob Hogan and Ryan Pring have picked up that battle once again in 2025. They took all the way through 2024. I mean, we've got the Australian Super Tin Tops, Merrick Malouf with a massive moment down at turn number 3 where we saw that car go backwards into the wall, and we're not going to see it out here today, unfortunately.
Unfortunately not, but other categories, man, let's talk about TA2. They've run a second qualifying session here today, and some big shake-ups.
Well, Jarrod Hughes has been super dominant, hasn't he, in day number 1 of racing. We saw him qualify number 1, win both races, but today he's a couple of tenths behind Gomersall, who took the number 1 position in the qualifying session number 2. And Brad Gartner, well, he's in 3rd, so he's starting to improve in the Hi-Tec Oils crew. They're starting to get a handle on this new tyre.
Yeah, 100%. We obviously are starting to see everyone using their entire tyre allocation, but that has been the topic on everyone's lips. Lap times still been pretty good, again, considering track temps and ambient temps.
Hayden Jackson probably the one for us with the bad luck so far this weekend. He'll start rear of grid in this first race because, again, having some mechanical issues. So we're hoping his bad luck can turn around. But another new addition to the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series is the Formula Fords, and it's a category for up and rising talent as they come through. Of course, big names like Tabitha Ambrose, Marcus Ambrose's daughter, racing that one. He's got 2 cars here this weekend. They've been impressive to watch out on track.
They have indeed. She had a great qualifying run earlier today. They ran a second qualifier, but you have to look at Fawcett and Williams. Fawcett nailed an extra 20 points just for being top qualifier, but Kobi Williams taking 2 race wins this weekend already. Great stuff.
It's all been about Fawcett just trying to keep his cool throughout the race. We've seen him shoot off in one where Williams got the advantage there, so that one's going to be an interesting battle, especially in our big race here this afternoon. So the TA2 muscle cars, the Formula Fords, they're going to bring some big races to us here today as part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Let's have a look, though, how 2025 is going to be for our calendar and where we're going to travel as part of the series. Of course, our next round will be at Sydney Motorsport Park on the 30th of May to the 1st of June, and we always love going there. It's a big, impressive track under lights racing. We do a double header at Queensland Raceway. We start off on the 27th to the 30th of June, and then the 15th to the 17th of August as we join the Queenslanders through the cold period of the year. Malala in South Australia. We have not been there as part of the Super Series, and we head there from the 26th to the 28th of September before we come to our final round back here at Winton Motor Raceway, the 31st to the 2nd of November to finalise the 2025 season. Well, it is warm today. Not as warm as yesterday, but we're hoping to peak at about 31 degrees here this afternoon. It's about 29, sort of reaching that point at the moment. So it's not going to get too much warmer for our drivers, but it is hot and sweaty conditions out there.
Yeah, an incredible, stunning set of conditions that are really testing everybody. I honestly thought that these tyres weren't quite going to hold up to such aggressive track temps, but seems like everyone's been a very quick study, and this good year, it's a good thing.
Well, let's go and catch up with some of our TA2 drivers now with Mel Price.
Our first place rookie and new to the category this weekend, P4 Diesel, well done.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm absolutely stoked to walk away with P4 after qualifying 2. We had a pretty rough day 1 with qualifying P8, and then race 1 went off the track, so we had to reset, and we knew today was coming, so I had to reset, come into qualifying in P4. I'm absolutely happy to come.
And more importantly, you've got family bragging rights because you're in front of your brother.
Oh, absolutely. I'll be feeding it to him for the rest of the day.
So what can you do from here?
I'll try to get away with a clean start, try and stick with Brad through it, and then try and get into a rhythm and just keep going from there.
Over to you, J-Mac. Thanks.
Here with our pole man, Ben Gomersall. The second qualifying session was good too. Jarrod Hughes was 2 tenths off. The unit Mustang has been a weapon all weekend long. How are you feeling?
No, really good. Yeah, quali was mega. Just managed to pip Jarrod there today. So he's had really good speed all weekend. So no, it means a lot to the team to get this result, and hopefully we can back it up for 2 races today.
Many changes between the setup from yesterday and coming into racing today?
Yeah, look, we knew we had a bit of work to do overnight. We've been slowly chipping away at it all weekend. So I feel like we're in a pretty good spot at the moment, and yeah, should have some good pace.
Well, we are looking forward to the competition. Mel, you're further down the grid.
Cameron Laws, you made a late charge in race 2 yesterday and picked up a few spots. Is that the plan again today?
Yeah, I'd like to move up a few positions, hopefully aim to get in the top 3 and just hopefully have a good day.
Well, you've had a pretty fast qualifying this morning.
Yeah, the car felt really good. Team's done an awesome job to get the car ready and I can't thank them enough.
Fantastic. Well, we are hoping to watch you plough through then.
Thank you.
Jarrod Hughes starting off P2, and you were dominant yesterday, but slightly slower in the pace. You managed to keep the aggressors at bay, but the gap wasn't as big at the end of race 2 yesterday.
No, yesterday we had a good start again, but unfortunately we had one of the bolts come loose in the gearbox and started smoking in the cabin. So I thought I'd back it off a little bit and make sure we limp it back home. But yeah, this morning I think we still had a lot of pace. Just unfortunately got caught in a lot of traffic at the start where you're going to put you the fastest time down. So pretty happy to still be only 10th off after 2/10, sorry, after going for another run. But yeah, see how this one goes, eh?
What's the tyre rack looking like at the moment?
They're round, they're black. And hopefully they'll be all right. No, I don't know. I think we've done a good job of looking after them. Laurie's been on the tyre treatment and just trying to think about what we can do to be better. But yeah, no, let's see how they go this one, eh? How's your tyres?
My tyres, they're black and they're round and they're back home in WA. Mel, over to you.
Mark Bailey, you made a great charge from right up the back to right up the front in the second race yesterday.
Yeah, it was good fun. Just centred up the inside and made quite a few spaces and hopefully do it again today. Stuffed up a bit in qualifying, ran it off at turn 3, made my tyres into 50 cent kind of round bit, not round anymore, and yeah, I'll just try and do it again, but be cautious as well.
Well, you've made life hard for yourself today, but if yesterday's race is anything to go by, you'll be passing plenty of cars.
Yeah, keep an eye out for the yellow car at the back and we'll try and get it forward.
Good stuff, thanks.
Well, Brad Gartner found some pace in the second session of qualifying in the Hi-Tec Oils number 22 machine coming into this upcoming race, starting from the second row. That run into turn 1 gets fairly hairy sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it sure does. I think we'll just try and hold our position through turn 1, 2, I think. Yeah, I think we'll come out in top 3 after turn 4, be happy.
TFH right off your right-hand shoulder. Are we going to see the elbows out?
No, I think had a good chat with Diesel. He's young, he's doing a really nice job. So I think we'll just, yeah, like I said, just get through clean and worry about it the rest of the race.
Well, we're looking forward to it. Best of luck.
Cheers, guys.
So our female in the field, Kiara Zabetakis, having her first weekend this, see that your times have been getting faster and faster and faster. How are you finding it?
Yeah, look, it's been really great, getting more comfortable with the car. Can't wait for this race.
Fantastic. And how are you enjoying the car? I mean, I know you've got your pedal in there. You making yourself comfortable?
Yeah, that's an understatement. But if you do have a look, they're so close together because I have to get on them. But yeah, no, it's awesome. It's so.
Well, have a great time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, TA2 muscle car are getting suited and booted. It is going to be all on for young and old after this short break.
Winton Motor Raceway, and day number 2, the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. The season opener for 2025, first of our 2 stops at this Benalla venue over 2025, and having the weather gods, you pointed out perfectly, Matty Cav, earlier today. Wow, it's just been phenomenal. If anything, a little too hot yesterday. Player comfort conditions weren't ideal, particularly for the drivers in this series, so much so we dropped 5 minutes off the second race of the day. There's a bit of cool air out there, but still the same temperature as yesterday. Track temperature is a little bit higher than what we were expecting, but in a few minutes' time, the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars, presented by Maritimo, will hit the track for the first of 2 races today. And great to have a second qualifying session. It has mixed up this grid.
Yeah, it's really changed things around a bit, hasn't it? We've seen the dominance of Jarrod Hughes over yesterday's racing and qualifying today. He's in position number 2. He's not too far behind. He's alongside Gomersall, who matched him really yesterday. There's a couple of tenths in it, but this is where the tyres are going to start to come into effect, isn't it? They started with 6 brand new tyres for racing over 2 days. Now they're playing a few games. Like, what have they got left at the bank? What have they used? What do they want to try and save for these 2 races? And where does qualifying really put them? So we'll wait and find out how that plays out.
Jarrod Hughes dodged that question very well down in the start grid before with Jarrod McLean on what he was doing. Now, Mark Crutcher, earlier today in qualifying, the number 4, even though he's qualified inside the top 8, had a little bit of a moment here. I wouldn't say little. Watch the steering wheel as he come out of turn 7, and off it comes. Quickly got it bolted back on, but lucky it happened there and not in turn 5. And some pretty colourful words being said back to the pits when he got back too. So it just wasn't clipped on properly. They've got this fail-safe clip that goes in there. It just didn't connect on to the steering rack on the number 8 car. So, yeah, he was lucky to get away with that one this morning. Back out there now, but a great result for him to get inside the top 10. He'll start at 8th today for this first race. The result of this race will set the grid for the final one later on today. We're looking car with Brad Gartner, a lot happier than what he was 24 hours ago. He's on the second row and feels that they've sorted this car out finally after a total rebuild from the Waltec Motorsport team during the off-season. That bone-jarring crash. In fact, he still feels the pain from that, from the crash at Adelaide, which consumed about 6 or 7 cars in the second last race of the National Trans Am Series in 2024. So a second session held this morning here at Winton Motor Raceway. A change for the TA2 muscle cars will feature at all arounds this year. And young Ben Gomersall, in only his second day in the category, put it on pole to become our 17th different pole sitter in this series. It's been going since 2017.
We'll hold our heart for a moment. Diesel Thomas is going to start out of position 4 now. Yesterday we saw a car brake on him at the start of a race, and he had to try and avoid that. A big moment where he came off of turn 1, and there's a little bit of a ditch there when you hit it at high speeds. They did a fair bit of damage to the front right. So he's starting on the second row of the grid now alongside Brad Gartner. He's going to really be in the mix of it, isn't it, with these young guns? But Diesel Thomas coming from where we've seen him in RX-8s and sedan-style racing, stepping up to a little bit more horsepower when it comes to a muscle car.
I thought he did outstanding in both sessions, and he'll be the best of the TFH Mustangs in the field starting from 4. So the second lap underway now. We look at Robbie Farr in the iconic helmet of the sprint car star, who's loving his time in the TA2 muscle car series. Drove from 16th up into 9th yesterday in the first race. And they changed the gearbox on Friday night. This car, he was running new brakes yesterday, which took him some time to get used to during that qualifying session. And he'll start down the field today. Headed by Ben Gomersall and Jarrod Hughes. We switch around the front row from yesterday. Brad Gartner and Diesel Thomas on the second row. Josh Webster and Cameron Laws on the star rookies this year. Drove from 20th inside the top 10 yesterday. Josh Thomas and Mark Crutcher. James Simpson and Graham Cheney in the IES Motorsport car starts out at 10. Domain Ramsey starts out of 11 today with Des Collier from 12. Farr from 13th alongside Mark Bailey. Hayden Jackson, Danny Reedy out of 16. Michael Coulter out of 17. Kiara Zabetakis, the lone female, the first female in TA2 muscle car, starts out of 18. And Paul Hadley, who was hurriedly getting that car to the grid. They had no brake rotors on that car as late as 12 o'clock trying to get that car back out onto the track for this race today. But he's scheduled to start from 19th for this one. We don't have Tom Davies back. He's decided to call it a weekend after that fiery moment at the end of race 1 yesterday where a fuel fitting come off the 42 car. So looking forward to seeing him hopefully at the next round at Sydney under lights. Can't wait to do that in the end of May.
It'll be a lot cooler for our drivers, won't it? Especially under lights over there as we go there at the start of June. They will form up into grid, 2 cars wide. They'll have to get in their grid positions. Rolling start here. It's race number 3 of the weekend at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, part of the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series presented by Maritimo Boats. And let's get this underway. Let's see how we're going to go into turn number 1. I know Brad Gartner, the aggression seemed to be there in qualifying. He didn't have that yesterday with what we saw with the attitude of the car. How aggressive will he be into turn 1?
We look from Josh Thomas's 169 Ford Mustang from a bit down the field, out of 7th position, following the grid boxes, waiting for the lights to go out in race 3 of round 1 of the TFHI TA2 muscle cars. Beautiful start from the front 2 rows. Almost in sync on the way down to turn number 1. Hughes sweeps across Gomersall to take the early race lead. Diesel Thomas up the inside here on the Hi-Tec Royal Chevy Camaro. Almost snapped sideways, almost lost the car. Gathers it up but tucks in behind. Gartner off the background is Mark Bailey, arriving like a sprint car in the Jack's Tire and Auto Service car, and everyone avoids him. How?
I don't think there was any panels actually touching him. I thought he was going to back that car in the middle of the field coming around. Robbie Farr's done really well to get around him. Domain Ramsey, Mark Bailey, super aggressive, drops that wheel on the outside. Let's get back though to our race leaders, and Brad Gartner looking for anything as Diesel Thomas now having to worry about Laws, who's right behind him.
The cars have got away. I'm just looking out the window here at turn 2 and 3, so the race will stay alive. In car with Gartner around the gum tree for the first time as he's harassing the TFH car. It's gone around. So Diesel Thomas is around. Can't tell if there was assistance, but all that good work in qualifying is watching him drop down the totem now. So it didn't take long for the action to unfold. 2 incidents on the first lap, and they're going to call the safety car. And probably going to help calm the nerves, because that lose for Mark Bailey, he was sideways going past our commentary position.
Yeah, he's still parked down there on turn number 3 at the moment. Our crew's over there with him, so they haven't managed to get that car started. Hence we'll see the Hyundai safety car out here on the Winton track just to get these cars banked back up. We'll slow them down. Our recovery team will try and get Mark Bailey off that track as soon as possible.
So first one of the year for the safety car, and there is the Jack's Tire and Auto Service Chevy Camaro. Certainly loves making the highlights reel, and the Hi-Tec Oils replay will show it. Watch the background. In fact, he was squeezed by Crutcher this time. So Crutcher was moving over, and Bailey's cat-like reflex sent him to the gravel. And well done to everybody. Look at Robbie Farr, lucky not to drill the back of the yellow Chevy Camaro. James Simpson drives away. Paul Hadley does the same. The second the IES car. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's really from this point of view. To Cameron Laws, I don't know if he did. I mean, he's just turned around. It's a big moment under brakes. The tyres are still relatively cool, and we've talked about the new tyre and the warm-up procedures, a little bit different to what they're used to as well. So maybe not a temp, maybe he got a touch. We'll have to see what the race control think about that.
So Hughes, Gomersall, Gartner, Laws, the 29 best of the rookies, and it's Josh Webster with some help from Marcus Ambrose Motorsport, the Tasmanian based out of Hobart, runs in 5th. Josh Thomas, Graham Cheney, Mark Crutcher, Domain Ramsey inside the top 10. They broke a diff. Well, they didn't. They were helped with a broken diff yesterday late in the race in the C&H car. He had a wild afternoon with a big off here at turn 5 in his 71 machine. Des Collier is now in 10th position. Hayden Jackson, that's good to see the car out there. That's been suffering from mechanical gremlins all weekend long. The Dodge Challenger is 11th. Robbie Farr is 12th. Then Simpson, Coulter, back to Diesel Thomas. Look at that, 15th position now from the top 5 on the opening lap.
Yeah, it's not where he wants to be, and Hayden Jackson's been really happy about that, maybe hoping his luck could have turned around a little bit. I mean, silly things going wrong with the car that you shouldn't really expect when you have a rebuilt car. Is he waving at someone? Is he trying to get the attention, or do you think he's asking, I think, whether he can go back out on track, potentially?
He's on our turn road in the middle of the track right now. There's several little arterials, I guess, you can use to get around the Winton Motor Raceway course, but the lights are going out by the look of it here on the safety car, and he may feel that car's okay to get back out there, but this is going to severely hinder the 12. We'll stay in car with Gartner, who's in 3rd position, one of 2 Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaros, as he sits patiently waiting for the race to go back to green, headed by Jarrod Hughes.
A little bit of confidence there from Jarrod, isn't it? Just take that dive down the inside on the start and just dominate himself. It's going to be about track position, I think, between these top 3 drivers. They are so closely matched with some qualifying times. As the green flag comes out and we are back underway with racing, let's see if we can get a full lap in to start this off. Race number 3 here for the weekend. The TFHI TA2 muscle cars presented by Maritimo. And Hughes just with that outright pace. Look, he's already opened up half a second in the first 2 corners.
He's very confident on tyres that aren't up to operating temperature at the moment. That's the key with this one-mate tyre brand. If you can get that margin straight away, which is half a second, and build on it, it really makes the race a lot easier. Gomersall, Gartner, Laws all in tow through this long, ongoing turn 5 and a quick change of direction here at 6. And up to turn 7, it was really treacherous in qualifying in the earlier races yesterday. Crutcher on the back of Cheney. This is Hayden Jackson in the Dodge Challenger on Des Collier. Now he tucks in behind around the gum tree of this Winton Motor Raceway. So timed races, of which this was 22 minutes today. Down the short straight to turn 10 with Simpson. Gomersall trying to stay with him. Remember, Hughes yesterday, 2 big margins in those victories. Getting him the chocolates in both the races yesterday, and a handy start to his TA2 Muscle Car Series campaign in 25.
Diesel's Thomas starts to try and make up some of that ground that he lost back to 15th position, already pushing his way now into 13th as he goes past Simpson there at the moment. Now have a look, Hayden Jackson's another one I want to watch this weekend. He's already had a DNF here. He didn't do a lot of laps in qualifying either, so he's probably got the best tyre bank out of anyone out there.
Yeah, good point. They spent more time probably sitting in the sun than they have on the car over the last couple of days, so he'll try and right the wrongs of a tough weekend in the 81. Meantime, back at the front, 2 stars that you're watching in Super 2 in 2025. Hughes, who will step into the Erebus Motorsport team later in the year with Jack LeBrock in the endurance races. Has cut plenty of laps around this historical venue that opened back in 1961. We're a couple of hours to the north of Melbourne. It's great to get this series underway for 2025 as we work our way through turn 7 and this change of direction around the gum tree again. So Hughes and Gomersall just easing away from Gartner, who runs in 3rd position. Laws and Webster, who scored 2 top 3 finishes yesterday, is in 5th spot. Good run to Graham Cheney. Won both the Masters class races yesterday. That's for drivers over 45. And James Simpson's had an off here, judging by the amount of dust and dirt on his number 2 Dodge Challenger. Get the feeling that's through turn 5, don't you?
It's got to be down there, or turn 7.
Or turn 7.
That's been where a lot of them have been coming off across all of our categories here this weekend. Brad Gartner, he's really looks like he's just he's struggling to maintain that pace of the leaders at the moment. He looks like he's running the car right on the edge of its performance at the moment, and the other 2 just seem to be looking fairly casual out in front. I know they're not when they're behind the seat, they're really pushing on, but you can just see the attitude of the car, those that are trying to stretch the limits of what it can do, and those that are just very comfortable with how they're feeling behind the wheel. Just watching him further down the pack, I mean, Diesel Thomas now up to 12th behind his teammate Des Collier, and Hayden Jackson just in front in for the 10th position. So watch them 3. If they can stick together, they could make an impact in the back of the field.
Hearing from the pits that James Simpson had a flat battery at the start of the race. They pushed him away to get him going, so he doesn't want to have it off and stop. That car won't start again if that happens. So Hughes up on the curb at turn 7. Gomersall going with him today. This is good to see from the son of Jason Gomersall that I bumped into the pits just before. He's smiling, and rightly so. It's been a great week with that podium result in Sydney last weekend in Super 2. Pole position earlier today in the 2nd qualifying session. Has really adapted to this TA2 muscle car category very quickly.
Just run the fastest first sector too. We're talking 0.05 of a second faster, so him and Jarrod Hughes very evenly matched. It'll be interesting through this middle sector. Looks like Hughes might have him there. So these 2 are going to really battle it out, I think, over this duration of this race, 22 minutes plus the final laps there to go as well. So that's going to be interesting to see how they use the tyres throughout this. Let's head down to the pit lane though with Mel.
Well, we saw Mark Bailey make an early outing from this race. I'm here with his crew chief, PC. I did say, have you heard from him and do you know what happened? To which he smiled and said, yes, I do.
Hi. Look, we qualified poorly due to a small car issue. We then find ourselves maybe further down in the pack than when we currently would run. And Mark just trying to make a move and get up the inside there. And gain a few positions off the start to position ourselves for the race. So look, for me it's a racing incident, and there's a bit of disparity obviously amongst drivers from the front of the grid to the rear in any class or category, and so let's just put it down as a racing incident and move forward.
Well, he'll be doing the same thing again in the next one, won't he?
Yeah, we will be, and hopefully with a little bit more luck and a little bit more room.
Thank you.
So the 12 out of today's event, or at least this race anyway, for Mark Bailey. James Simpson has also gone back into the pits in car number 2. So a couple of casualties early in this race. 12.5 minutes remain. Hughes and Gomersall 2 seconds up the road now from Brad Gartner. There is the number 2 car. Need to give that car a wash, I think, before race number 4. Certainly had a day out in just the first few laps of this third race. Great to have him back in a muscle car after a big crash a couple of seasons back. They rebuilt that car in 4 weeks to be ready to go racing. And a team based out of the Gold Coast looking to do the entire series in 2025. As up past the Old Main Straight, we go into another lap. 1:26.3, the quickest lap so far of the race. Yesterday in this same race was 1:26.0 for Jarrod Hughes. So we're looking again, and that's probably a bit more of a look on the contact with Thomas. You can see the 29 was into the back, but hard to see if it was enough there. Race control just wanting to observe that one more time on Cameron Laws, who was in the wars yesterday with that moment with Graham Cheney down at the second last turn. He was ultimately disqualified from that race for a technical breach at the end. He'd been given a penalty on top of it, just ended up being a really bad day out, but the second race drove himself nicely up to the back of the top 10. Runs in 4th position with Webster, Thomas, Josh Thomas, who are in car with now, the TFH Racing Mustang. Into turn 10 he goes. More than 90-degree left-hander this one. And back up to finish another lap. Ramsey still in 9th position with Crutcher just ahead. Hayden Jackson in the top 10. Reward for effort for that hard-working team who've been in the wars since Friday morning here at Winton Motor Raceway.
Cameron Laws now. He's got Webster all over the back and having a look down the outside. Now he's going to poke his nose. But look at the drive he's got out of that final corner down the main straight. Webster not able to do anything with it as Josh Thomas just in the back there at 169. And while this battle continues on track, let's head down to pit lane with J-Mac.
And Hayden Jackson was late to the grid after the team had to change a faulty starter motor, and then to add insult to injury, there was problems with the brake master cylinder. So it is shaping up to be a very tough start to 2025.
That car's going to need a complete overhaul for the next round.
We spoke about how much they've done to Brad Gartner's car. I think they've done that at the track this weekend for Hayden Jackson, unfortunately.
You know, when you start hearing electrical dramas with a car at the start of a weekend, you know it's just going to be a tough, doesn't matter where you look. And you'll get back to the workshop sometime during the week and go, oh, there it is. It was a crimped cable from the door shutting on it.
Yeah.
That you didn't pick up on. Frustrating game, isn't it, at times? Meantime, here's Laws and Webster.
Look at where Webster's positioning himself on the track, trying to get the maximum drive out of the corners, come out a little bit wider as Laws just tries to defend him away. At the moment, the 29, they seem to have some straight line pace. There's a big dive underneath. Webster will go up the inside, use a fair bit of curb on that one, but the Autofix number 200 out of Tasmania, he slides it onto the main straight. We say that, but he holds onto that position, and now it's going to be up to Josh Thomas to see if he wants to try and make that same move.
Topping speeds of nearly 200 kilometres an hour at the start-finish line. Good move, textbook move down here at turn 11. You've got to turn it back to the middle of the road there to stop the over-under effect from the driver behind. But he's got it done. Gets himself now up into 4th position. In car with Josh Thomas. Working that steering wheel quite hard through this first set of turns. The TFH Mustang running back now in position number 6. Haven't they invested a lot in here? Brent Thomas and his business, TFH Hire, that have been working in all kinds of motorsport now for several years. Himself a former racer. Brent Thomas in Speedway and speed cars. Is that Webster running wide? We caught it. Oh no, Hayden Jackson. Oh boy, what can you say? He's off the track, and what concerns me is there's a flame underneath there. It's a very dry outfield at Winton Motor Raceway. A top 10 result has gone once again for the hapless, luckless team. They'll need to get onto that pretty quickly. That's starting to fire nicely on the infield. The safety car is going to be called to allow our fire crew to get over there and capture that before it really gets out of control. You and I have been to Darwin enough over the years. It's the kind of conditions we see there when cars get off on the infield. Very dry conditions.
Especially when they head up there during the dry season, that's right. And if the grass, even though they mow it very, very short, these cars low to the ground, all it takes is a little divot and the exhaust hanging a little bit low, and you can see that hopefully it looks like it's just a heat fire under there that's caused something to ignite in the grass. Hopefully it's not something on the car. It's just an unfortunate effect of the car coming off and being undrivable on the inside of the track. But our crew's there very, very quickly. You can see them underneath trying to extinguish whatever that is our Hyundai safety car is out on track once again here in the TFHI TA2 muscle car presented by Maritimo. Hayden Jackson with, you can see the hands on the hips, can't you? And it's got to be a frustrating weekend. And we saw many of them last year as well. At the bend in the endurance race, it started really well for him, got involved in an incident that wasn't his fault. He was just a collision of cars there, and he was part of the Constantina effect where he got trajected off the track. Had numerous mechanical faults throughout the start of the season as well. And in the final round, well, the second last round here at Winton, he was up there in the top 5. So podium. Yeah. So he had a moment there, and we know the driving ability of him, and that's probably for Hayden Jackson. What's the hardest part is
6th in last year's series standings. 28-year-old from Maitland in New South Wales, who was had a career in go-karts and then stepped up into Toyota 86 in the Gazoo Series in 2023 and TA2 muscle cars in 2023. The safety car is out here. We'll let the field calm down while we retrieve the 81 machine. Come back and join us soon from Winton Motor Raceway. Capture the field. It's cruising behind now. It's the second safety car period of the race. The time continues to count down here. Incidentally, timed races that were introduced nationally a couple of years back, which I think's been a big tick, because sometimes you get out there and you have your race cut short. Say if it's a 9-lap race, you get 3 in. Now you've got designated track time to run in, which is good to see. Yesterday's 2 races were safety car free.
Yeah, let's head down to the pit with Mel Price.
So we never like to see flames come out the bottom of a car, but Hayden Jackson sadly has pulled off the track. His crew chief Colley's here. Do you know what happened?
Not yet. We've had some issues with some fuel injectors for the weekend. I'm not 100% sure what's happened. He just called me and said the car was on fire. I told him to get out as quick as he could. So luckily he's safe.
Well, that's the main thing, isn't it? Hopefully it's not too bad and we might see you out there for the next one.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
I think he's putting it mildly there. They've had a tough weekend. I think there's other words you could probably use. Probably not on TV, but that team will fight back.
Well, after the 2024 season, I suppose. It's just another weekend at the moment, unfortunately, for the team down there. And I don't know what they can do. They've gone over this car numerous times. I mean, Sydney last year in their first round, he had the exhaust falling off of it. So, it's not been the same problem on this car, hasn't it? It's not like it's a duplicate just happening again and again. It always seems to be the next thing in line or the next part of the car that just doesn't want to hold on at the moment. Oh, have a look at some of our Ringers Western leaderboard though. Jarrod Hughes leading this race. He's going to get a chance to cool those tyres down so him and Gomersall can continue that fight. Brad Gartner in 3rd position now. Let's have a look at some of the race highlights so far. And off the start, Jarrod Hughes was out a second, but from the outside, he got the jump there on Gomersall. Just it looked like he reacted just a little bit quicker there. Managed to get his nose in front, and he could just shut that down. For a moment, I thought Diesel Thomas was going to be in here for 3rd position, but Brad Gartner held onto the outside, and Thomas just couldn't get that too much wheel spin there. But this was the moment.
Yeah, Mark Bailey eased out to the track, driver's left, and everybody's scattering like ants down here at turn 2 to avoid the Jack's car. The 29 that appeared on the back of Diesel Thomas's TFH Mustang that sent the rookie down the field. He's actually clawed his way back up, which is great to see, but a top 5 result goes away from 2025 star rookie so far. This was Jackson, who was having a great race up until a few moments ago as he carved his way through the field. This was James Simpson. That was a big off there through turn 5 and a huge dust cloud created from the Dodge Challenger. He went back into the pits and is out of this one seemingly. This was Hughes and Gomersall just starting to inch away from the field. And Webster making this great move down the inside of the 11. Safety car still on the track here at Winton Motor Raceway in this 3rd race of the weekend. TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars presented by Maritimo. Another one to come up later today as part of this Hi-Tec Oil Super Series with Hughes, Gomersall, Gartner, Webster, Cameron Laws in 5th position, then Josh Thomas, Graham Cheney, Mark Crutcher, Domain Ramsey, Diesel Thomas back up to 10th.
the moment it's looking like a perfect weekend for Jarrod Hughes, isn't he? Can he keep his calm out there? Gomersall has had a chance now to let the tyres and the brakes cool down on this car. They'll reset in this race as our Hyundai safety car leads us away and heads into pit lane. We line them up and have a look at them starting to bunch. Brad Gartner in the Hi-Tec Oils 22. He'll try and get closer to the unit racing entry of Gomersall, and right behind Webster too. Cameron Laws in 5th. Look at the top 5 as they go into turn number 1. Who is going to be the one to put the nose out, maybe have a dive down the inside? Time running out of this race with just over 2 minutes remaining.
Well, he's left the field in his wake, hasn't he, Hughes? There was a big gap between some of those cars further back, and Hughes leads us in, albeit slightly sideways through turn 1 and up through the hill, which is quite steep when you hear at track level at Winton Motor Raceway. So he goes back into the lead here. Here's Diesel Thomas. Phantom move on the 71. He came in a little hot, so he's hungry to get back towards the front in that number 18 Ford Mustang.
I ran out of breath for a moment there. I thought it was going to be a big dive, and Domain Ramsey's been on the back end of some bad luck as well this weekend. Like we say, had that diff issue there yesterday after causing a little bit of contact from people from behind him, not part of his own fault. So, you know, he's been off the track. He's had the car turned around, so I'm hoping Diesel Thomas can make that move a little bit somewhere else where it's not going to cause an issue. Have a look at Brad Gartner, though. He's catching up to Gomersall at the moment, whereas Jarrod Hughes has opened up a gap of almost 1 second, and the 22 machine maybe just not taking the same line through that turn number 9, and it really seems to hurt him on the drive down to 10.
In car with Gartner down at turn 10. This car looks way better than yesterday. It was really, really awkward during qualifying, and he self-admitted he struggled to get back into it after not driving since Adelaide. A lot of the other drivers around have been in various cars during the summer break, and the earliest start, it feels like we start earlier every year in Australian motorsport. We used to have a fairly lengthy break, but it seems like we're starting a couple of days after Christmas. That's how it feels. It's usually still a month or so, but early February seems to be the order of the day to go racing Australia-wide as Hughes goes up the hill. Gomersall sliding, so too is Webster. There's Laws with Josh Thomas just behind. Graham Cheney once again leading the Masters class. That's for drivers over 45 years of age. And the leading rookie, Cam Laws, just ahead.
Brett Gartner, if you look at that tyre barrier coming out of 2 a couple of years ago in the opening round, he managed to put the car in that tyre barrier, and you see he wasn't keen to slide the car out. Start well with Josh Thomas, so you can see how much they're trying to manhandle these cars at the moment, as the temperatures are still nice and high at the moment. But Laws, yes, he ends up turning around in turn number 7, just goes to the outside there where there's probably a lot of pebbles starting to come out in that outside bit. Wow, that nearly caused, what a way to rejoin. Probably not the safest. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Yeah, it's the curb we've seen down there before. It's the re-entry, though, that worries us, that I suppose, as you get a bit more experience. Have a look at Michael Coulter as he comes around, and Terps Tipper's entry. That was good for him to observe what was going on, you know, and react to that very quickly.
But it cost him a place as well, because Danny Reddy got 2 for 1 in a Danny Orr earth-moving Chevy Camaro, so he goes up in a 12th position now. Helped him as Crutcher thought about the move here on Graham Cheney. So hopefully they've crossed fingers and toes and anything down here they can cross in the number 4 pit, that they've sorted the dramas out. Feels like it. He's inside the top 7 and moving forward. Here comes Gomersall, closing in on the race leader once again. Looked like he was fading, but maybe he's had a chance to regroup.
The car really sliding around at the moment for Gomersall, though. He is overdriving this car as the back end wants to step out and overtake the front. Really have to be on your guard so you can catch that when the car wants to slide. You don't want it to go too far and spin out. Let's have a look as they get hard on brakes here into 7. Pulls that car up. You can hear those tyres really starting to protest, can't you, under braking?
You can hear the squealing. Almost Hoosier-like from back in 2024. On the final lap here at Winton Motor Raceway, another race to follow later today as part of this Hi-Tec Oils Super Series in 2025. 2 youngsters who've been trading laps all weekend long. Gomersall, who backs the car in at 10. Is he going to straighten that car up on the exit? Gartner would have sensed this, and that is blowing the race apart now. It's going to be Jarrod Hughes, as long as he presses that middle pedal with a lot of energy and does that. The young star who scored pole yesterday in back-to-back victories is going to keep it going on Sunday. Webster on the tail of Gartner. But to the line, it's another win. Jarrod Hughes scores race 3. in TFH High, TA2 muscle cars presented by Maritimo in 25. And Webster slowed, and he lost the position to Thomas. We saw it from the in-car camera. So what happened to the 200? He was on Gartner's tail. Cost him the position. And Thomas gets a top 5 result.
Yeah, Cheney almost got there as well. That was down to less than 1 second before Cheney got there. Crutcher in 7th, Ramsey in 8th. Diesel Thomas back up to 9th after dropping to 15th past Des Collier, his teammate, and Robbie Farr just outside the top 10. Danny Reedy did a nice job, I thought, there to get into a 12th position. He had those moments, I suppose, with Cameron Law spinning out and Michael Coulter having to try and evade that. So, you know, a good opportunity for him, but he made every effort to make that into 12th position, so well done to him as well. But Jarrod Hughes, you can see there, he'll have a big smile on his face, and we'll get to catch up with him very shortly. I'm not quite sure what happened to Brad Gartner. Was it Webster was just a little bit quicker through that section, or did Gartner slow down a little bit?
Yeah, only they can tell us. Hopefully we'll find that between the races. Well done to Jarrod Hughes. Stamped his authority. Maximum points so far this weekend from Gomersall. Gartner, Josh Thomas, who got 4th at the line over Webster. Cheney, who win the Masters class once again. Mark Crutcher, Domain Ramsey, Diesel Thomas and Des Collier will finish in 10th position today. Robbie Farr and Danny Reedy, great mates, finishing 11th and 12th position with Cameron Laws 13th. Michael Coulter in 14th. Kiara Zabetakis in 15th position with Paul Hadley, Hayden Jackson, James Simpson and Mark Bailey. DNFs here today. They're the hard luck stories of this weekend, aren't they?
Yeah, Mark Bailey is probably one of them, and he'll come straight up in the race highlights as we check him out now. Again, Jarrod Hughes around the outside here at Big Gomersall. That was always going to go toe-to-toe as they turn into turn number 1, but who's got the confidence on a cold tyre to try and turn it in? Diesel Thomas lost a bit of traction to go Brad Gartner the advantage, but here it is. Mark Bailey gets squeezed to the outside by Mark Crutcher, and the Jack's Tyres and Auto Entry somehow weaves his way through a pack of TA2 muscle cars and managed to go to the inside and back the car on without making contact.
Could be more to this story with Laws and Diesel Thomas earlier in the race. Race control wanted to see that a couple of times. The moment shown on our screens. Down the field now in 13th position off the track with James Simpson, and scooped up enough dirt and dust to say we'll park this one. I reckon the engine temperatures might have been up to on the 2 car. We're having a flat battery to start the race. This was Webster making the move on Laws in the Ford Mustang. Oh, there's where the fire started for Hayden Jackson. We only saw the end result. And our hard-working volunteers in some really warm conditions trying to extinguish that with these dry outfield conditions. That brought the safety car out for the first of 2 occasions. A second time that was, in fact. This was Laws going off down the end of turn number 7 after grabbing the curve and looping the 29 and joining the track in front of Coulter, allowing Danny Reedy to move forward. Gomersall sat back for a moment, then with a couple of laps to go, tried to chase down Jarrod Hughes. This was Gartner and Webster. So watch what happens to Webster. Is that a gear shift issue maybe on the way of the final turn? Gartner powered away to be 3rd. And Josh Thomas pickpocketing that 4th position. Every point critical. And this is TFH High. TA2 muscle cars, another victory and plenty of smiles from our race winner, Jarrod Hughes, down the DeWalt victory lane. Let's go to J-Mac.
Brad Gartner with a rabbit out of the hat. A fantastic run out there for the Hi-Tec Oils Camaro. How did everything shape up for you?
Yeah, finally I feel like we're back where we're supposed to be. If you had told me I was that close to these guys in P3 this time yesterday, I'd be telling you joking. So, no, it's those boys are fast up front, but I feel like we're getting somewhere. So, yeah, thanks to Max, Joel, Hi-Tec Oils, Aaron from Alltech Motorsport for putting the car together, and all my local guys, mum and dad back home. It's been a hard couple of fortnights, lost my pa, so keen to, do this one for him and, one more.
Well, let's get ready for the next one.
Cheers, guys.
P2, Ben Gomersall, you started pole with a terrific lap, but couldn't quite win that one.
Yeah, we didn't quite get the jump off the start. Jarrod did a good move around the outside. I feel like our race pace was pretty solid the whole race. You know, we stuck with him, so all in all, we're getting there every race.
I saw the front of your car sliding as you came out of turn 2, and I thought, oh my.
Yeah, off the start there, it was a little bit hairy. Needed to make sure I left Jarrod room, but no, it was good hard racing.
You were wringing its neck at the end there, weren't you?
Yeah, I was trying everything I could to get him. Unfortunately, just had a little bit too much pace, so we'll try on the next race.
Great drive.
Jarrod Hughes, It was a very authoritative start. You were able to get the elbows up, get around Gomersall on the run into turn 1. Fantastic way to finish race 3.
Yeah, it's good. Good to get the lead on the start of the race. Benny had a good start and then just able to hang around the outside, but it was just a bit of a tyre management and heat management game from there. Just trying to keep the tyres under us and you know, keep the head straight. So it was a good race for us. Hopefully we've got enough tyres left for the final one today.
Those safety car periods, do they play into your hands as far as your tyre management?
Yeah, they do, obviously. Remember, you get a bit of a break to let the tyres cool down, and I can't hear myself think.
A fantastic race, well done.
Thank you.
Can he make it 4 from 4? We'll find out later today in a TFH Hire. TA2 muscle cars presented by Maritimo will keep the racing rhythm flowing here at Winton Motor Raceway. It's out on the track now. Round 2 and race 3 of the season of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. A field of 13 putting some heat into these tyres, ready for this one. It's been about Joe Fawcett and Kobi Williams. So welcome Dan McCarthy into the commentary box for this. We've been excited about this category all weekend because this is the natural home. This is where you learn how to be a race car driver.
Absolutely, and we have seen the cream rise to the top so far. Those two have been the fast men all weekend long, but I think they're going to be challenged by the two on the second row in this race. But there's plenty to play at. 20 minutes ahead of us. Rolling start in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series, something unique to Formula Ford competition, and this is how they will start. So Joe Fawcett, our pole sitter yesterday, will start from pole again today. It's been 2 from 2 so far from Kobi Williams, and he'll start from position number 2 in this one, ahead of the hard-charging Jamie Rowe late yesterday. William Loam will start from 4th, ahead of Brad James, Fraser High, Lachlan Evernet, and the young Hunter Salvatore, ahead of Tabitha Ambrose and Jack Johnson. On the back half of the field, or the tail of their field, Caleb Belleck, Ethan Fitzgerald, and Giuseppe Inbrogno.
Now, he's featured at 13th position. We didn't see him go for qualifying, the second qualifying session earlier today. So car 5 did stop yesterday late in the race.
Yeah, it did in the first race. They seemed to repair it, and he moved through the field in the second race to finish very well in 7th position. It was a good charge from him, but as you say, not out there in this early qualifying session, and it looks to me like he's not out there in this one either. I think Tabitha Ambrose is out of position, so there's a bit of shuffling. Great images there from the drone cam as we head down towards the final couple of corners. But it looks like we're all sorted. We are now all in position. Evernet has taken position number 7, and Tabitha has moved down through the field.
So rolling start, Fawcett and Williams that went wheel to wheel for lap after lap yesterday in both the races. A longer race to come later today in this second round of a 10-round series that will feature at Sydney Motorsport Park, Queensland Raceway. It'll go to Malala in South Australia and come back here at Winton Motor Raceway to wrap up the season. They follow their lines down this main straight and ready for the lights to go out in the third race of the weekend. It's all about who can get into one the quickest. Away we go. And they scatter in the mid-pack straight away. They are side by side from the front row. Williams moves across. Fawcett, watch the wheels don't tangle through here. They give each other enough racing room. And well done for everybody to make it through. And up past the old start-finish line. Williams to the lead. Lowing thinking about it on Jamie Rowe. Down through the turn 2-3 section of this Winton Motor Raceway. Clean start, and look how tightly bunched they are.
Yeah, it was really frantic in the mid-pack. They were 2 wide, 3 wide further back through the first couple of corners. But these young guys know how to drive these machines. They made it through without tangling wheels, and they have got through the first sector of the lap all unscathed. The hard charger didn't take part in qualifying, but Imbrogno is back out there, and he's up inside the top 10, past Tabitha Ambrose, past Ethan Fitzgerald, and past Caleb Belleck as well. A brilliant start.
And 2.9 seconds covering 13 cars. Much tighter than the races we had yesterday. We'll look at Fraser High with Salvatore in tow in the 16 machine. So all the stars this weekend. We've got a mixture of stars and renegades, which is really a difference between the engine specs on these cars.
Yes, it is indeed. This weekend we've only got the Stars. They've got the Duratec motors that were introduced into Australian Formula Ford back in 2006. But the older class cars, the older Formula Fords with the Kent motors, we expect them to be joining us from round 2 onwards. But we look at these young stars. Salvatore moving to the inside of Fraser High on the run towards turn number 1. Not going to quite be able to make that one stick. But that's a great overtaking opportunity at turn 1, as is this corner. And Williams is forced to defend. Fawcett's got a nice run, but it's not a long enough run to turn number 4. Moves are occasionally made down there at turn 4, but generally you need a mistake from your competitor at the previous corner to allow that to be set up.
Yeah, well said. 3 kilometres now difference on the main straight between these two. Last time round, William Lowing menacing the JCB car 48 of Jamie Rowe. Back around through the left-hander. So Fawcett and Williams, much more intensity from these two, and evidence in the lap times already. They weave their way back towards turn number 10, so out of the slower complex of Winton Motor Raceway and down to turn 10 in this 20-minute sprint race.
I spoke to both Jamie Rowe and to William Lowing in the lunch break, and they were both saying, you know, we qualified on the second row, but we do feel we have faster race cars. They're really confident of going with the top 2 today, but out in front, Fawcett, is he showing the nose? Not quite. That camera angle is deceiving, isn't it? It really is. But yeah, going back to Rowe and Lowing, yeah, they're confident, as long as they don't fight amongst themselves, that they will have better race pace today, and hopefully will be able to go with the top 2 in these races. Here comes Fawcett up the inside, shows his authority, gets the whole car up the inside. Lovely, clean pass. Williams couldn't do much about that. By the time he had thought about defending, the gap had been filled. Fawcett slides on by.
And it was all by that slipstream. Once again, it was a drive out of turn number 12. 183 k's now to 179. When you talk about engines that are separated by single digits in horsepower, every kilometre an hour is critical in Formula Ford racing up to turn 7. So Williams now doing the chasing, and the 2 behind aren't losing touch, which is good to see.
No, they're certainly not, as they go underneath the gum tree once again. Kobi Williams, he's with the move for the lead then, so Fawcett sliding up the inside of Williams. Williams tried to get the exit, the cutback, but wasn't able to do so. As they head down to turn 10, back to live images, and you can see those 2 behind, Rowe and Lowing. They are still sitting there. They're going to be strong late on in this race, I'm sure about that. But tyres were a big talking point. They have been in most categories this weekend, but walking up and down the lane. So they've got 6 tyres from qualifying to do all 4 races. So from qualifying yesterday, race 1, race 2, qualifying again this morning, and then race 1 and 2 of round 2 here today. That's a lot of laps for the rubber to do, and yeah, tyres are going to be a talking point come the end of the race later on this afternoon.
And not just that, a couple of teams really were concerned with engine temperatures yesterday. They don't tend to run this long distances that we've had, particularly in these warm conditions. There were some engine changes overnight, but a lot of teams are going, I don't think we could have gone much further. And also, fuel was an issue yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely it was. And they were saying some of them got fuel surges on the last lap or so. So it was a major issue. They only just made it to the end of the race. And for that reason, we did have a safety car in that race, and there were talks that they might not have made it. So the feature race this afternoon has been reduced by 5 minutes.
Ethan Fitzgerald off the track in car 56. It's probably a good move. That 5 minutes will make a big difference in that final race today. Back to 25. Here's how Fitzgerald went off. And yep, turn 5 is another customer. And the green machine finds his way back on towards the back of the field ahead of Caleb Bellack in car 43. Here are the leaders on their way down towards turn number 11 at the end of another lap. Fawcett starting to wind the wick up in car 23. Jamie Rowe just behind, who won the first round of the Victorian Formula Ford Series recently. And in this good 3-car scrap with Lachlan Evanet at the head of the queue. Jack Johnson behind in car 14.
How good do they sound? Absolutely awesome as they come by the pit wall down towards turn number 1. We're looking a bit further back. Brad James had a good qualifying session compared to what he did yesterday. He's sitting in 8th now, so he has lost a couple of positions in the early stages of this one in the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport Formula Ford. But look out the front, these top two are certainly attempting to go with them. There's a couple of PBs from both of them in the first sector, so tyre temps have very much come up now. It's cooler here today than it was yesterday. We're still nudging 30 degrees. It is warm, it's toasty, and if you don't saw, somebody's off. I think that's young Salvatore who's taken a tour of the grass, and it is, Dukes of Hazzard back onto the racetrack. Full steam ahead, full throttle, not lifting at all. And this is young Hunter Salvatore's first ever race meeting in cars.
You know, most of the drivers, we'll come back to that in a minute on the replay here, so we'll see Salvatore skate off, and he did so well not to end up in that gravel trap. But most of the drivers become the norm over the years now. They do a track walk on the day before. Maybe just wanted to test the limits of where the actual walls were around here. It's a long way off at Winton Motor Raceway, but he's recovered. He's back in 5th position as the first 4 come through to complete another lap. And just over 12.5 minutes of racing remain.
As I say, for Salvatore to be top 5 in such a high-quality field of Formula Ford drivers. You know, the guys at the front of this field have been racing at the national level for a couple of years. Same with the likes of Lachlan Everett. William Lowing did as well last year. Same with Jamie Rowe as well. So for him to be top 5 in a field of that calibre, in his first ever car race meeting, I think is a phenomenal performance out there on the race circuit. And it's really good to see the youngster, only 18 years old, born in 2007. He's doing a brilliant job out there. He's looking to go international. That's where he wants to go, into sports car competition, into sports car racing. And he's looking to go and race overseas later on in the year. So he's just trying to learn his racecraft in Formula Ford. We've spoken about it. This is the breeding ground for Australian motor racing drivers over the years. Back in the 70s, Larry Perkins came through Formula Ford. In the 80s, there was Thomas Mazera and Mark Larkin. Move on to the 90s, and my goodness gracious me, there's basically nobody that didn't come through Formula Ford. Lowndes, Stephen Richards, Garth Tender, the list goes on and on and on. Whincup, Winterbottom, you can list them forever. As we see around the outside goes Fraser Hine. He's pulled it off.
Wow.
Stuff.
That's hard to do down there. Usually the driver defending will go to the inside to make you go around the outside. And he did. Now, is that smoke from the Everett car?
It is.
It's not dust. So dramas with the ADS not hurting the horsepower, or is this the final call? You know, engines tend to go quicker as they're about to expire.
That was the car of note more than any others yesterday that was really hot. The oil temperature got up to over 140 degrees. And Lachlan Everett said to me, if there was a couple more laps in the race, my engine was not going to make it. So he said, when I spoke to him in the lunch break, he said, no, we're all good. All fine, no problems. But there was certainly smoke coming from that car.
Especially from the rearward shot of the 88 machine heading down pit straight. Kobi Williams is back on the gearbox of our race leader. He's the fastest car on the circuit in the ACM Finance Spectrum chassis. The field dominated by that chassis of car. The Gales were cutting through back in the time as well. A couple in the field in this weekend's event. That smoke getting worse on the 88 machine. But here are the leaders down to turn number 10. Fawcett and Williams 2 seconds clear of Rowe, who was almost going to lose that position. William Lowing, who tested the limits of turn 10 yesterday, almost replicated that.
You can tell the Spectrums by the distinctive orange nose right at the very front. But here was that lockup. He found himself down that escape road yesterday. Fortunately, this time it wasn't such a significant lockup, and he was able to make the turn. But he'll be feeling that. That'll feel like a 50 pence piece underneath his right front, and that will be playing a factor for the remainder of this race. He's got to be careful, because with lockups, if you do it once, you generally find that spot over and over again, and then it progressively will get worse and sometimes can lead to punctures.
Exactly. Down the field, where we're focused on the 2 leading cars. We've got Everett, James and Brogno. Behind them is Tabitha Ambrose, who's come up in a 10th position, but this is a feisty battle. They stay side by side through turn 2 with Fraser Hine, Salvatore, Everett, with the smoke still coming from the 88's rear. Through turn 5 they go. This is what we've been waiting for all weekend. This is classic Formula Ford racing, pack racing, big battles, lots of pressure, and really testing each and every of these drivers. Stress levels have got to be maintained at a track like this. You need to be patient.
Imbrogno and also Tabitha Ambrose are really closing in at a rapid rate as well. Look at them, they're just a couple of car lengths behind as well. So this is going to be a half a dozen car train in just a few moments' time. Evernet, he's moving out of the draft. I think that car might already be hot. I think he's trying to find clear air already at this stage of the race. That is not good news for him as he heads down to turn number 11. This is the problem. He's right in the heat, right behind these racing cars. And this is where it got hot yesterday. It was fine when he was out towards the front of the field, but he had a couple of off-track excursions. And when he was buried, that was when the car was overheating. But look at this. A defensive manoeuvre for the driver of Fraser High, but further forwards, it's on for third. Up the inside comes Lowing. Oh, a big lock-up. He's missed the apex, but he has been able to make it stick, but Rowe had to open up the steering.
Yeah, he did. Otherwise, it would have tangled and gone off into the gravel trap. So well done from both of them to avoid an incident. He'd been waiting a long time to get that job done. Puts himself up in the third position. Williams, a relentless Kobi Williams on our pole sitter from today's race. Joe Fawcett through the left-hander under the gum tree.
Joe Fawcett was leading race number 2 yesterday, and he made a mistake down at turn number 11. I chatted to him. He told me, unfortunately, my foot slipped off the brake pedal and went directly onto the throttle. So that's why he ran off the road late on in the race and threw away the lead. Mel, you got an update for us?
Yeah, so we just saw Jack Johnson leaving the track then. His driver coach, the one and only Ben Barguana's up on the fence here. Tell us about his weekend. It's only his second race ever.
Yeah, it's been really good. Look, he's got a lot to learn. This field is really tough, so I think he's getting his ears clipped a little bit, but that's good. That's how you learn. He's doing a great job. We had to do a little engine change last night. Just had a spin there, but that's all right. That's how you learn.
It's all part of it, isn't it?
Absolutely. This is what Formula Ford's about. It's one of the best categories, and this is where you learn.
Fantastic. Back to you guys.
You know you're getting old when Ben Barguana is now a driver mentor. Son of Jason Barguana, who's watching the coverage. Recently become a granddad during the last couple of weeks. 2000 Bathurst 1000 champion with Garth Tander for the Gary Rogers team. And Jack himself, the son of legendary star Brad Johnson from the Western Bulldogs, who is a proud dad watching his son in a completely different sport.
I've noticed on timing Tabitha Ambrose has come to a stop, so she was chasing this train of cars and had made it a 6-car train, but she has stopped out there somewhere on the racetrack. So a real shame for the daughter of 2-time Supercars champion Marcus Ambrose. She's had a challenging weekend. Yesterday we saw her stuck in the gravel trap. She had a slightly stuck open throttle, which caused her to spin off down at this section of the road. So it's been a troublesome weekend for her. Just a week after she watched the weekend at One Raceway in Formula Ford. She won all 3 races, took the pole position and the lap record as well. But Winton has not gone her way.
Meantime, down here at the final turn, we've had a change. And to the lead goes Williams. So has made the move. Fawcett now has 5.5 minutes to change this. And Williams staying to the driver's left, has to move across or he'll wash off all that speed in the middle of turn 1 and 2. These two have been incredible to watch all weekend. So excited to how this season goes with these two stars.
Tries to the outside to get the cut back for the inside down the hill, but again, not a long enough run into that one. This section of the track is the tight, twisty stuff. Sector 2, there was Tabitha on the outside there. I just saw her of turn number 4 coming to a stop. Looks like no damage, looks like a mechanical one for me. Look at Kobi looking to the apex of the corner and hits the nice late apex. You want to try and straighten it up before you head to the gum tree. It's all about compromise here. You can try a little lunge, but that'll affect your next corner. So if you take a compromised line, it will affect you going forward. So it's a great piece of road. It's a unique circuit in Australian motorsport, Winton. A tight technical circuit, but it produces unique racing in its own way.
That's cool. Even on the short track. Maybe we should go at the short track for Formula Ford, just for one weekend only.
I'd be up for that.
Yeah, absolutely. The Formula Ford Festival, it was, come back to that, Ethan Fitzgerald's second moment of the race in car 56. And that's down at turn 7. He needs to be careful with the dirt and dust on the tyres. He doesn't have another moment of a change of direction on his own here. Is it just a simple case of too much pedal? Yep. Loops it around.
I think he was about a wheel's width too wide as well on the marbles when you got on the power.
That's all you need here today.
That's right. That's right. Oh, look at Kobi fighting the tail of his Ford through there, and he's coming under increasing pressure. You can see these guys now are pushing even more. I think the tyres have reached their limit. They're beginning to drop away. Speaking to Fraser High yesterday, he said the best way to describe the tyres at this stage of the race is driving on marshmallows. They just feel soft and lumbersome. It's a very strange feeling for these guys doing these longer races here this weekend, and I think we've reached that point now because the cars are looking more unstable. We've seen that spin from Fitzgerald and that huge slide from Kobi Williams through turn number 2. I thought it was going to leave him vulnerable to Fawcett at turn number 3, but it didn't. He managed to keep the minimum corner speed up, and he was able to hold position quite easily down into turn 3. But this is not over. We got 3 minutes left. The intensity's been turned up a notch.
Yeah, it's far from done. And with the marbles coming off these tyres, it's the chunks of rubber that scatter the outside line. The passing opportunities become limited. If they weren't limited enough already at Winton, you be careful when you get off the racing line. So Fawcett, can he do it? With 2 minutes and 35 seconds at the line, tucks in behind the ACM Finance car, who's glued to the mirror, waiting for him to pull out to make the move. It won't be this time round. Both cars 180 k's now at the speed trap, which is just at the start-finish line, into another lap.
Fawcett in the build 4th construction car, looking everywhere to make his way past. In the 2 races previous, he had led a majority of the laps, but it was Williams that came home with the W. This time it's on the other foot. It's Williams that's led a large majority of this race, but Fawcett wants to turn the tables. He wants his revenge. He had to watch his rival take the victories yesterday, and he had the pace. I said to him, you had the pace yesterday. You got to take some proudness from that. And he said, yes, absolutely. We got the pace. We got 2 good results, but we want the wins today.
Fraser High, 6th position, the 7th and 8th, Evanet and James. Looks like that smoke is still there on the 88 of Evanet, who was inside the top 3 yesterday, looking to make the move on the 11. Fraser gives him enough room. They don't want to tangle these wheels, but he's got the better run for turn 10. Evanet trying to move him across. They stay side by side. Great driving from these 2. Oh, they just have, and they do eventually tangle wheels. And they're going to be both out of the race. In fact, Fraser's stopping pretty much where he did yesterday.
Yeah, it's broken the drive shaft on the back of that car, so he is done. Evanet might be okay if there's no significant suspension damage on that car, but he is facing the wrong direction, unfortunately, and he is right in harm's way on the circuit. Hopefully he'll get that move before the leaders head back around there. So we still remain under green at the moment with less than a minute left on the clock, but will we go safeguard? Will that car get out of the way? There is the high machine off on the side of the circuit. That is absolutely fine. And here's a replay of what happened.
So it started down here, coming out of the turn 9 region. Fraser let him move into the position, stayed side by side. And you see Evanet thought about pushing him across the track, not literally, but trying to psych him out. They gave each other enough racing room through here, but then the wheels would tangle, and across the top they rode. And the car of James was the big winner out of that. He got 2 positions, but could have been tangled up in this as well.
Yeah, he had to take to the grass, as we can see at the bottom of the shot, to avoid the incident. But he'll be happy. He's inherited 2 places up inside now, the top 6. And also moving up is Imbrogno and Johnson. So it's been a big bit of shuffling in the tail end of the top 10. But out in front, Kobi Williams is coming around the final corner, and he's going to greet the checkered flag. It's 3 from 3 so far this weekend for Kobi Williams. He beats Fawcett to the line by 3/10. Rowe gets position number 3, overtaking Lowing late on in that race. And then beyond that, Salvatore, and here we are, Brad James. A great race from him, as we saw, making 2 places up late in that one.
The sole Marcus Ambrose car that survived today's race gets a top 6 result. And the field, these 2 have just been superb. The ACM Finance car collects another win, while Ethan Fitzgerald will come home for 10th position today. And the last car to finish this race with Evanet High and Tabitha Ambrose out of today's race. So 0.3 of a second. And the third victory of the season going to Williams. Fawcett and Rowe gets another top 3 finish.
3 races, 3 barnstormers.
Yes.
What a season it's already turning out to be. And this is round 1 of the new era of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegades series. Brilliant performance once again from Kobi Williams. Again, Fawcett had the pace to match him but couldn't find his way by. So 2 second places and a 4th, of course, yesterday after his off-track excursion. But it's certainly turning into an interesting season already. A couple of DNFs in that one, Fraser High, Lachlan Evernet and Tabitha Ambrose. And here are the results.
So Williams 0.3 up the road in this third race of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series in round 2 of 2025. Rowe home for 3rd with Lowe in Salvatore 5th. James getting those 2 positions in the last couple of laps. Giuseppe Imbrogno gets a top 7 finish after not qualifying early today. Jack Johnson, Caleb Bellack and Ethan Fitzgerald, the 10 cars that finished in race number 3. This result setting the grid for the longer race later on today.
Yes, you say about Imbrogno, coming from the back twice in 2 days to finish in 7th. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do starting from that position later on today.
It's a big help, isn't it?
It is.
Rather than starting from the back. So that's Formula Ford doing what Formula Ford does in race 3 of the weekend. Williams by 0.3 of a second, and that is the biggest winning margin of the series so far. We had one down to a 10th. Yeah, it's almost light years as we take a look at the highlights of this first race of round 2 today.
Down into turn number 1, it was 2x2 at the front, but 3x3 further back down the field. They all got through there unscathed. The top 2 pulled a little margin early on, and Kobi Williams went on the attack and took the lead in the early stages of the race. Fawcett, though, he responded. He came back through. It was a ding-dong, as it has been all weekend. This was the first of a couple of off-track excursions for Fitzgerald. He was followed soon after by the youngster Salvatore, who was keen to make up for lost ground and make his way back through Fraser High. We did see a fair bit of smoke from Lachlan Evernet, but he didn't make it to the end. He was involved in that collision late in the race. But how good was this in the mid-stage?
Yeah, 4 cars scrapping through turn 5. This was Lowe finally getting down the inside. He must have been frustrated seeing that JCB car for so many laps. He would ultimately go on to finish in 4th position. But this was the moment of the race coming up, with Evernet looking to go down the inside at Fraser High. Ethan Fitzgerald, his second moment, looping it. Just getting one wheel width out on that marbles or the dirt was enough to send him around. Back up at the front, though. These guys, I think they just ran their own series. There's no other cars around them. They've been so good to watch. And this, the big moment of the race. Evernet and Fraser High. Wheels tangled, damage to both those cars. And both parked on the side of the road. But out in front, Kobi Williams, another victory. 0.3 of a second. Head of Fawcett and Jamie Rowe finishing the top 3. As we head down to Dewalt Victory Lane to hear from our top 3.
Well, the JCB entry has been brought home in 3rd place by Jamie Rowe. Congratulations. It is a punish out there. No space for a cool suit, just sucking on the water. Tell me, it takes a toll on the body, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's a long race, 20 minutes, goes forever, it feels like an hour. But yeah, Joey and that were too fast today, so we'll try again in the feature race.
Looking to consolidate and bank valuable points. Well, you've done that. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
P2, Joe Fawcett, fastest lap of the race as well, but couldn't quite get him.
Yeah, I had him for most of the race and I made a small mistake and he got past me and then I just couldn't get back to him at the end there.
Not very forgiving, is it? You've got one more chance today to fix that.
Yeah, I got one more chance. Kobi's as fast as me, so we'll see what happens in the last race, I guess.
Yeah, it's been close racing.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Well, the ACM finance machine right here on the top step after race 3. There is a big buffer of points between yourself and Joe Fawcett. Over 40. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, certainly. I just capitalised on the small mistake he made there and got past him and was able to defend it to the end.
It was a close thing. I mean, we've seen how violent the altercations can be when cars tangle wheels. Done a great job to keep your nose clean. Let's take it into the last race.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice job, our top 3 in the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. They will reconvene for the final race later today. The Innovation race cars are getting set for their 4th race of the weekend, the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series.
Innovation Race Cars have taken to Winton Motor Raceway for their fourth and final round of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series round number 1 here in country Victoria, and they are getting the tyres warmed up. The cars are getting ready to go out and fight out to see who's going to be on the top step of the podium for this race. Dan McCarthy, these have been exciting to watch. There's a couple of changes throughout the field. I do believe as well as we might see Darren Curry jump into the Danny Stuttered car as he had some gearbox issues earlier in the weekend. John Goodacre will lead us out of this race in the Gap Solutions number 66 with Geoffrey Taunton behind. Timothy Leithhead will be in the second row of the grid alongside John Crossing. Then it'll be Grant Donaldson and John Hollinger, and Darren Curry on the last row of the grid with Jeff Emery alongside. So Jeff Emery's been super fast, but we saw he had a drive-through penalty after a bit of contact last time, lost the bonnet off the local surge car, and they had a little bit of bar work there they had to fix.
It was actually, he was disqualified in the end, so he did finish the race. He did go back out there. The stewards disqualified him post-race. So Jeff Emery, our race 1 winner and 2-time pole sitter, will be starting all the way at the very back of the field. It's been a brilliant start to this new series. We've had 3 different winners in the first 3 races. We got one starting from the back. There he is, Jeff Emery. The other 2 are starting on the front row. On pole position in the white and green machine, John Goodacre, and alongside him, Jeff Taunton in the red Mustang.
Taunton been on the podium every race so far this weekend. It'll be good to see Darren Curry back out there. Unfortunately, got one of the earlier model cars there, had some gearbox issues this weekend and really was out in race number 1. So it's great for Danny Stuttered to let him drive his car throughout this. That one sustained a little bit of damage in the rear and delaminated a tyre in that last race as well. Also, Donaldson had a drive-through penalty there after turning John Hollinger around in that last race. And here we go, the lights have gone out and we put the pedal to the metal and have a look at Taunton. Big drag race down to the first corner, but have a look at the background. Donaldson with a massive dive, the 111. Can he pull the Mustang up? I don't know how he's done it. Only 2 wheels off onto the dirt, but he's going to slide into 3rd position after a massive dive.
Oh, yeah, as you say, I thought that was off for all money, but no, here comes Emery now. He's going for a send up the inside, moves past John Hollinger at turn number 3. And had to make it stick at turn 4, did so just, but I don't think he saw him until the very last moment there. I'll tell you what, Curry He's not driven this car before, but he's moving through the field at some rate of knots, isn't he? He's already up into position number 5. It's been a fast start for the man in the black and white machine that we can see on the screen right now.
The fastest cars are the ones you don't own. That's what it is. They always go a little bit faster than the ones you do after you do own there. That's sustained a little bit of damage to the back, and we wonder what delaminated that tyre, but there's a tiny little bit of tin work just under the back that holds the bumper on there, and that just got bent in, rubbing on the tyre. So that actually, unfortunately, meant that Danny Studdard had to retire from the last race with some damage to that. As we see a big dive down the inside here, it looks like Curry might get himself another position as the car gets turned. Just having a look on the left-hand side of that window, might just be a couple of bugs showing up there. You never know what the weather's going to be like here in country Victoria. It's been super warm. We're seeing the cloud cover now, though, and you actually feel the temperature difference, don't you? It's starting to cool down out there. That UV just goes off the track for a moment, so this could be some very fast racing as we just go a little bit wide and kick up a bit of dirt there. As it looks like Emery going to follow Curry into turn number 1 as they're in 4th and 5th position.
Leithhead's dropping down the timing, so he's dropped to 7th, so he was the one that was ahead of these two at turn 10, so in the space of about 4 corners he's dropped 3 places, but he has reset, he's regrouped and is in position number 7. Down the road from these two, though, is Donaldson, and a lot further down the road from him. The front two have pulled 5 seconds on the rest of the field on 1 lap. Taunton and Goodacre have bolted.
The question's going to be, are we going to see Curry and Emery work together, potentially try and make that distance up? We'll have to see how this fight continues. Let's head down to pit lane now, though, with Mel.
So, yes, plenty of action in the last race. You were just talking about that delaminated, very unhappy Yokohama here. And here it is, very much worse for wear. The result of that collision between Danny Studdard and Geoff Emery, and I saw Geoff Emery's boot, which they obviously retrieved from the track, back on the car, and also looking a little bit worse for wear, but out there having a good race now with a different driver.
Down there in the pits through the lunch break, and I was having a look at some of the repairs that they've done to that car, and yesterday Studdard ran up the back of Emery because Emery had issues with the car on the start, didn't it? It lost power.
Yep.
And he bent the front and actually hurt the radiator. They lost some of the cooling system. So they've replaced the front clip on it. And today they were actually getting parts off that damaged front clip to repair the front clip of Emery's car. So, you know, the interchangeable parts between the two cars, and obviously the work that goes on between the crews down there at Innovation Race Cars. We're expecting a bumper field when we head into round 2 of the Hi-Tec Oil Series at Sydney Motorsport Park at the end of May, because the invitation for the 5 years and older GT3 cars to join into the category, as well as some of our 5-litre touring cars as well.
Yeah, so Danny Studdard, who is allowing Curry to drive his car in this race, the category founder, effectively, of Innovation Race Cars. So he has opened it up to, as you say, 5-year-old GT3 cars, because they are very equal in performance to these cars. They've got all the electronic mod cons that those cars have, the ABS, the traction control. They have the downforce, they have the speed. So those cars are going to be eligible to enter. And as you say, 5-litre touring cars. So that's from cars from 1993 through until 2012. So the birth of the 5-litre era through to the end of Project Blueprint, before supercars moved on to the car of the future chassis. So a 20-year period. And now here we're going to hear some, we might see some really good retro cars out there with a lot of supercars history. And it'll be great to see those cars out there. So we could potentially have 3 different classes out there next round in Sydney in a couple of months' time.
Well, Curry's continuing to try and fill that front radiator up with a whole heap of dust of the Emery machine every time they come out of that final corner, number 12. You see him just grab a gulp of fresh air. There's a lot of tin work on the front. We saw it rubbing on the front tyre of Emery's car after he lost the bonnet. It was just down a little bit. I believe there was some bar work that got replaced, but the tin work there actually brings a lot of airflow over the radiators. Oh no, Curry gets on the edge of the tyre, spins down, and contact made with Emery. Emery now off onto the dirt going backwards, and well, these two cars are like magnets, aren't they? But they're not opposing magnets.
Yeah.
They just keep hitting each other.
It's really not good to see, is it? Curry, I was just thinking, he's doing such a good job. He's not driving his normal race car. He's keeping a race winner behind him. But at the sweeper, he lost the rear. Around she went. And Geoff Emery had a decision. Do I go left? Do I go right? He went right. Sadly, that is where the Curry car went. Here's a replay. So mid-corner, just a little bit wide. Around she went. And Geoff Emery very much the innocent party in that one. He's dropped all the way to the tail of the field. I think he's just rejoined the circuit now, but the onboard is quite spectacular.
Yeah, I didn't think I suppose the contact they made was as heavy as that, but from on board you really saw the car move around, and I wonder whether those cars have sustained too much damage or whether it's just artificial on the outside, some panel damage there. Hopefully we're going to see them rejoin, and yes, it's getting around. So
no,
although there's panel damage, wow, quite a bit on the front, and that's where obviously it's made the most impact. They should be able to bring that car in depending on what's going on, but no, it doesn't look like they're going to make it, or potentially they'll try and bring that home to the grass.
I think that's the steering arm that's been snapped in the impact there, so that front right wheel is not really moving in the direction that you would want it, so that is a real shame. Emery taking significant damage to the front of his car. A weekend that started so well for him. Race victory in race number 1, and from there it has been an absolute disaster. He has dropped tons of points over the last 3 races here this weekend. Meanwhile, Taunton and Goodacre out the front. Yeah, okay, they might not have won race 1, but they've been scooping up the points left, right and centre since then.
Well, Taunton's just been on the podium every time. Yeah. So, 2 seconds and a win, so he just needs to stay in front of this one. If he gets 2 wins for the weekend, that'll give him a points lead as they start off this Innovation Race Car Championship in 2025. And let's head into the pits though to find out what's going on with Mel.
Well, I was going to say sitting here with a very relaxed Danny started not driving and watching the race, but all of a sudden the car was doing pirouettes and not so relaxing anymore.
No, a little bit testy out there. I was quite relaxed to watch the cars go around, but yeah, Jeff and Darren have had to come in together, so I see Darren's just lost the rear and poor Jeff sort of clipped him on the way through, so yeah, not ideal.
I spoke to him before the race and he was asked me to express his gratitude and appreciation at you giving him the opportunity to drive in this race. Has he blown it now?
No, he's fine. He was pushing hard, obviously, and just lost the rear, but look, Darren's been a great supporter and he came all the way down from Queensland, and I thought I'd throw him in the car for the last race to show our appreciation.
Well, they say your teammate's supposed to be your biggest rival. These guys have certainly proved that point this weekend, haven't they?
Well, yeah, we've improved it all weekend. We've had a go at each other all weekend, so yeah, it's certainly the case.
Oh, it's been exciting racing, thanks.
No worries at all, thank you.
Pretty relaxing down there, isn't it, the Innovation Race Car Shed? They packed the coffee machine up. Really upsetting.
Already?
They've been relaxed down there, haven't they? Innovation Race Cars, fantastic addition to the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, and it's unfortunate. You can see a little bit of frustration from Emery there as he just you see the body language he got out of the car, couldn't you? I mean, I know they're all great mates down there and there's going to be nothing going on, but just there's got to be a little bit of frustration creeping in.
Yeah, there was the real shake of the head as he got out of the car, and you can see the team trying to fix it, but it looked pretty significant for me. I mean, it could be fixed probably in half an hour or something, but I don't think it'll be fixed in the next 11 minutes. They are looking. Yeah, I think there's a snap I can see down there. J-Mac, have you got an update for us?
It looks like the impact on Emery's car has been that significant. It has actually damaged the air jack system. They've been trying to cycle it to get this car up onto the go jacks to get it into the shed. But yeah, unfortunately, no dice.
Are you just sure
Slowly starting to pressurise now.
Are you sure it's not full of dust? Took a lot of dust on there when it went across the track, didn't it? There's so much going on. Need a pressure cleaner there to clean that engine off and everything else. They won't want to be working on that. We're normally a very clean car when it's out there.
Yeah, exactly. It's even dirtier than my engine bay.
Oh, let's have a look at our Ringers Western leaderboard at the moment. Taunton still leading us by almost 5 seconds now over Goodacre in second, and Donaldson in the 111 after that massive dive, who is under attack from John Hollinger now in 4th position of the 23 machine. Can he get it done as we're at the halfway point of this race with just over 10 minutes remaining? Hollinger's been steady this weekend. I don't think he's been on the unfortunate end of a couple of little incidents where he's been turned around. 4th place in race number 1, 2nd in race number 2. Went down the grid in the last race, unfortunately, just a couple back from that. But again, like I say, just unfortunately, a couple of people potentially helping him turn that car around.
Donaldson's been one of my performers of the weekend. Yeah, he did have the retirement in race 2, but 6th and a 5th earlier, and he's running in 3rd position in this one as well. So it's been a solid weekend, I think, for Donaldson in a slightly older Mark II spec machine. So he's going really nicely. So the Mark II has a Ford 5.2 litre quad cam V8 engine, 615 horsepower. It absolutely rockets, as do these. These are the Mark 1s, a couple of Ford Focus bodied cars. So these have a bit less horsepower, 550 brake horsepower from a Ford 5 litre V8 Coyote motor that many people will be familiar with. But let's talk about the on-track action, because Hollinger has very much ranged in now on the back of that Mark II Mustang as they come out of turn 9 towards turn number 10. They seem to be stronger and weaker in different sections of the track, these two. And Mel, you're down there with an update?
Yes, Darren Curry, I was sitting there with the owner of your car watching your race as it... what a weekend you've had.
Oh, it's been a terrible weekend for me. Very unlucky there. Jumped in the IRC car, thanks to Danny for the last race, and yeah, I just cooked it all on my own. So had a good run up until that point, but just lost the rear in the sweeper. So.
Well, you're probably the only person this weekend that's had the opportunity to drive two of these fantastic cars.
Yeah, I got to say a massive thanks to Danny. These cars are just so amazing. Like, I drove a Mark 1, which is the first generation car, on Friday. And to get in this and be able to run at the front straight away with no practice, they're just such a good car. So.
Yeah, you were doing a brilliant job.
Yeah, no, it was good. Just unfortunate. So.
Well, hopefully we see you again at all the other rounds.
Yes, hopefully. Fingers crossed I'm here.
Thank you.
Yeah, very unusual to see a gearbox issue out of his actual car that he owns, and we've seen how strong these cars have been in other categories. And most of the time you'll see a lot of these cars running in endurance racing, don't you, Dan? Like, we'll see them in the 12-hour, the 6-hour. They go and race these overseas in Dubai, Spa, places like that. Like, it's predominantly not sprint racing, and this weekend is actually one of their sprint rounds at Winton.
Yes, so you come on to that point. So rounds 1, 3 and 5 are going to be the sprint rounds. That's going to have its own championship, the Sprint Championship. From next round at Sydney Motorsport Park, then again at Queensland Raceway, and the final round here at Winton, rounds 2, 4 and 6. They will be the endurance rounds. So there won't be quite as many races, but we will have 2-driver 50-minute endurance races where we will see these drivers swapping over. So there'll be a 3-round sprint championship and a 3-round endurance championship. So there's going to be some new names for definite at Sydney Motorsport Park as some of these drivers get some new co-drivers on board, and the intensity is lifting out here on the racetrack.
I reckon there's a couple of drivers down there in pit lane after watching him here this weekend that might be putting their hand in throwing their hat in the ring for a bit of a drive in one of these.
Well, I did notice earlier on in the weekend one of the guys down there did hand Melinda Price a notebook going, would you like to drive one of these?
Maybe. Don't get her excited. We need her down in pit lane. That's what we need, all right? Here we go. It's Leithhead now in front of John Crossing. This is the battle for 5th position. These earlier generation innovation race cars, more commonly known as the Mark 1 cars out there. Really, still plenty of horsepower under the bonnet of these cars. Take nothing away from how quick they are. Obviously, as you go through the generations into the now new innovation race cars, just the technology starts to increase in terms of that traction control and ABS. It's just a little bit better, doesn't it? The balance of the car comes out as we're on board with John Goodacre at the moment. Just getting around in 2nd position. He's almost 8 seconds behind the leader of this race, Taunton, at the moment, who is going to come out of this weekend with a championship lead if he can manage to maintain that position. Great start for him, and we're already seeing there is some of the fluids being dropped, and I'm just trying to see which car that is we're under at the moment. It's, all right, so that's some of our TA2 cars. That looks like Josh Webster potentially there getting that car ready.
Well, he dropped back late on, right at the end of the race, didn't he? He was right on the tail of Brad Gartner, and we didn't know why he fell back, so...
Yeah, so we didn't know what had happened to that car, so we are hearing that potentially that's a transmission getting changed in that car, which we saw right at the end. Like, he came out of the final corner behind Brad Gartner, and the car just really went away, and he got overtaken by Josh Thomas right on the line. So... yeah, look, that's unfortunate for Webster, but the good news is just enough time to throw a box in, and it'll be nice and cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we are, the fight intensifying. We said that the other 2 cars have been a magnet. Those 2 Mark 1 Focuses have been as well. But fortunately, a good magnet. They've generally been clean this weekend.
Opposing,
those two cars.
they can go alongside of each other but not touch.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Leithhead and Crossing, they might be the only Mark 1 cars out there today, but they have been nose to tail all day long. It's been a great battle between those two, and it's Leithhead ahead at the moment. But the fight for third continues to enrage out there. Hollinger looks a lot faster in the middle sector, whereas I think Donaldson under brakes into this more 90-degree style corners in sectors 1 and the final sector as well seems a bit more confident. So they ebb and flow over the course of a lap, those two.
Yeah, Taunton just running his own race out the front for Jeff. He's currently a 1:23.39 as the fastest lap of the race. Now, we saw these down into the 1:18s in qualifying, so they're a very fast car. Probably that was Emery, and unfortunately he hasn't got a lot of laps in this race. That was unfortunate contact a little bit earlier on. We're lucky enough not to have to release any of our safety out there. No yellow flags, nothing. The cars managed to make it out on track, and we can continue racing here in the Innovation Race cars, as this is our battle at the moment now for 5th position between Leithhead and Crossing. Crossing just can't quite get that speed down the straight. And you can see a little bit of rubbish just starting to build up on the front. I think it's just getting picked up around the corners where we've seen cars go off. Slightly different lines as well.
Yeah. The second car there, Crossing, using a fair bit more road on the exit of turn number 2. Seems a bit more confident around that section of the track. Or Donaldson a little bit wide there, but he will get a good run out of the turn 9 hairpin down towards turn 10. But that is as wide as you want to be without getting on the marbles, on the dirty stuff. Throughout the weekend, we have seen offline, there is absolutely no grip. There's so much grass, gravel, debris, and as well at this stage of the weekend as well, tyre marbles as well on the outside of the circuit. So if you get wide around those hairpins, it's very much a one-line groove. As we can see, the last lap board is out, so our race leader is already on the final lap of this motor race. And look, on the straights once again, Donaldson stretching the legs, but watch Hollinger hone in at this section of the course now. From this point on, this is where John Hollinger looks more confident. This twisty section of the course, sector number 2. So distinctive. It's been around this track for so many years, over 60 years, well over 60 years now. Winton Motor Raceway, first opening in 1961. And it's such a well-known, one of the oldest circuits in the country. It's so well-known from everybody around the nation.
Well, one check of our Ringers Western leaderboard at the moment. Taunton just coming down to the final few corners with a dominant lead of almost 11 seconds over Goodacre in the 66 car. And it's Donaldson and Hollinger battling out for that 3rd position, and they're going to have to sort that out in the final few corners. Back to Leithhead and Crossing with Curry and Emery already in the pits after that little altercation before, which unfortunately brought those cars to an end as the checkered flag is out, and the number 95 of Taunton will cross the finish line and get 2 wins out of 4 race starts here this weekend and a podium every time.
Yeah, and notably as well, the inaugural Innovation Race Cars Australia round winner to go with it as well. So that's a little bit of history for us out there on the racetrack this afternoon. The battle for third. Hollinger threw everything at him in the middle sector. We saw him close up, but it was not enough in the end. Donaldson holds on for a 3rd place finish. And here we are further back between the 2 Mark 1 machines, one of which got a podium earlier on today in that chaotic race number 3. And it's the 67 of Leithhead that achieved that. But at the moment, he's forced to defend into the penultimate corner. Oh, a big twitch from Crossing as he had a look to the inside. And that bit of a twitch is enough for Leithhead to break away. And he will hold on for a top 5 finish in yet another entertaining Innovation Race Cars Series race. But there he is, Jeff Taunton, the inaugural Innovation Race Car Series round winner. He goes away with 90 points, 11 ahead of John Goodacre, with John Hollinger a further 10 back from that. But look at that, Jeff Emery on just 42 points.
Let's check out your official race results. Geoffrey Taunton there with a 1:23.389, the fastest lap of the race. Almost 11 seconds behind John Goodacre. Then it's back to Grant Donaldson in the Mustang with John Hollinger very close behind. Timothy Leithhead and John Crossing, they fought it all the way out, and it was less than a second between them over the finish line. Darren Curry and Jeff Emery, they started the race well, but unfortunately within the first couple of laps, they had to retire with some mechanical damage to both those cars, with Darren Curry driving the Danny Stuttered vehicle in this race. So great to see we can have multiple multiple drivers. I mean, like he said, I don't drive the latest version of Innovation Race cars. I can get in it, I can go out there, and it was very, very competitive. So it shows the level of these cars and the drivers with a lot of GT background and there's also Porsche racing background as well. Let's have a look at some of the highlights though, Dan, and look, we're going to have to try and uncover this one. Look at Donaldson down the inside in the 111. I thought for sure he was going to miss this corner. Somehow he's pulled it up with only 1.5 wheels on the dirt, I think.
I think he did balk pretty much the entire field behind him as a result, but he did make it stick. Good job from him, and he held on in the end to finish in that position. So great job from him. This was the awful contact between these two cars. Look at this. Around went Curry and Emery, nowhere to go. Look at this, the contact, bang, huge hit in the rear for this car and the front right for Jeff Emery. That was a big hit, a big bang, not what you want to hear when you're driving your Innovation Race car.
John Hollinger, well, he made his way through the middle sector of this racetrack to really close the gap down to Donaldson, but when we got to those little straights in Sector 3 and Sector 1, it just meant Donaldson had a little bit of an advantage. In the meantime, Taunton, well, he was just slowly driving away, wasn't he? Just putting down about half a second a lap as they continued on in this race and managed to take that win by just under 11 seconds and goes in as the inaugural round winner of the Innovation Race Cars here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. It's round one at Winton Motor Raceway. I feel like the conditions have cooled slightly out there as the breeze has picked up. It's still a very warm 30-odd degrees out there at the moment, but yesterday was scorching well into the high 30s. So I think a bit more comfortable for some of the drivers out there as their Innovation Race Cars pulling. You can see our Australian Super Tin Tops are lined up and ready to roll out onto our track. They won't be too far away to getting their final race of the weekend underway, race 4 for them, and we'll run through some of those drivers and categories as they come out in a newly formed Australian Super Tin Tops. A slight change on what we've seen in the previous years, but a great group of guys out there racing this weekend as well. And have a look at them leaving that pit lane that was formed a little bit later. We didn't see this wasn't part of the original track down there, was it? We added a kilometre to this track as the years went on. And now it's just under 3 kilometres, or pretty much on 3 kilometres there, 12 corners to get around as well. So our Super Tin Tops will make their way onto the track. Biggest name that we're missing out of this one is Corey Gillette, who's unfortunately this weekend chasing car gremlins in that and came to his final witch yesterday after he's had injector dramas and all sorts of mechanical issues with the car, and unfortunately has retired. But let's head down to DeWalt Victory Lane now.
Okay. John Goodacre, P2 for that race, P2 for the round. Great start to the season.
Oh, I didn't know it was P2 for the round. That's fantastic news. Yeah, it's pretty tough out there. It's pretty hot. Tyres are squirming around a fair bit at the end, but just held on as long as we could. Jeff was too quick for us today, so good congratulations to Jeff. It was a great weekend. First time out in the Mark Series, or IRC Series, sorry. Yeah, it's been a fantastic round and great.
We'll see you next time.
No worries. Thanks very much.
A successful round here at Winton Raceway. Congratulations, Jeff Taunton. This thing was on fire all weekend long.
Mate, they're a beautiful car. You treat her nice, baby, she goes really well. They're a beautiful, well-built car. Hey, looking after the tyre was quite hard, but we looked after the tyre. I just let everyone do their thing and came out on top.
Congratulations, mate. Job well done.
Thank you.
No surprise to see the smiling face. I'd be pretty happy if I got out of one of those cars too. Fast, good to drive, plenty of ABS. And what's going on here? We're warming up, and this is Brent Edwards in the number 18 Falcon, and what was he doing?
He tipped it into the corner, and the rear end went. Now, I thought he just lost the rear, but I think that looks a little bit more terminal than that. So Brent Edwards, he's been so consistent this weekend, hasn't he? Third. He was starting third for this one. But that was very, very strange. It looks like he's rejoined at the tail of the field, but Mr. Consistency himself there, having an off on the warm-up lap. Very odd one. He was set to start behind the 2 BMW E36s of Mark Tracey and Matt Sims. They had a great race earlier on today. We'll come on to that a little bit later on. Tony Silent will come out of 4th, ahead of Matthew Holt and Joshua Robbins. Mick Pettit out of 7th, then Laurel Bell, Helena Maris and Natoli won't be starting this one. Wayne Allway will, as will Rowan Bell, and then Malouf and Hewlett are also out for the weekend. So it's been a bit of an attritional one in the Australian Super Tin Tops, but nevertheless a good field of cars out there for the final race. This, though, does not look good for Brent Edwards.
Very, very early. Hasn't even got the race started and they're pulling into pit lane. I'm hoping that is something they can repair and try and get that as we see the board come up and the lights ready to go. Standstill starting with the Australian Super Tin Tops. And Matty Sims has to try and control the power of the white BMW as Mark Tracey goes, mine's fine. I can get the power to the ground. Watch me go into turn number 1. Holt in the Commodore just behind, and Sainty in the LS-powered RX-7 from Queensland. They've done the travel down this weekend. They left late on Wednesday night at 7 p.m. and did a few hours through the night and changed up drivers to make it down here for the opening round of the Australian Super Tin Tops. So you see Bell now in the 370s there. That thing's still doing so many laps. He travelled throughout the East Coast last year as well as down to South Australia as part of their series. And look, you know, he's just having a good time. He's got the LS conversion sitting there, but he just hasn't damaged the engine so far. Let's head down to the pits though with J-Mac.
Unfortunately, Brett Edwards not able to make this start for the Super TTs. A blown power steering hose has put him out of contention. A tough finish to his event.
And I don't think that's the first time we've seen a blown power steering hose from him in the last couple of seasons. He's had a couple of little issues. We saw that car stop once actually here in the middle. He pulled up and managed to get it going again. So just a couple of little gremlins creeping into there. All right, Holt under attack now in the Cavendish Electrics. HSV has got the power down the main straight. Slightly heavier car though to try and get through these corners than the RX-7. It's probably a bit front heavy, the RX-7, I'd say, with all the LS conversions. We slide them out. How sideways are we? Therefore, Petit.
He just about kept it facing in the right direction. I thought that was gone at one point, but good save, good catch, and he's managed to hold position on the back straight. I noticed while you were speaking then a couple of 5-second penalties popping up. We've seen this throughout the weekend, but these guys aren't having a rolling start, they're having a standing start. So 5-second penalty means they weren't quite in their grid box or they've jumped the start. So Sims 5-second penalty, and also Saint in 4th, so 2nd and 4th, a 5-second penalty. Now I've got to talk about Sims. In the race earlier on today, it was a great battle between these two. For much of it, it was like this, but late in the race, Sims managed to get past, and he led until the penultimate corner of the race. Unbeknownst to him, further down the road, Allway in his little RX-7 had a diff failure, spilt oil all over the road. The race leader arrived there, went off the road, threw the race lead away, the race victory, and it was a very dramatic end to proceedings. So Tracey inherited the victory with just one corner to go. I've got to say though, Allway, great job from him to get the new diff in time for this race, and he's already up to position number 7 in the orange RX-7. Great performance from him.
Good to see Robbins as well in the 99 machine behind these two, because at the race start yesterday, that car didn't go anywhere. And we almost had a massive incident. Everyone managed to get around that car as these two are going to go. It's Saint now going to have a dive down the inside of Holt's HSV. And Saint in the RX-7, he looks like he's got well and truly in front there, and he's not going to have to sacrifice too much of the racing line and see the drive out of that. So the Cavendish Electric's HSV will actually go back one position, unfortunately. He's going to have to watch out now for Robbins, who's behind him, and have a look at him pull out. Robbins not going to have the power though. Have a look at the stretch their legs down the main straight. It's really the battle of the BMWs at the front though, isn't it?
Yeah,
battle of the Beamers.
Very much so. The margin only 0.4 of a second now, as Sainz, as we say, has moved up to position number 3. Holt's enjoyed his time in the Australian Super Tin Tops. We expect him to be joining the Australian Production Car Series in a couple of months' time when they join the Hi-Tec Super Series for the very first time at Sydney Motorsports Park. Looking forward to seeing them on the racetrack. And he has very much enjoyed himself. He has been one of 2 production cars out there this weekend, but sadly for the Audi TT driver of Natoli, he had an issue in the last race, a broken ball joint, unfortunately putting him out for the rest of the weekend. So that's the reason why the very popular Audi TT is not out there on the circuit, but up at the front of the field. Tracey is forced to defend for the first time in this race. Sims forcing him in deep, and Sims looking for the cut back up the inside, but not able to do it on that occasion, using a bit of the curb to try and help rotate the car. I'm not sure if that worked or upset the car. Either way, he's got a bit of straight line performance advantage, and he blasts past like Tracey standing still. That red E36 is a fast machine in a straight line, but Sims is just that bit faster. 20 k's an hour over the stripe, the speed stripe on pit straight. So you just can't live with that. 20 k's an hour is huge.
Yeah, it carries about 100 more horsepower and 100 less kilos. So
yes,
in a drag race, you think Matty Sims would have a massive advantage there, especially in a straight like this at Winton Motor Raceway. But have a look at Mark as they go through the back section of this one. Mark Tracey, if he can try and make some ground up. We know he's got Blake Tracy's son here this weekend, last year's XL Cup winner as well, and this year jumping into a Trans Am and doing the series there. Was hoping to have the car here this weekend, but unfortunately they just couldn't get it here in time. They'll head down to Tasmania and take that on, but he's hoping to actually campaign this BMW at a few more events throughout the Australian Super Tin Top Series in Sydney as well, and make an appearance there. So good luck to Blake Tracy.
David versus Goliath out there, isn't it, between these two? The huge, lumbersome HSV and the little mosquito that is the Lotus Elise out there. This is like Bathurst back in the 60s and 70s, isn't it? It's Tirana versus Falcon back then, of course, playing out in front of us at the moment. Look at the straight line speed advantage from the HSV, and every time they go under brakes or around any sort of a corner, the Lotus homes back in, buzzes around the HSV, trying to find a way through. This is what we've come to expect, and why we love the Australian Super Tin Tops category, because you can bring so many different vehicles into this style of racing. One note we do have to remember, although Sims has taken the race lead, he's got to build that 5-second margin up at the head of the field with that penalty hanging over his head. But look at the gap that Holt has right now. You think, oh yeah, that's fine, he's in a comfortable fourth position. But no, we'll get to the middle sector and watch that Lotus catch up. So through Sector 1, it all looks okay. But from here on in, we are now in Lotus country.
They've blown out to 1.6 seconds, isn't it, by the end of the main straight, that big HSV. And you can just see that back section of the track really suits the power of the big LSV8. Unfortunately, the big cars, they don't like to pull up as quick and turn as good as they do as the Lotus Elise. As you can see, Mark Tracy will just be trying to stay within that 5-second range. He doesn't have to do anything silly. We've seen Matty Sims as he's relatively new to driving this car as well. He hasn't got all the experience we've seen from Mark Tracy, and a couple of errors snuck into him yesterday in racing. Unfortunately, this morning was not his fault, but yesterday we did see him have a couple of excursions off the track, just pushing the car to its absolute limits. It's already down to a 1:28.51, so it's circulating at the moment around a second faster than Tracey per lap. Now, with 5.5 minutes remaining in this race, he's got to get another 2.5 seconds lead on him if he wants to try and take this outright race win.
PB lap that time through from Tracey. 2.7 seconds is the margin. This could be pretty close here at the end of this race, I tell you. He gained a second that last lap, did Sims. At that rate, it's going to be very, very tight at the end of this race. Will Sims be able to pull out a 5-second margin? Don't go anywhere. Don't go and make yourselves a coffee in the next 5 minutes, because this is going to go right down to the wire.
Yeah, Holt now extends that lead out to 2.1 seconds. So overall now just starting to open up enough gap, I think, for the Lotus Elise to not come under fire there. But we'll have to wait and see if he can make another lap around here without any mistakes. Potentially you could be seeing those tyres starting to come up there for Holt and just give him a little bit more grip, and that's what you'll need, a lot more grip in the Lotus Elise, where you think that thing would be on rails from the start of the race.
Just trying to look at the sector time. So Tracey lost 2/10 in Sector 1, matched him in Sector number 2. So Tracey at the moment, but this is the strugglesome sector. Sector number 3 with the 2 long drag strips down towards turn 11 and down the start-finish straight as well. This is where Sims' car is at its absolute best. This is the pivotal sector. How much is he going to lose in this one? That's going to be the telling factor in this race. The answer as they come across the line is 0.6 of a second, so that's 0.8 that lap. The margin out to 3.5 seconds with 3.5 minutes to go.
You'd think with those laps, considering we will go around and complete whatever lap we're on, that potentially that Sims, if he continues on this trajectory, he might be able to make that gap extend out past 5 seconds and bring home a race win in this one. As we look here though, lap traffic, and now he's coming up to a ball in the Falcon. Needs to try and just get out of the way just a little bit.
Sims lost a lot of time there, I reckon. I reckon Sims got badly balked at the wrong time. So how quickly now can Tracey make his way through? At the sweeper, I can't think of a worse place to catch a car ahead. But this middle sector isn't a great place to catch a car either, where Izzy goes to the inside. So I think that was a bit better for Tracey. We'll see at the end of this straight what their middle sectors are. A 32.7 in the middle for Sims, a 32.2 importantly for Tracey. So he's gained half a second back, but he did lock up there. I think I heard the tyres protesting under brakes, and he just ran a little bit wide as they head down into turn 7. This, the brilliant fight between the little Lotus and the big bulky HSV. This is the fight for fourth.
I reckon the Lotus could almost get about a foot of the front of that car under the rear of Holt's.
Yeah.
There's a lot of room under there, isn't he? He could drive it under there, just like a door wedge.
Yeah.
Just give him a bit of a help going along.
He doesn't want to do that, though.
No, definitely not. Look at the difference in height of the cars alone. One driver sitting down very low there in the Lotus Elise, and Holt sitting high in the HSV.
It's like a legend car racing a TA2 car.
I don't think a TA2 car is that tall. I reckon it's like a legend car racing a truck. Sitting up in the cab. Oh, Holt. This is the section where it's strong in these straights, but this time round doesn't have that lead. May have made a mistake earlier on.
That looks absolutely ridiculous on pit straight, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They come across the line. He's been able, though, to keep with him, I think, a little bit closer on this section of the track this time. I think Holt might not have maybe got the traction out of some of the corners. He didn't there. I think the tyres are shot on the HSV. The Lotus has it up the inside. He's better under brakes, and finally he's able to make the move. But he's got to try and scamper away now. This is where he's faster. He's got to try and break away from the HSV. But those tyres, I think, are shot on the Holden. It's sliding around all over the place, and that could be the deciding factor in this one.
I think Robbins needs to put a couple of those flags up, those safety flags, just so we can see the car at the level. Some of them getting around, maybe, potentially. Now he's got the move done. You're right. I think it's going to come down to tyres. The big, heavy HSV is going to chew him up a bit as we check out a replay of this overtaking manoeuvre as Robbins moves into fourth position, just outside of the podium finish. Holt, nothing for him at all. I think you're right. No drive out of those as Sims still contending with some backmarker traffic at the moment. The RX-7 here. That'll be a nervous moment. No, not that RX-7 again. That cost me the win last race.
Yes, exactly right. So, fortunately, no diff failure in front of him this time, and he's been able to move on through. But again, he's caught him at the worst possible moment midway through turns 1 and 2. Lost all his momentum, and look at the margin. It's down to 2.2 seconds. So all of a sudden, it's very much advantage Tracey, because there's just over 1.5 kilometres left in this race. The traffic has not been kind to Sims.
No, they've all come at the wrong time, and Tracey's been able to see the traffic, and once the traffic knows that the front runners are coming through, they're going to be more aware of the cars around them as well. So it's probably gone in the favour of Mark Tracey there in the red BMW, but it's been this battle all weekend between the two Beamers, and it's come down to this final race. Mark Tracey might end up with this win with a 5-second penalty to Matty Sims still hanging over his head. And he's got a 2.47 second lead. It's not going to be enough as they come around the final couple of corners to complete race number 4 here of the Australian Super Tin Tops at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. And the checkered flag is ready to rock. And here it goes. Matty Sims will take the race win at the moment with that 5-second penalty over the top of his head. We'll see where that makes him end up with Mark Tracey in second. We do believe that means Tracey will take the race win. Saint, he'll be in there for third position with a 5-second penalty looming over his head as well. And it looks like he's got a massive gap there to Robbins. And oh no, Robbins is caught right up here.
Certainly has. Robbins is only 1.8 seconds behind, so looks like we might have a change for third position as well. They're on the other side of the track. There's half a lap between 1, 2, and 3 and 4. So these are a few of our lapped runners coming through at the moment. One of which is the number 17 Falcon of Ball in the old sort of Glen Seaton for performance colours of the early noughties, but there goes across the line Saint with Robbins in the Lotus just behind, 2 seconds the margin. That means that they'll flip. Robbins will take third position, snatch it from him at the very end of the race. Holt coming across the line just behind as well.
Well, here's your official results for the Australian Super Tin Tops. Matty Sims actually in front with Mark Tracey in second, but with that penalty looming. Tony Saint in third, also with the penalty there. Joshua Robbins, Matty Holt in fifth, and it's Bell Alway Ball and Morris to round out your 10 cars on track. Brent Edwards didn't start the race at all. An issue there with power steering line, unfortunately, put him out. Now, Daniel Natoli, he said, was chasing issues. Didn't make it out there in the Audi. Merrick Malouf, big shout out to him. Big accident yesterday, and he managed to get out of that car nice and safe. We wish him all the best. Let's have a look, though, at our race highlights, and there's going to be a few of them in this one. Have a look at the Lotus in the background there. It tried to make a bit of a move there on Saint, as Saint just stalled up a little bit on the line. Now, Tracey, plenty of traction in the red BMW, managed to get this battle back underway between the two Beamers, and they went to fight out in front. Holt and Robbins, well, they just fought back in fourth position for a while there. You know, the HSV, very, very heavy car, but had some power down the straight. Mark Tracey did everything he possibly could here to try and hold out Matty Sims, but he knew Sims had the horsepower. Look at it down the straight. There was a 20km/h disparity between the two cars as they headed into turn number 1. Pulled the car up nicely, and what I like about Sims, he's getting a handle on this car. We didn't see the big brake lock-ups and things that we've seen in previous rounds.
Yeah, you are correct. So I think he's only getting stronger at the moment. I think he had the car pace this weekend, but a couple of things didn't quite fall his way, as we said about the incident on the final lap in race 3 and the 5-second penalty in that one. But don't worry, he'll come out round 2, all guns blazing, as around the back section of the course. This was a brilliant battle between the HSV and the Lotus that went on for lap after lap. But after a little sideways moment for Holt out of turn 2, Robbins finally swung up the inside and took that position. And in the end, caught up to third as well. So he took that position. Out in front, it was Sims that crossed the line first, but it was Tracey that takes the win with the 5-second penalty.
Well, there we go. Our race highlights is next up. It's our TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. They are lined up all the way back to where they're pitted, all the way through pit lane and around in the staging area. And they will not too far till we get them on track as we get our winners of race number 4 of the Australian Super Tin Tops getting out of their vehicles. We'll catch up with them very shortly. We're going to have a short break. And of course, the TFH Hire Legend Cars not too far away. Well, here we go as we can see our TFH Hire Legend cars starting to make their way on the track. 36 of them started this weekend. We've had a couple of retirements. Unfortunately, Bird out of South Australia, working hard, that little 1200, didn't really like it. While they get out and form up, let's head down to our winners of the Australian Super Tin Tops in the DeWalt Victory Lane.
Well, Matt Tracey, a round victory in the first round of the season. You must be chuffed.
Yeah, chuffed, mate. It was good racing all weekend. Yeah, we had plenty of fun with the family and the kids, and had my young bloke on the spanners, so it's not often I get out anymore. I'm sort of knocking him around the track, so yeah, it was good.
A bit hard work out there, hot and bothered.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's like 39 degrees or something. It's pretty hot inside the cab, but it is what it is. That's what we do, and that's why we love it.
It's great to see the revised category out there and a lot of cars. We can't wait for the rest of the year.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah, you go, Mark Tracey. A dominant weekend there. He's just super consistent in that BMW. And that helps when your son's even faster in that car. And Blake goes, he's on the radio telling him exactly what to do, going, Dad, I was faster in that section. You're doing it wrong.
Gives you a benchmark, something to work for, you think?
Yeah, probably a little bit of a benchmark here. All right, we'll warm the tyres up for the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. Jarrod, come back and join me in the commentary box. The J-Mac, as we call you down there on the pit lane. I mean, it's great for you to come up here and be part of the Legend Cars Australia. They're always exciting. You and I get to talk about this afterwards, don't you? It's just there's so many points to go through, so much history.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, these cars have a storied history hailing back to the States, where they were a fantastic junior category, coming originally from dirt track racing, but the action has been flying thick and fast this weekend between our top two guys, separated only by 3 points at the beginning of this final race of the day. Ryan Pring on 391 points, Robert Hogan on 388. You couldn't get any tighter, and then we've got Dylan Thomas in the mix. Maybe he can pull something out of the bag.
You never know. Now, Rob Hogan had a Well, he had some issues in race number 2. It's where the gear shifter actually came off when he was out there battling with Ryan Pring. So he went down the order a little bit and only ended up finishing in 5th position, hence why you see him behind Ryan Pring. Pring now, he's been on the podium every race. He's had 3 seconds and 1 race win. Remembering they have a qualifying session on the Friday and 5 races over the weekend. So they are a very busy little category, and with so many cars, the beautiful thing is 2 of them is the same size as a normal production car. Well, the TFA Tyre Legend Cars Australia are warming the tyres up out on track behind our Hyundai safety car, and look, these little pocket rockets as they get around. So I suppose that's what we like to call them, don't we? They can be in the 1200cc 4-cylinder format or the 3-cylinder format. The Robert Hogan's going to be leading us out of this one with Ryan Pring in second and Dylan Thomas. They're the 3 names you need to watch. Watch out for Skinner, though, and Tate. They had a nice little battle in the last race.
Yeah, someone that's really been throwing them up the inside and having a bit of a handful of a time there. Hogan in the number 51. We've called him the silver bullet on these race starts. A rolling start will be the order of affairs here as they make their way through the final corner on the run through to the lights.
Oh, it's been a calm start to some of these races compared to what we saw in 2024. And Legend Car Australia will Pring get around the outside. Will Hogan get the jump with this one? Hogan's looking good into turn number 1, and he's on the inside run. Pring, they might get a drive. He's got some tenacity really there to be so late on brakes. Dylan Thomas shuts down a hard-charging Riley Skinner. And have a look at the back. Brendan Hourigan has made 2 positions already, and the silver bullet is under brakes. Has done fantastic to slot into 5th.
Hourigan was a real performer there. I got to say, Thomas actually had a pretty cruisy run through turns 1 and 2. Not really going wheel to wheel with anybody, but looks like somebody dropping a wheel. That might have actually been Thomas. It would have looked about right from the onboards there, but let's check them out as they come through to the midsection of the track, and the gap only 0.13 of a second between P1, Hogan, and Ryan Pring.
Well, they're going too wide. Brendan Hourigan's under a little bit of attack at the moment. He needs to watch out. He's followed by, well, I'm actually having a look, that's Skinner. So he's got past Riley Skinner at the moment, and Skinner's got Tate behind him. And there's a little bit of a Morse code going on there, I think, with some of the bumperettes. We'll just have to wait and see how that plays out. They're pretty common for these cars, really, if they just want to give themselves a tap and just say, hey, guys, we're here to have some fun. Have a look at Ryan Pring, though, all over the back now as we're 2 wide, with Hayden Williams in the green and gold 95 machine. And he's got Goodrich right behind him now.
Yeah, Goodrich has been doing a great run in this early session of the race in that number 97 machine, driving in the Pro division. Just trying to do everything he can to get onto the back of Hayden Williams to make that run for the conclusion of their first hot lap. And it's Hogan from Pring with Thomas in 3rd. Quick sectors there in sector 1 for Hogan. Thomas was good through sector 2. Quickest lap time so far, a 1:39.58 from our race leader, Mr. Hogan, in the 46 machine.
Have a look at them. They're using a lot of a track for a very small vehicle, aren't they? That's probably the nicest way of putting it there is we can see plenty more battles happening further down our field. Have a look at Brendan Hourigan there on Dylan Thomas. You can just see the blue and yellow CXC machine. Hogan, though, has opened up almost a second gap on Ryan Pring. So he's done that very early, and we saw that in race number 4 as well, didn't we? But later on in the race, maybe as the tyre temperatures started to come up, they could be on a different, I suppose, they want to start the race differently. Some want to have the grip at the start, so they'll change the tyre pressures, they'll warm up, the tyres will expand, they'll lose a little bit of traction in the back half of the race. It's sort of playing that game. If we get a safety car, all of a sudden you've got good tyres for the entire race.
I mean, if you're looking for a category that is sort of renowned for a bit of biff and barge and maybe a bit of an off-track excursion, Legend Cars is the place to find it. So check it out now. Skinner trying his best to jump on to Hourigan. Hourigan wants to close down the gap, the half a second gap to Thomas, but he's going to have to drive defensively while at the same time not bleeding too much time away from that man in the top 3. The budget rental cars machine of Tate coming along for the ride.
Let's have a look. Tate, he's not going to be able to use any of that aero advantage. Hayden Williams rounding out this one, though. You can see him there in the 95 machine in 8th position. Sendell just in front.
Wow, Hourigan's got an untidy.
Yeah, Skinner's going to take advantage. And have a look at Tate. Gets in the toe. Can he get down the inside? It's hard to close that gap when they're that close, but unfortunately Tate can't maintain it, and Hogan knows that he's got to shut that door and make sure he gets in the gap. Last thing you want is a row of cars coming down the inside, and you just can't make your way back in. They won't let you merge at all.
Early days yet, still 11 minutes of racing before we see the checkered flag. And just look at how much they need to muscle these pocket rockets, taking a decent bite of the curve, as it looks like we were going to see a little bit of action there from Tate up the inside of Hogan, but decides to back this one out and drop in through that left-handed sweeper. Right on the edge. You really don't want to have someone feed you a wheel on the back corner. It's just going to unload you, and it just gets real ugly from there.
Yeah, as we have a look at our Ringers Western leaderboard, Hogan still leading us over Pring, Thomas, Skinner. Hogan now in a battle there with Skinner, with Tate, Sendell, Williams and Goodridge not too far behind. We go back to Morgan, Reid, Duckworth to round out our top 12. Have a look at them come down here. Who's going to be the one that's going to have a risk under brakes? They all seem to be braking at the same point, just settling into this race at the moment. A little bit of curb there from Tate, though, in the Budget Car Rentals entry. You don't want to really unsettle the car too much. Have a look at Dylan. And now he is on the inside. Getting some fresh air in that car, which I thought might be a little bit surprising. Potentially he knows something we don't about cooling the brakes down.
Asker Sendell, all kinds of untidy on the run into that 1-2 complex. He's under pressure, going to have to drive so defensively up against Hayden Williams. Williams tries to sneak one up the inside. He's got a half a car length on him, but Sendell closes the door. Sendell still actually managed to close the gap down to the guys in front.
Have a look at Tate. He's got past Brendan Hogan now, moves his way into 5th position, top 5. Can he get another one? Right in front of him will be Riley Skinner as they're starting to follow through. We've seen how strong Hogan is at the start of the race, but he just seems to slowly lose those positions the further the race goes on. A former Australian Championship winner.
And it looks like, I think that was the 51 of Hogan going wide.
Had a moment there, hasn't he? And that's let through 2 cars now. So Sendell and Williams has gone through.
So definitely not the way Hogan would have wanted this to go. He started so strong. But Sendell, he's really been there or thereabouts pretty much across the entire weekend, hasn't he? Great finishes from the number 55 machine sporting our onboard camera.
Yeah, at the moment, 2 sick position finishes too from the first couple of races out there today, and you know, continued on with that. Last race out, we saw him in the Asker Sendell come through in 7th, so he's been top 10 finishers and a young gun too in the crew. Only started in the Legend Cars Australia last year, like we say, comes from a background of a little bit of go-kart racing. Super impressive through a very short career as well. And this is just the next step up with him and his dad at the racetrack, and it's great just to have them two working on the car. It's not a big pit crew they bring or anything like that, not huge budgets. Come down here as part of the Legend Cars Australia, and of course the acquisition by TFH Hire for a majority share. And this is Hogan just slides the car. You can see it start to understeer, and Ryan Pring, well, he starts to eat up that gap right now, and look how close he is, down under 0.4 of a second as he is right on the back of Hogan. And now this gets a little bit interesting. The 46 needs to keep his composure, because Pring, well, he's an Aussie title winner, he's an Aussie championship winner, he's a 2-time Australian title winner as well. So the young gun out of Canberra in the ACT, can he get it done? The apprentice mechanic.
Pring's closed that up even more now, down to 0.14 of a second, but looks like he's just trying to keep it static. 7.5 minutes left on the counter as they make their way through this very technical portion of Winton Motor Raceway. The rundown, and your race leader, Hogan, and the number 46 machine. Big slide out over the curb there for Ryan Pring. That's going to cost him in momentum. Hogan won't be breathing a sigh of relief, but it will give him a slight buffer.
And with these little engines, it is all about momentum. You know, if you have a go in a corner and it doesn't quite pay off for you, if you lose your RPM range where the car and the motor are making its most amount of torque, it can really hurt you, and it could take 1 or 2 laps to really build that pace up. As Pring now using a little bit of aero, goes to the outside, gets a fresh gulp of air, but he's not going to be close enough to take a dive at this point. But turn 3 is where he likes to dive down the inside. They come up, they go over the crest, and now he pulls out down here. How good is he under brakes? Can he keep the car straight. You can see a wiggle there as he has to grab the car on a slide and down the inside of Hogan into 4 now. He's got the run. Hogan goes around the outside though. Wow, these guys are giving each other just enough racing room, and in the meantime, last race we saw Dylan Thomas use this to his advantage to close that gap up. These guys are still going fast out in front, running 135s.
Yeah, impressive. I mean, Dylan Thomas still running barely a 135 lap time himself, but he's some 1.7 seconds off the back of Ryan Pring as they make their way through under the gum tree. And Pring has 6 minutes left to try and make it stick. Gathers himself up through that right-hander, and Thomas gets a front row seat to the action unfolding. Pring in the slipstream, trying to get the toe as we check out the replay here. This was further back in the pack.
That's Goodridge there, and is that the 51
Hogan
going
again?
off again? Yeah.
That's the same place as last race.
A lot slower though this time, so it's like he knows he's had an issue with that car and had to pull off. Wonder if we're going to see whether we've got him, whether that's gone out and pulled up somewhere at all. I don't think it has on track, so potentially he's rejoined the race, and I'm just having a look further down. Definitely not now top 20 at the moment. Here we go, Pring alongside though as they come around and complete another lap. Pring now has got the nose just in front, but he's on the outside run. Hogan, is he going to hold on to the brakes? He does in the 46. The Rossi number on there. We can see him with the Rossi helmet on, you reckon, one of these things potentially. Channeling a bit.
That defensive drive through 1 and 2 has really meant that he's not safe, but he's slightly less under fire from Ryan Pring, who taps out again. One of those, I'm sure, very profane Morse code messages on the rear bumper of the number 46 machine. Pring is right there. There's barely a car length in him, and the drone shot shows just how well Hogan is able to manage his track position relative to Pring in that number 1. He was last year's champion, and he's looking to try and open 2025 with a bang. He's currently top of the points, but if he stays here, Hogan will overtake him.
Well, he can't wait too long, because have a look at Dylan Thomas now in the CXC car. He is now down to less than a second behind this leader. These leaders out in front, and behind him you can see Riley Skinner now closing in as well. So within a couple of seconds we've got your top 4 out on track here for the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. They're fighting it out, and while this happens, let's head down to pit lane.
So, Mike Hogan, your son's out there having a ding-dong battle with Pring. It's 4 races in. They are equal in points for the round. You're looking a bit nervous.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty hard out there, pretty hot, and it's going to be down to the wire.
And you've got your grandson out there too?
Yeah, he's out there, Blake. He's doing pretty well. He's come from up the back. He's in the middle of the pack. And
as they go past us again, too wide, I'll let you watch the rest of the race. Fingers crossed.
Oh, thank you very much. No, good. It's good racing.
Thank you.
Yeah, Pring now starting to slide around. We might see a bit of those tyre wear starting to creep in after he's had a massive effort there to try and get Hogan very, very quickly. And the 29 car, unfortunately, we just saw that spin off the track. That's Blake Simpson. Might be talking him up a little bit there at the moment. Well, we'll see if he can rejoin that fight out there on track. Now the gap's blown out to almost, well, I don't want to say blown out, it's just under 0.4 of a second, which is nothing really, but it's going to take him to reset, because look at the pressure he's going to get from Dylan Thomas at the moment. The experience of that man in the 68 machine. Can it come to the front? Have a look. Pring might have an issue here, because Dylan Thomas is looking racy on the outside, because knowing that he's going to be on the inside run this time. Dylan Thomas, can he get him under brakes? Pring will have to go to the outside, and can he do it? They slide the cars. It's all about drive down here, and look at Pring. He's got the drive coming from the outside line.
Yeah, that was a hot minute there where Ryan Pring just had to bide his time, run around the outside. Great to see Thomas really pushing and showing Pring a wheel. And he's got right back onto that rear bumper of the number 1 car. You can see it from a mile away with those bright green rims, something that he did last season. And I tell you what, makes him so much easier for us to spot. The battle now really does focus on Ryan Pring and Dylan Thomas.
Can't wait to see that car under lights in Sydney with the LEDs. Has a bit of a moment there coming out of the final corner, and Dylan Thomas might get this down the straight. Have a look at this, nose in front now. The whole car goes by, and Ryan Pring will be kicking himself for that little mistake he's just made under the pressure. And I think the tyres are going away from him, because the car's starting to slide around a lot more. And Dylan Thomas, he'll be happy to be up into second position, chasing down Hogan.
Yeah, Dylan Thomas has managed this race so well right up to the 2-minute mark. left on the counter. He stayed right with those top two. The gap blew out a little bit as they battled, but while they were taking chunks out of each other, they brought them back as we check out the battle here between Reed and Goodrich. That's raging. And look again at the proximity, using up heaps of the curb there.
Yeah, Goodrich, what can he do? Reed just in front. This is another tense moment as we look at the battle for 8th position. You can really hear these radial tyres now. They are screeching as they push him. Oh, big slide job there from Goodrich. Has to go full lock there to stop the car rotating around.
Holding on by the skin of his teeth, Tate Reed has managed to hold on to position 6.
Forget that battle for first position. Look with Thomas and Pring. That's what's happened there. Can Pring fight back? In the meantime, this is the battle now for 8th position, and Reed has Goodrich all over the back, but Goodrich just trying to maximise the acceleration out of the corners. The car wants to slide around. There's plenty of entertainment for us watching. But as a race car driver, you want to make sure you can try and battle them out. It's the final lap. Final lap board is out now, so they'll come around to start that final lap. Just in front. So check out the Ringers Western leaderboard. It'll be Sendell in 7th, Tate in 6th, Williams in 5th, then it goes to Skinner 4th, Pring 3rd, Thomas 2nd, and Hogan still leading this race.
Yeah, by a hefty margin too. Our timing screen's showing 1.95 seconds the difference between Hogan and Thomas. But you can't tear your eyes away from this battle between Reed and Goodrich. There is nothing in it. You could barely slide a piece of paper between them. It's good close racing.
Take a look at some of the times. Pring on another run, trying to get there. Not the fastest in the first sector. Dylan Thomas now is the man to watch, but Hogan leading the race, knowing it's the final lap. He needs to keep his composure. Dylan Thomas has been in lots of these pressure situations. He'll have no drama bringing the CXC machine home. Hogan clear through turn number 10. There's just a couple more to go. Oh no, and an incident. It's on the final lap as well, and that looks like the 15 potentially, is it? Robert Coulter, the Wollongong Auto Parts entry. I think there was a 15. One of the cars turned around there. That's unfortunate. We will get to see the checkered flag, though, as it gets ready to be shown as they come across the finish line. Checkered flag out. Robert Hogan will get himself another race win and lead the championship after that final race here at round number 1 of the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. 5 races they got through this weekend, including that reverse race for number 3. So we flipped the top 10 around, so they've got to fight their way back through. Have a look at this, though, as we get down to the final moments of the race.
I'll tell you what, they take it right through to the checkered flag as they fan out 3 wide. Everybody looking for the clear air, and the run to the finish line. It's Benode, and he's going to go through, trying to find it down the order for 11th place. What a finish down the order.
17 thousandths of a second between Hayden and Locke across the line. 17 thousandths of a second. So that's not even a bumper bar, the bar width, I think. That is like a couple of bits of paper put together. Let's have a look, though, at your final results here. Rob Hogan will take the win. Just under 2 seconds to Dylan Thomas, then Ryan Pring. Unfortunately, the car went away on him then. Riley Skinner did really well in 4th with Aidan Williams in 5th. Then it's Tate Sendell, Reed, Goodrich and Scotty Morgan rounds out your top 10.
So a fantastic finish there to round out the event for Hogan. A brilliant job.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Legend Cars Australia always turn it on for us. But, of course, we've still got a couple of races to go here this afternoon. We'll be back not too far away. Our Formula Ford's back out on track this afternoon. Well, as you can see, final lap, these 2 cars coming together. A little bit of fluid coming out. It's actually the 10 car and the 255. So that'll be Mark Duckworth in the 10. He's got a brand new livery on this year. It's really thrown me to go bright yellow. We should be able to see that. As we'll check out some of the race highlights from the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. And Hogan, well, he managed to get into the first corner this time. He wasn't going to let Pring get that. I'll tell you what, Dylan Thomas, he's just slotted in the third once again. Anything could happen there, but he's just keeps very cool, calm and collected. In the meantime, in the back, we can see that it was Riley Skinner really pushing and Tate following through at some stages. Hogan was early on, went really hard, but backed off later on in the race in 51, and we saw that incident.
Yeah, Hogan didn't really have the stellar race that he was hoping for. Back with our race leaders now. And Hogan just kept it exactly where he needed to. Big dive up the inside as Hogan exits stage right. He's had a really tough time out there on turn 1.
Yeah, very similar to what we saw in the earlier races where he just went off. Now, Ryan Pring, he challenged for the number 1 position a number of times, and you know, you sort of think that if potentially one of these opportunities had worked for him and he'd got by, maybe we would have seen a different result. But at this stage, he was chewing up a lot of tyre wear, and he was, and the car just slowed down after that. It gave an opportunity for Dylan Thomas to close down the gap and then have a look at this perfect manoeuvre. Goes around the outside, but it sets him up on the inside for a run. Ryan Pring came around the outside and said, nope, I've got a little bit more left in me before I give up that position.
This was an absolutely brilliant battle between the number 97, and there was the contact. Duckworth involved. Very tough to see, but your race winner at the end of it all, Rob Hogan, taking out the event.
Yeah, Rob Hogan would be a very happy man there. Obviously battling it out. Had that one race, number 2, where he had a couple of mechanical issues there and finished a little bit further down in 5th position from memory. So a great way to fight back and to string all those wins together for him to be able to be our round winner here for the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. Round number 1 as part of the Hi-Tec Oz Super Series at Winton Motor Raceway, a track that really encourages great racing from these style of motor vehicles out there. Looks like that little bit of fluid should be cleaned up. Duckworth and unfortunately little coming together there with the 255 entry of Maverick Kamenoveri. That's unfortunate right at the end of the race as well. And luckily it meant that we did see a checkered flag. We did not get to see the Hyundai safety cars, which is always a fantastic way. After the 5th and final race for the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia, they have been run and done. Rob Hogan doing a fantastic job there. Let's head down though to DeWalt Victory Lane to see our winners.
And another thrilling Legends, weekend. Ryan Pring, P3 in that race. You're only 2 points behind in the championship.
Yeah, it's good. It's going to be a good championship, I hope. And yeah, that race was very interesting. I liked it. It was a good battle with Rob and Dylan, but gave it my all and my car just didn't have it.
Well, you were challenging for the lead. You were nearly in 1st, then you were in 3rd.
Yeah, you can swap positions that quickly in these cars. It's actually crazy.
Great start to the year. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Okay, over in P2 for that race, Dylan Thomas, you gave that everything.
Yeah, we did. We still don't have the speed of the front 2 boys. Unfortunately for Ryan, I think he had a little bit of an electrical problem, so bad luck to him. But yeah, I just want to thank the Super Series, the girls that all put this on. Kaz told me to say that, by the way. So yeah, but thanks to everyone that's put it on, the officials that have been out there. You know, my crew, we didn't have any problems all weekend. So, better probably say thanks to CXC and to Central Coast Kitchens as well.
Well done, thank you. And to our round winner, race winner, Rob Hogan, great start to the year as always.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's good to get a round win straight up in the year and try and stay consistent for the rest of the year and see how we go.
I thought Ryan was going to get you there, but he didn't.
Yeah, it's a bloody tough race. I knew he was going to come about mid-track, so yeah, battled it out with him for a bit. Then luckily, Thomas caught him, and then
Your dad was up on the fence biting his nails.
Yeah, I bet he was.
Well done.
Thank you.
Nice job, Robert Hogan picking up the win the Legend Cars here this weekend. 5 races and a massive field of over 30 cars. The category's certainly on the rise. The Formula Ford Stars, the Renegade Series, are getting formed up for their final race of the weekend. You may have heard of a guy called Marcus Ambrose. Back in the day, won 2 championships before heading to the States. Well, the next generation star is on the rise.
Pulls up in front of the grandstand, the champion.
We'd now also like to present, and Stone Brothers Racing have worked their backsides off in 2000. A clean sweep for the main man.
Hi-Tec was on Dad's car before I was even born, 04 and 05, which is pretty cool. So, you know, just being able to look back at the old photos and seeing Hi-Tec and almost seeing a complete replica of my Formula Ford is really exciting. My personal expectations for the year is just to try my best and just to be competitive. Being competitive is, you know, the best part about being out there. I just love the challenge of it. I love getting in the car every weekend or every third weekend at the moment, 3 weekends in a row. But yeah, it's just so fun and I just love being out there. Dad's really easy to work with. I love working with Dad. It's great getting out of the car and just being able to talk to him. He knows so much and I just love learning off of him. Sometimes we have our little headbutts and I think I'm the better race car driver sometimes, but you know, at the end of the day, he's definitely the better car driver.
What an experience really. The success I had with Hi-Tec back in the day at Stone Brothers, V8 supercar, in its halcyon days, and to recreate some of that, you know, with Tabitha, my daughter now, 20 odd years later, it's just incredible. I really believe in family and I believe in, you know, I drove for Richard Petty, four generations of races over there. Glenn and Peter Duncan, just wonderful people. Again, another great family. Hopefully the Ambroses are a good family and it really is, it's important to us and it's obviously important to Hi-Tec. So very happy to put this back together. Kind of special really. I always said to the guys at Hi-Tec that they've done so much for me that I'd never really asked for anything, but this has sort of come around here where, you know, Tabitha's coming through her racing program. She's starting to really deliver great results. To bring that whole Hi-Tec thing back, you know, the retro thing and the family thing, it's very important and it's just working out great.
Bit of a homecoming, isn't it, for the Ambrose family and Hi-Tec. And young Tabitha will start down the field from 13th to the final race today. Kobi Williams and Joseph Fawcett, once again, they'll square off for the final time. Jamie Rowe and Will Lowing on that second row, and the mid-pack was arguably Dan McCarthy. Some of the great racing we've seen so far in 2025, and just is the form guide for what we'll see over the next 8 rounds at the end of today.
Yeah, certainly will be very interesting to see how this one plays out. Slightly reduced, just 25 minutes the feature today, but still a long, long way to go. Here we go, lights are on. They are looking up, there they go, they are away, and they fan out towards the back of the field. It looks like a really good start from Johnson, who's trying to thread the needle back in the pack, but out in front, it is going to be Williams that is going to take the position up at the front of the field. So the winner from earlier started from pole and he has remained there. William Lowing is up to second position, Rowe down to position number 4, so a change for third and fourth, and Salvatore slotted in behind as well in 5th, but the front two have broken away, and already Fawcett showing the nose of the black Formula Ford around the back section of the course.
No Lachlan evident for this final race. Too much damage with the 88 machine from the earlier contact with Fraser High in race 1 of round 2 earlier today here at Winton Motor Raceway. So round the Gumtree we go for this 25-minute race, the final race of the weekend, and the field no doubt breathing a sigh of relief. A nice blanket of cloud over the top, which will take some UV and give these tyres a bit of a break. They've had a workout.
Oh, they certainly have. Everyone was talking tyres during the lunch break. How are we going to get these tyres to the end of the weekend? Well, we're nearly there now, and we can see those top 2 as we have done all weekend long. Look at him close under brakes there, Fawcett. But of course, that is the accordion effect you get. You close up under brakes, but Kobi Williams will pull a little bit of a margin again once they get back onto the power. And those two have gapped the rest of the field by a second on the opening lap of the race. Lowing will be pleased with his start. He's dispatched of Rowe early in this one. It took him several laps to do that last time, and then he did end up losing that position again at the end of the race. So this time, Lowing has clear air in front of him, and those two are ahead. It's those two, the same two, Williams from Fawcett, then Lowing, Rowe, Salvatore across the line at the end of the opening lap. Further down the field, Tabitha Ambrose has made up a couple of positions, notably overtaking Caleb Bellack.
Fraser High just ahead in the 11 machine. So on to turn 7 we go in the second lap of the race. These two have been just so good to watch. From the moment they rolled out for race 1 yesterday afternoon. Of course, it's a 10-round series where each day is a new round. So we qualify and then have 2 races to wrap up a round. A series that's been brought back to life by Marcus Ambrose and Jeff Gregg, legendary team crew chief back in the day with the Holden Racing team. And big name teams after that. Was actually at the helm here at Winton Motor Raceway for a while as well, but really passionate about getting Formula Fords moving. Both these guys had a lot to do with that category in the halcyon days.
Yeah, absolutely. Two figures from the noughties, the 90s and noughties in supercar competition. There is Lachlan Evernet. So he's on the outgrid. He looks like he's in the car ready to go and everything. He's just got to pull away. Maybe he's got a red light at the end of pit lane as the faster cars come through.
Interesting, because with 2 laps into it, and he's looking patient to get out there. We'll keep an eye on what's going on with the cam entry, car 88. Remember, that he was blown a lot of smoke there in that last race. They were worried about engine heat with this car yesterday. Now he's released. So at least to get him out and get some points at the end of the weekend. So a couple of laps down, but he rejoins, or joins race 4, the final one of the weekend in Formula Ford Stars and Renegades for 2025.
Jamie Rowe, fastest first sector of the race so far. That's the first little look I've seen this race from Fawcett. And he just showed sort of half of the nose up the inside there. Lowing's trying to go with him, but at this stage they are continuing to be dropped, both Lowing and Rowe. Lowing actually an interesting way into Formula Ford. He started off in the smaller engine Kent class and raced that for a couple of years. Stepped up to Duratec last year, and notably as well, he went over to the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch, and he was running top 5 in one of the races over there. So to do that in the Formula Ford Festival shows the calibre of driver he is. J-Mac, you got an update for us?
Yeah, Lachlan Evernet not able to make it to pre-grid by the allotted time, so was held in pit lane. Unfortunately, this is going to put a damper on his overall position, but he's still out there to try and salvage some points.
Meantime, at the front, changed the lead. So Fawcett goes up into the lead on Kobi Williams. Thanks, J-Mac, for closing the loop on that. We're wondering what was going on there too. So he'll get out and get some points. But Fawcett, can he get a win today?
He's certainly going to be determined, isn't he? He's been the bridesmaid a couple of times already this weekend, and he almost had victory in his grasp yesterday until he made that error. But no error there. A clinical move up the inside. No messing about. He has his head forwards. He is after the W to finish off the weekend. He's been so close on a couple of occasions. Can he do it in the final race, which will be good momentum going into round 2 in a couple of months' time at Sydney Motorsport Park? A very different circuit to this one. This very stop-starter technical circuit. Sydney Motorsport Park, a lot more suited, I feel, to a Formula Ford machine. The fast, flowing, European-style circuit.
A lot of slipstreaming down that main straight as well. When we head to Sydney in May for the next round, the Hi-Tec Super Series will feature there, a night competition. Looking forward to racing under the bright lights there at SMP. A long way to go on this one still. 19 minutes roughly. So Fawcett leads the lap. There was 3 lead changes in the previous race earlier today. A 126.6 to a 127.0 with fresh air for car 23 as he takes us up into turn 2 and past the old start-finish line.
Through they go. Fawcett not sliding the rear out of turn number 2. If you do that, you will always leave yourself vulnerable to the car right on your rear gearbox as they come out of turn 4. It's a tricky one, that one. The road falls away from you. You've seen it catch out the best in the business. It might look simple on paper, but the likes of Chaz Mostert have been caught out at that corner in years gone by.
Very technical track, very cool. And great for this category. You're right about it being stop-start, but it's so technical with a couple of straights now chucked in. I still think we should lobby for a short track race later in the year. What do you think?
Yes, I'm absolutely up for that. Well, we are coming back here for the final round of the season, so why not?
We've got time to pressure. Powers that be. Down towards turn 10. So just inching away once again from Will Lowing, who's now got Jamie Rowe back in the JCB car, the white, yellow and black 48 machine, and then this battle pack starting to turn into 4 cars with Fraser Hine on the back of Jack Johnson, who had a spin earlier today in car 14. So Williams, it's about the drive out of here that dictates the pace, tucks into the slipstream, can gain 2 or 3 kilometres an hour in this tow, heading down to complete another lap, speeds of around 180 kilometres an hour. As they break for this uphill S's. A bit of banking on the inside and outside, clip of the curb. There's a nice tyre wall waiting for you on driver's left if you make a mistake.
Yeah, we've seen many incidents there as well this weekend as well in the Australian Drivers' Championship, the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship. Should say as well that the winner of this championship gets a drive in round 1 of next year's Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship. So there's a great little incentive on the line for a free drive early on next year for the winner of this series. And there's also a test for the man or lady who finishes 3rd in this series as well. There's plenty of prizes on the line. The winner of this series also gets a test in a Marcus Ambrose Motorsport TA2 machine. That's one of the great initiatives that this championship has taken. In this day and age, you might win a championship, it might look good on a CV, but you don't get anything else. With this, there are prizes, both money and tests and race drives as well.
Yeah, it's a big help. You go back to the early days when the Formula 4 champion was given a Drive to Europe program where they'd get a test with the Duckham's team over there in the UK. Certainly did make the racing go much higher, didn't it?
Yeah.
Racing for sheep stations back in the day. A couple of our great Aussies went over and contested at the British Formula Ford Festival. Through to another lap. So nice and calm so far with that blanket of cloud just over the top. Can't complain about the weather conditions here at Winton Motor Raceway. Look how close Williams is now in the ACM Finance car, looking for 4 victories in the opening weekend in the ACM Finance car. But Fawcett, who grabbed the pole, just wants 1 W next to it. He'll be happy with that. He won't be happy with another second.
No, definitely not. Formula Stars and Renegade Series are certainly kicked off with a bang here at the nation's action track, Winton Motor Raceway, and there has been absolutely no shortage of action. The track's certainly living up to its title, and we say Stars and Renegades. This weekend it's only been the Future Stars, but we do hope that in coming rounds there will be some Renegades joining. I think for that, one of the reasons is next weekend is Island Classic, Phillip Island Classic, where many of the old Formula Fords dust off the cobwebs and get out there. So I think for round 2, that won't be around a classic Formula Ford event. So I think we should get some Renegades out there as well when we head up the Hume to Sydney Motorsport Park.
Just a few hours away.
Yes.
In the middle of Victoria we are. Just on the outskirts of Benalla here in northern Victoria. A track that's been around for over 60 years. Has had some classic motorsport in that time. Down into turn number 1 we go. Just under 15 minutes of racing. With Fawcett and Williams now 3 seconds up the road from Lowing, who sets his fastest lap of the race now. 26.4. With Rowe just behind him at 26.49. And here they are on their way down into turn 2. Lowing spent many laps in race number 1 just trying to get past the JCB car and made it stick down there at turn 2.
Yes, it was a great battle between these two. So it's been very much Fawcett and Williams for 1 and 2, but throughout today, round number 2, it's been Lowing and Rowe for position number 3. And the man in 4th position, there's Erebus logos on that car. You can see on the back corner, he is part of the Erebus Academy. Of course, the supercars team that has done so well in recent years. And he is looking to move up through the supercars ranks. His uncle is Terry Waihoon, who runs the Super 2 affiliated team for Erebus Motorsports. So, yeah, the nephew of Terry Waihoon, a great driver in his own right.
Absolutely. One of the OGs of Super 2 in the early days.
Yeah.
It's the second Marcus Ambrose Motorsport car 61. James on the back of Salvatore had an excursion across the back of turn 7 in the earlier race today. Largely unsponsored white, number 16, through to complete. Another lap we go. And with a field like this on the first weekend, and plenty of them watching on the sidelines today, there's a move happening now. James gets it, he just gets it up. This is that classic move you talked about. You make a mistake and you pay the ultimate price coming out of turn 2. And all of that build-up to get yourself into that position, he'll have to regroup and try again.
It was just the smallest of small lockups, and that was just enough to push the car out wide, ruined all of his mid-corner speed, and he was able to get the cutback and swing back by on the run to turn number 3. That's the great racing that we've become so accustomed to in Formula Ford competition around this country. But look, the top two, I don't think they've been separated, apart from late in the race yesterday when Fawcett dropped off the road. Otherwise, I don't think they've been any further than half a second apart all weekend long.
Hard to do, but they've done it. Over all 4 races, this is the point of the track you talked about from yesterday, where there wasn't really even a lock-up from this car. It just went off at high speed. He felt the pressure, maybe saw him in the mirrors and forgot there was a braking marker there. And went to the outfield and dropped down into 4th position at the end of race number 2. So Williams and Fawcett. And while traditionally when you'd have battles like this, you'd bring yourself back to the field, they're managing to pull away from the cars behind, because Rowe and Rowe have got their own battle going on. Getting closer is that Salvatore car 16 running back in 5th. And Brogno, who missed qualifying earlier today, drove a great race earlier today to get up inside that top 10. He finished in 7th place.
He certainly did. There's been a bit of movement further back, though. Look, Rowe has bolted away from Lowing, who's coming under pressure now from Hunter Salvatore. That is a great name to say. That is a racing driver sounding name, Hunter Salvatore, who's doing a great job in the number 16 machine. His first ever weekend in car racing. He's come out of karts and he's doing a blindingly good job out there at the moment, inside the top 5. Oh, this might be the reason why Lowing is so far back.
Was there a bump in the middle? So might have got the side pod in the middle of the turn, and look at the way they bounce through there. They're strong cars, but they've got their limits. These Formula Ford cars have really been giving that corner a test over all 3 days in this Hi-Tec Oil Super Series round. And off the track is Lachlan Evatt. Remember, he's a lap or 2 down and doing the Hunter Salvatore trick, going around the back of the gum tree. I've called a few races over the years, so I don't recall cars going around the back of the gum tree.
No, some of them seem to think it's a rallycross circuit, doing the Joker lap around the outside there. But anyway, these cars perform better on tarmac than they do on gravel. Some of the cars we got here this weekend, the Legend cars, they perform well on both gravel and tarmac. These do not. They are very much tarmac-specific cars.
100%. Hope he hasn't hurt the undertray of that car as well. Bumpy, very dry outfield that we have at Winton Motor Raceway. Here we go, back at the front. So Williams with Fawcett through turn 5. The quick change of direction here at 6. As Marcus Ambrose looks on. Tabitha's come up into 10th position now after that car stopping earlier today. The Pertec entry, car 45. The lead car from the team is rated in 7th position, with James behind the wheel there in car 61. Just under 10 minutes remain as Williams slides out of turn number 9, trying to stay. You just feel that Fawcett's trying to break the spirit of that 94. Is now a bit more sunlight on the course.
The sponsors won't be complaining of these 2 cars, will they? The
No.
Build Forth construction car and also the ACM finance car have been on the screen so much this weekend. That's one of the great things, though. Up and down the paddock, everyone's been saying this category is absolutely brilliant. We get so much track time, we get so much exposure, not only on the live stream, but also on, of course, SBS and KO and Foxtel as well. I'm sure you're watching at home, enjoying all of the action here at Winton Motor Raceway. And if you are enjoying it, make sure if you're in New South Wales, head to Sydney Motorsport Park in just a few weeks' time. But it's intensifying towards the tail of the top 10. We got Johnson, Ambrose and Fitzgerald all within a couple of seconds. And here comes Tabitha looking for a move up the inside. Nicely done, well executed. Oh, a bit taily though on the exit, right up close to the wall, and we're going to go 3 wide. Fitzgerald trying to squeeze up the inside. Johnson fights back, cuts to the inside. Look at Fitzgerald in the lime green machine. He's swinging left, swinging right, trying to benefit from any sort of a mistake from those ahead, but somehow they stay in the same order they did when they crossed the start-finish line.
9th, 10th and 11th. That was a great sequence of racing. She really took the don't argue into turn 1, then made that mistake. She crossed up in the middle of the turn, and that allowed the other car behind to catch it. Then Ethan Fitzgerald thought he was getting 2 cars for 1. They somehow stayed in that order. So Johnson, Ambrose and Fitzgerald, 9th, 10th and 11th. So we go back to Brogno, James and Fraser High. Good move from Fraser High down there at turn 10, that more than 90-degree left-hand turn that brings us up the short straight towards the end of another lap. In Brogno, car 5. Oh, some dust. Someone's gone off I can hear someone trying to return to the track. Try and pick up who that was. There was certainly some dust kicked up at the final turn.
Nobody's really lost too many places, so I think it was just maybe a couple of wheels running through the dirt. It's so easily to be fooled by that this weekend. You only need to run a couple of wheels wide, but because it's been so dry here in country Victoria, a bit of a mistake from high, that's going to leave the door open, but that proves exactly the point I was just making. If you just run two wheels through the grass, it looks like there's been a big incident out there on the racetrack. Oh, here we are, we're on for the race lead, Matt.
Again, so through the gum tree. Their field time is starting to run out, and it is under 7 minutes of competition remain in this final race of round 2. The Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series at Winton Motor Raceway. TA2 muscle cars to follow this, their final race. It's been a great opening weekend. You can't take your eyes off these front two. You want Fawcett to get the win because he's worked so hard for it. But you get the feeling Williams is just waiting for that moment to pounce.
Again, like we saw late in the race earlier on, the intensity has been turned up. The week has certainly been enlightened, so this is going to be on here in the closing stages. 6 minutes to go. I think for Williams, he is all out attack now. He's going to try and make his move in the next couple of minutes. He doesn't want to leave it too late. If he's got the superior car pace, you want to do it sooner rather than later. You're only going to bake your tyres, bake your engine, make everything hot in these sweltering conditions here at Winton as they go around the iconic sweeper, around the outside of the skid pan that is around the centre of Winton into turn 7. The first of 3 consecutive hairpins, so around to the right, back around to the left. Williams getting a little bit sideways out of the corner there. He said to me yesterday, despite taking the win in the feature, he felt that his late race pace wasn't as good as those around him. It appears to me that that is certainly not the case today. The changes that they made overnight have definitely worked.
Yeah, big difference to yesterday's car setup for sure. Meantime, here's Imbrogno and Fraser High. A couple of DNFs for the 11 machine over the weekend here at Winton Motor Raceway. 17-year-old from Mitcham in Victoria. Racing in a rather older Spectrum chassis. It's over 10 years old, this car now. It was on the national scene last year. But staying with Imbrogno. Drama for him in qualifying. He's about to lose his position. Leaves the door open enough there for the 11, who makes sure the position is stuck. And the 5 drops back another position here into 8th. Here come the leaders down into turn 2. Don't want to put the curse on the race, but we've had some very clean races. Very limited safety car windows all weekend long.
Oh, speaking early.
I just want to test the theory.
Let's see how it plays out in the next 4 minutes of racing. Using a fair bit of the curb there, Kobi Williams. I think he was thinking about a move there, but Fawcett was just a little bit too far ahead. Oh, Tabitha Ambrose has run off the road, so her hard work in this race has sadly come unstuck. She'd made her way inside the top 10, but is now down to 12th position at the tail of the field. Well, tail of those on the lead lap anyway. Remember, Lachlan Evanet is still lapping out there a lap down.
But at least getting points.
Yeah.
And getting laps also out there. So Ambrose back in the 12th position, puts Fitzgerald up into 10th place and Caleb Bellac in 11th. And James in the second MAM car, reigning 6th, and on a fast lap here incidentally too, as he tries to go after Salvatore. Time's going to run out, you'd think, with 3.5 minutes remaining. That gap is nearly 5 seconds.
He's got stronger and stronger though as the weekend has gone on. James didn't look too comfortable in qualifying yesterday, but for every race he moved forwards, and as well in qualifying earlier, he's moved forwards from there as well. It's been a better Sunday than it was Saturday, but I think he'll be very pleased with the progression that's been made throughout the weekend. Compared to many in the field, James is a relative newcomer to car racing. Did a lot of karting, but only stepped into Formula Ford competition at Phillip Island late last year, where he bagged the top 3 finish in what was a stacked field. Oi, Williams ragging the machine sideways through turn number 6. I love watching Kobi on the limit. It's something special to watch.
Seems that curb works for him. I thought when he pushed that yesterday going, he's getting a bit aggressive here now, but he's used that must work. The car's fairly stable when it comes off the other side there. So if it works, go with it. Just over 2 minutes remain. And they've left the field behind. James Rowe back in 3rd position. And he's broken away from Will Lowing in car 53, who's some 4 seconds away. Just broken the back of that battle.
Hunter Salvatore is closing in on Lowing in the fight for 4th position late on in this race. He set a PB in Sector 1, so he's just gaining a 10th here, a 10th there, but he's only a second behind Lowing. So a 10th here, a 10th there, and a toe on the last lap, and he might spring a late race surprise in the fight for position number 4, but we can't take our eyes away from this one at the moment. This fight has been absolutely awesome all weekend long. These two have put on an absolute display of how to drive these machines. The only error from either of these two this weekend was when Joe Fawcett's foot slipped off the brake pedal and he hit the throttle and lost the race lead yesterday in race number 2. So that is it for these two. Other than that, they have been so very smooth, so very consistent, so very precise throughout the weekend. Fitzgerald is looking strong late on in this one. He's caught up to the tail of Johnson, and Johnson is doing a good job out there. He had a few engine gremlins yesterday. He does look like he's got a bit more straight line speed today. He's matching them in the speed trap, which is great to see. Unlike his father, he doesn't want to become an AFL footballer. He said to me, I want to go hypercar racing. He's enjoying what he's seeing in WEC, as many of these young stars are these days. And look at the likes of Matt Campbell, of course, Australian, gone over there racing for Porsche Penske over in WEC and in the IMSA Sports Car Championship as well. And it just shows that there really is an opportunity, not only in Formula 1 and supercars these days, but sports cars is back in a true golden era once again.
Yep, 100% agree. Here we go, Williams on the outside of that curb. Time is running out to get the 4 victories. Fawcett has clear air ahead. One eye on the mirror and one eye on the track ahead on this, the final lap of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. It's what's promising to be a fantastic year for this open wheel category, steeped in history.
Absolutely. Here they go into the middle sector for the final time of asking. Kobi Williams is now running out of opportunities corner by corner. His overtaking opportunities are diminishing. There's only really a couple left. He's got to get good drive out of here. Turn 10's an opportunity, but no, not close enough. There's a couple of car lengths between them. There's only really one more opportunity, and it's turn number 11. Oh, he gained a lot of time there under brakes. He really threw everything at it, but I'm not sure it's going to quite be enough late in this one. Fawcett heading to the final couple of corners. He swings it into turn number 11. Look at Williams close under brakes, and he closes again at turn 12, but he's not close enough. For the first time this weekend, Williams is not going to take the W. Fawcett is going to take the victory in race number 2 of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series for round number 2. Great race between those two, but finally Fawcett prevails.
He gets one, and Rowe will finish 3rd just at the finish line there. Rest of the field coming through to complete. Well done to Fawcett. Held off maximum pressure from Williams all weekend long in the ACM Finance car. Ethan Fitzgerald sliding around the final turn here with Johnson just ahead. Solid weekend for the 14 car on the national stage. Well done to this entire category. With a few more cars coming along during the year, we're in for a fantastic Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series in 2025, if this is the form guide to go by.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, everybody will be watching around the nation going, I've got to get involved in that. I mean, they've put on an absolute clinic here this weekend. It's been scintillating action. So with racing like this, the field can only grow going forwards.
Absolutely. Confirming the results in the final race of round 2 of 10 in 2025. Fawcett by 3/10. Hey, we kept the consistency with the race finishes, all less than half a second all weekend long. Jamie Rowe 3rd ahead of William Lowing, back to Salvatore. Brad James in 6th. Fraser High nets a top 7 result.
Yeah, beyond that we had Giuseppe in Rogno and then Johnston Fitzgerald. Ambrose just outside the top 10 after her late race mistake. She did get back through ahead of Caleb Bellac, and Lachlan Evernet finishing a lap down in what was a tricky Sunday for him.
Started in overcast conditions, a bit of cloud cover here at Winton, which was well received by the fans and as well as the drivers out there in this final race of the Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. That was the move for the lead early in the race by Joe Fawcett. He got ahead of Williams, but he did not let him go for the rest of this 25-minute encounter.
No, it was very, very tight all the way through the race. Great shots from the drone cam looking down on the lead battle. James briefly took the position from the number 5 of Imbrogno, and he did eventually beat him across the line, but it was a hard-fought battle. This was the move for 3rd position. Rowe up the inside of Lowing. It was just that little bit wide, and then had to take to the sketchy grass. We've seen a few cars bump through there, and that was another example. Tabitha got a little bit sideways out of turn 2 after taking the position from Johnson, but Johnson fought straight back. Fitzgerald tried to get involved as well, but in the end was unable to do so. Fraser High made a little bit of an error down at turn 3, and through went in Brogno there as well. That was the mistake I just referred to for Tabitha Ambrose. She had a challenging weekend this weekend, but I'm sure she'll be looking forward to a bit of a reset when they head to Sydney Motorsport Park.
Yep. Mistake in the final race cost her a top 10 finish. While out in front, these two had 7 seconds on the field. They were just a different stratosphere for this entire weekend. And Fawcett managed to hold on. Kobi Williams, who won't get the 4 in a row, but hey, 3 victories is still a pretty good weekend. And Fawcett will leave Winton Motor Raceway with a smile on the dial in car number 23 after claiming pole in the first round of the weekend.
Well,
they're back in
congratulations.
the victory lane. Let's go down to pit lane.
3rd in the race, 3rd for the round. Congratulations, Jamie Rowe. Job well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was hard fought, very hot out there, and Kobi and Joe were just too fast this weekend, so got to tune it up for next time.
It's about to get loud here, but you managed your tyre as well, and these guys only just ahead. Mate, what's your takeaway from this? What needs work?
Just myself, really, just learning the tyre and stuff and how to make sure, get the best out of it early on in the race. I struggled with that. I was good late, but just really struggled with the early pace and let them get away, and just couldn't really, too far away, couldn't make it up by the end of it, so.
Be happy with the result. You have earned it. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Kobi Williams, P2 in that race. Round win, though. Congratulations. You guys were stuck together with glue that race.
Yeah, it was really, really close. Joe was just so fast in the areas I was struggling in, so it was really hard to try and get past, but he drove a really great race, no mistakes, and yeah, well done to those guys.
Yeah, he just didn't put a foot wrong or give you any chance at all, did he?
No, I tried once and just struggled to get past him, and then that was about it from there, so yeah.
Well, fantastic start to the year. Great to have you guys on the calendar, and we can't wait till the next round.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Sydney. It's a strong track of mine, and hopefully we'll go well there.
Fantastic, thank you.
Joe Fawcett with a fantastic finish, taking the win in the final race, taking runner-up position for the event. Tell me, it's obviously not how you wanted it to go, but it's still a great result nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm super happy with it. I mean, it was good to finally get the result that we wanted in the end there, but I mean, Kobi was really good all weekend. He had us on our toes the whole weekend, so yeah, thank you to him as well.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Strong start to the series for that man. Big sip of water, well deserved. And they'll be back at SMP for the next round of Formula Ford Stars and Renegades. We're off to a break. The TA2 muscle cars meet one more time with Feeling at Winton Motor Raceway. We'll be back. So out they come onto this Winton Motor Raceway course for the final time this weekend. 23 minutes of racing and some new names that have just dominated the TFA Time TA2 Muscle Car Series. A tale of woes for some cars that won't make it out for the final race today. We'll take a look how it all went down in race number 1 earlier today. So much so, Matt Kavanagh, that the race was still under investigation about an hour ago with some mid-pack scrambles, but out in front it was the usual suspects.
Yeah, we saw here there was Brett Gartner in the 22 tried to force the point there on Diesel Thomas, who lost a little bit of traction. He managed to maintain onto here, but as we went over the crest, Mark Bailey got pushed to the outside by Mark Crutcher in the Jack's Tyres and Autos entry. And have a look at the field of cars as they dispersed around him. I don't know how they did not make contact with him at the time. And then we saw there was just Diesel Thomas there having another little spin out there. And unfortunately, that put him further down into 15th position.
Up at turn number 7, this was Hayden Jackson, who we thought had got the gremlins out of that 81 car. James Simpson went to the outfield and then went back into the pits in the number 2 Dodge Challenger. This is Webster on Cameron Laws, who was forced up onto the curb here in the Autofix Ford Mustang, and the fiery end to the Hayden Jackson car. A weekend to forget for the 81 team. He climbed out and a small fire underneath on the dry outfield was quickly extinguished. They brought the safety car out to settle the field down. And away we went again. This was the lose for Cam Laws at the top, who got the big sawtooth curve and sent him on a loop on the outfield at turn 7. Gomersall stayed with Hughes, and that's been good to see because Hughes has been breaking the spirit of that unit racing car all weekend long.
Yeah, that's right. Gomersall managed to get the advantage here. Now, this went right down to the wire, wasn't it? Brad Gartner in the 22 Hi-Tec Oils entry. Webster right behind him, and all of a sudden, pace gone out of the car over the final corner, and we saw Josh Thomas actually get that move done and made up into 4th position. Hearing a gearbox issue there, so had to change boxes between rounds.
Yeah, tough break for them in that 200 machine. Still managed to get a top 5 result. Brad Gartner will carry one of our in-car cameras. The result of that race from earlier today sets the grid for this final race, and maximum points to this guy, 180 so far, 60 points for a win in each of our TA2 Muscle Car Series races. Hard to look past this front row. They've been dynamite since practice here on Friday. We look at Gartner. He's finally happy with his Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro, and Josh Thomas just needs a result. Field is moving away for the final race of TFA Time. TA2 Muscle Cars presented by Maritimo at Winton Motor Raceway. The Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. You look at Sprint Car star, Sprint Car legend, Robbie Farr in the Hi-Tec Oil's number 7 Chevy Camaro. Upon the 2-car assault prepared by Waltec Motorsport in 2025. And Farr starting from position 10. He was a big charger in yesterday's opener from 16th up into 9th. Look at Michael Coulter, who was on for a good result until he was effectively parked at turn 7 late in the race. Jarrod Hughes, though, Matt Kavanagh will start from pole one more time here at Winton.
Yeah, and they'll reignite this battle between him and Ben Gomersall, who's in second. Brad Gartner, can he get in on that little parade? And he's starting out of 3 with Josh Thomas alongside them. It's Josh Webster and Graham Cheney on the 3rd row of the group between Domain Ramsey and Diesel Thomas on the 4th row. And Des Colley and Robbie Farr will round out our top 10 before we go back to Mark Crutcher, who took a little bit of a post-race penalty there with Danny Reedy alongside. Michael Coulter and Kiara Zabetakis will be on the 7th row of the group with Paul Hadley and Cameron Laws behind them. Hayden Jackson, James Simpson and Mark Bailey, will they make it out on the grid? That is the biggest question. I don't think we're going to see Hayden Jackson come out in this one in the 81.
No, he's definitely done for the weekend, which is a shame. Can confirm with the Cam Laws penalty was a 20-second penalty for that driving infringement and the re-entry up at turn number 7 on the top of the first lap there. So the field behind the back of the safety car gridding up. We're getting set for the final race of the weekend here. Stick around.
They'll go through their warm-up sequence out there at Winton Motor Raceway as we are behind the safety car. Get into this rolling start, not too far away for the final race of the TA2 Muscle Car Series, presented by Maritimo, of course. And yes, we're on board with Josh Thomas at the moment. He is a little bit further back than probably he wanted to be, actually in the 2nd row. We saw he was 3rd fastest in the first qualifying session yesterday. So plenty of pace in that car, but he just needs to string all of that together to come into this race, and hopefully he can get a finish. He was very lucky to get 4th last time after Webster had a gearbox issue there and just lost a lot of speed at the tail end of that last race.
Well, Mark Crutcher in the yellow and black Ford Mustang had a wild start to the day. If the penalty in the last race wasn't enough, this is how it started today. The steering wheel coming off midway through turn 7 and just pulled that car up in front of the gum tree. We thought it might have been something more sinister like a gearbox issue or jumping out of, or an engine drama perhaps with that car, but lucky it was just the steering wheel. He whacked the pin back in and cruised back to the pits. A good showing in that first one today, however, he was given 5 seconds for a technical, and for the contact with Bailey up here in the last, the first turn. I'll get my words right. Let me try this again. He's going to get 5 seconds for the contact down here at turn 2 on the Jack's car. But he got a 3-spot penalty for a technical infringement post-race in car number 4. So that's why he's starting back in position number 11 alongside Danny Reedy here today.
Good to see Robbie Farr actually in that top 10. I wonder if he can try and progress through. He's had a little bit of bad luck this weekend, just cars in front of him. But again, he needs to have that aggression where he overtakes those cars. He's probably had a little bit more pace than what we've seen from Robbie Farr. And what a transition it's been from last year where he came for the last few rounds of the year just to see how he was going to go in one of these TA2 muscle cars, what he's learnt throughout that and how he's adjusted his driving style as well. So he is definitely one to watch out for in the Serco Masterclass.
Getting used to changing gears after driving a sprint car for so many years. He was not complaining of a sore shoulder, but he was quite sore last night when we caught up with him in town here at Benalla. So there he is alongside one of the TFH cars for today's race, Des Collier. It's just, if he can get qualifying right, Des Collier is going to be unstoppable. He's charged through the field on more than one occasion in the TFH car. As around they come in the rows of 2. Gartner in the Hi-Tec oil Chevy Camaro, looking at the pole sitter, Jarrod Hughes. Then Gomersall. Well, if he's going to make it happen, it needs to be now. The charge to turn number 1. As the lights go out here at Winton Motor Raceway, the TFH High TA2 Muscle Car Series presented by Maritimo. The final one is underway. Watch Gartner put the nose on the inside and almost hasn't bitten off. Cars going everywhere in the background as the field make their way up into turn number 2. There's dust and debris going everywhere, and it's Josh Thomas who went off the track.
And Graham Cheney too, they were squeezed. Cheney got sandwiched in there. He took a big dive down the middle, didn't he, on the start, and nowhere, 3 cars wide. It's not that big a track here at Winton Motor Raceway into turn 1.
2 is hard enough getting through turn 2, let alone 3 or 4. Up at turn 7 though, the leading group of Hughes, Gomersall and Gartner. Gartner thought about it, didn't he? Gave it a really serious consideration on the inside of the 35 at turn 1, but had to settle for 3rd with Webster in 4th position in the Auto-Fix Ford Mustang. Then it's Diesel Thomas in 5th position. An outstanding run for the rookie in car number 18. Domain Ramsey is 6th position today. Great to see in the C&H Trucking Chevy Camaro. Behind him is Robbie Farr, Des Collier, Danny Reedy and Mark Crutcher. That did change up some of those positions that first corner skirmish.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Graham Cheney, who's been on the back end of a couple of little hits this weekend that have forced him a little bit further back. I did see him coming out of 6th position at the start of this race and knew that potentially he could make an impact, probably behind the top 3, really, where we've seen the speed come out of him, even the top 4, because Webster, we saw how close he was to Gartner at the end of the last race. I would love to know what the tyre bank was coming into this one and who's got the best rubber.
We'll find out soon. Oh, Hughes, that was his first mistake, I would say, for the weekend. That car came in hot. You could hear the Goodyear tyres chirping, begging for mercy. So look at a replay of the start here. So it was Cheney making it 3 wide in the centre. He's about to get squeezed. And car-on-car contact saw Thomas to the infield. The Cheney car, the IES Motorsport, looping to the left-hand side. Here it is for the TFH Mustang.
On board with Josh Thomas as he turns in the car along, the 2 cars alongside and Webster on the inside. Cheney had nowhere to go, and look at the dirt as it just comes over the front window. We saw him drag that all over the track, and they're going to have to watch out for that in the coming laps. And is he off the track again? That looks like the 169, yeah. Josh Thomas had more excursions off onto the dirt this weekend than he would at a speedway meet.
I didn't know we had a super special stage planned for race number 4, but nothing surprises me these days. So he's back down the field in 18th position behind Kiara Zabetakis. And Michael Coulter just ahead. This is Cameron Laws with Mark Bailey just behind the Jack's Tyre and Auto Service. Number 12 Chevy Camaro. Oh, damage, big damage to Zabetakis. Bonnet is up over the windscreen.
Yeah, very hard to try and get that car back as well. You would be much vision out of there, just trying to look out the side and follow the track around, but that's probably going to be a retirement from that car. Maybe they can try and pull something out and tape it together. It will not help when it comes to trying getting up positions, but potentially get out there and get a few more points. Let's have a look at a replay of what's happened.
Contact with the 169, so that's how it all started. We came back when the 169 was leaving the scene, and Michael Coulter doing the friendly-like thing and making sure his friends are okay up there in car number 11. Back in 16th position, so damage to him, and Gomersall coming in hot now in the unit racing car. The Ford Mustang. You know, some pretty evil handling cars out there in the early stages, and there's still 20 minutes of racing to come.
And this is where we haven't seen this brand new tyre at the end of a race meet. They've done lots of testing on these things, lots of laps, but it's when you come under race conditions, you've got 6 tyres that you have to get through for the weekend. And what are you going to do in qualifying? When they go and test them, how often are they doing qualifying laps like we've seen them do here this weekend? And now we've had a 35-degree day yesterday. Today hasn't been much cool on that. And have a look at the damage, though, on Kiara's car. That's extensive, and I doubt we're going to see that one come back out.
But well done to get that car back, blinded by that bonnet. So she's got that car back into the lane, and we keep the race green with no safety car. A forgetful day for Josh Thomas. He's gone back into the pits, no doubt with front damage. I wouldn't be surprised if the radiator's crying enough for one weekend. So what was promising to be a good weekend for the 169 has ended up back in pit lane. Meantime, Crutcher and Danny Reedy, 4 on the 5, and Cameron Laws wants a piece of the action too in car 29. Oh, they climb over each other through the middle of the turn. They're strong cars, they're very robust, but I hope that wasn't tyres being connected down there, and they cut one of these down. Doing all sorts of bother. Down through turn 2 they go, and towards the turn 5 sweeper.
Mark Bailey already up into 12th position after starting at the rear of the field. Obviously had a couple of issues throughout this weekend. The last time out, we saw him pull off into the inside of the track after spinning out, and unfortunately couldn't rejoin the race. So he's got a big fight back very, very fast. You can see the damage now on Kiara Zabetakis' car, and I think they might have a bit of a look at this. You can see the race tape coming out. We might try and tape this out if they can, but just make sure. I think the radiator is what they're probably going to look at, because they want to make sure that that's getting cool. Last thing we want to do is damage the engine, especially when we see so much debris in the front of these cars cause some massive temperatures in the cars.
More worried about that 169. I think they had more punishment on the front too of the Josh Thomas car. So the teenager, just 17 years of age, and a big step up after running in Tarmac Rally and New South Wales Road Club competition the last couple of years. She's back in the lane, but just wants to get some laps under her belt. The TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series presented by Maritimo. Here are the leaders down at turn 3. Hughes and Gomersall, both stars in Super 2 competition in 2025. Gomersall's had a great 7 days. This time last week he was spraying the champagne at Sydney after scoring a podium in Super 2 for Triple 8. He's teamed up with young Jackson Walls this year. Triple 8 returning to Super 2 for 25. So round turn number 7 they go. Let's go to pit lane. Here's Mel.
So Josh Thomas, very, very dirty, busted up number 169. What happened then?
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. I got caught up in a I got pushed off the track at turn 1, lap 1. So yeah, ended up right at the rear of the field from that, and then was coming back through and went in under brakes at turn 3, and yeah, something just let go. Must have been from coming off, and just threw the car sideways, and unfortunately, yeah, got into Michael, and then obviously Kiara followed up. So bit of an unfortunate end, but hey, it is what it is. That's racing.
You've had a little bit of an on-road, off-road kind of a weekend, haven't you?
Yeah, I have, honestly, and it's such a shame because I feel like I finally had a good car. Like even when I was coming back through, it felt okay, and then yeah, it just let go. So.
Well, you've been super fast, so that's good, and we look forward to seeing you next time.
Thank you. Cheers.
And the 169's day and weekend is done for Josh Thomas. It certainly showed the car has got pace. But watching on from pit lane with 15.5 minutes remaining. Meantime, the mid-pack scramble, as we like to call this one now, with Ramsey, Crutcher, Laws and Collier, who makes the move down the inside of the rookie. Oh, he's taken a big bite of the curb, and that'll send him across the other side and back behind the 29. He might just lose another one, because here comes Mark Bailey in a number 12 Chevy Camaro. Crutcher on Ramsey and goes around.
Oh, that's not what he wants after the day he's had as well. Robbie Farr, a bit early in that, just got past the main ramp, so he's starting to open up a little bit of a gap too. Look at that Crutcher though, returns to the race. He's only lost a few positions. Let's have a look at this one though. Des Collier come in hot into turn one, didn't he? Just couldn't quite pull the car up. You see Cameron Laws will just get that position back now. This is Crutcher down the inside on turn number 3 and main ramp. Well, there's been a couple of panels coming together there. I don't think there's anything too much in that one. Unfortunately, pushed him back a few positions there. And now his teammate Graham Cheney not too far behind the IES Motorsport machine.
Just went past Reedy, taking no for an answer. Turn 7 in the IES Chevy Camaro car 51. Meantime, down at turn number 3. Gartner and Webster battle for 3rd and 4th position. They're some 6 seconds away from the lead pair as they complete another lap. We're into our 6th one now at Winton Motor Raceway. Punch of flame from the Webster car with gearbox issue with that one in race number 3, but not much time between races to get that sorted.
It'd be very hot to pull the existing one out, wouldn't it? New one to go in nice, but they were getting out into that car. Yeah, only a couple of hours to turn these cars around between races, and he was right on the back of Brad Gartner once again. Let's see if he can do it this time. Let's head down to pit lane, though, with J-Mac.
Unfortunate retirement for Kiara Zabetakis. A split radiator and heavy damage to the front end of the Camaro means she is out, and it is a tough thing to watch. She's had a brilliant rookie weekend, and we cannot wait to see her at future rounds.
Yeah, sad end, J-Mac. Thanks for that down in the pit lane car 121. So not going to get the laps that she wanted to. Continue learning the world of TA2 muscle cars. Oh, Gartner and Webster starting to get feisty here around the Gumtree. Change of direction. The long, slow process. Out of turn number 9 they go. Webster was trying every single possible line you could think of. But Gartner making his Hi-Tec oil Chevy Camaro as wide as possible, a South Australian. He runs in 3rd position.
I think you'd almost call this his home track, though. He does a lot of the Winton 300s here and other sports. HQ Racing as well. I know he's come down done a little bit of that here at Winton Motor Race. We see a little bit of tyre smoke there. Might have just grabbed a break there for the Gartner 22 machine. He's going to have to watch out. Webster was looking very quick at the end of the last race. Probably a lucky moment there with gearbox issues. You see him starting to streak away now, Gartner. Got a good run out of that final corner. Looking strong through this section. Needs to keep it clean, not too much curb. That ominous tyre barrier on the outside as you come out of turn number 2. Have a look in the background. Diesel Thomas, the rookie when it comes to the TA2 muscle car racing, is just looming in the background in the 18, the number 5 position. Hasn't gone all his way this weekend. He's had to fight it hard. He's had that moment where off the start a couple of
ended up in the wall, then hit by several cars at the penultimate turn of the Adelaide Street Circuit in November. So Webster trying to force the issue now on Gartner, but it's bringing Diesel Thomas into the party of three as they wrap their way around the Gumtree at Winton Motor Raceway. While Hughes has 4 seconds back to Gomersall. These cars covered by less than a second.
Have a look at Diesel Thomas. Can he keep his cool? Webster, well, he's got a voice in the back there. Marcus Ambrose giving a little bit of coaching here this weekend. Well, giving a lot of coaching, really. So he'll be keeping him very calm at the moment. I know that Brad Gartner is not going to let him pass. He's not opening the door one bit. There is no gentleman about this. He wants to get on the podium once again. Yeah. He said he was racing for his granddad here this weekend, who he lost a couple of weeks ago. So it's a big emotional weekend for Brad Gartner and the family. He was lucky to make it here, actually, to race. Almost didn't happen.
It's been a very tough couple of weeks for the Gartner family down there in the southeast. Heavily into their motorsport, whether it's speedway or off-road racing, have been for decades now. And it's important here for Webster because this could determine a podium outright position between these two. Hughes and Gomersall, well, that's set the way it is now. They can't be beaten first or second, but third is certainly up for grabs. Diesel Thomas likely to wrap up the rookie honours, and well-deserved. Quick in both qualifying sessions. And Danny Reedy off the track in the same spot as yesterday, and a fair bit of dust and lawn clippings in the front of the Chevy Camaro. Hopefully that won't hinder the engine temperatures, certainly not as much as what there was in Robbie Farr's car yesterday, where it spiked to somewhere in the 170 degree range. These cars are quite happy between 110 and 120, but once they start getting up to that, they don't tend to like those conditions.
I don't think there's a radiator left in the race truck either at the moment. They've all been used. As we have a look at a replay of Danny Reedy. No one around. He might have gone a little bit deep into turn number 1. Hard under brakes in there as well if you miss your braking markers. He hasn't gone through the big ditch though.
No.
He's been watching.
And polite enough not to take the signs out as well. And it's very nice. Our sign makers, we go, thanks, Danny. Less work for him to do. They got wiped out completely yesterday down there during one of the races.
Now, at what point do you think with Webster there behind, the temperatures in that car surely aren't optimal being behind Brad Gartner for this long, because you haven't seen him pull out, take any fresh air from the brakes or anything like that. So that car's got to start to be warming up. It's got to be playing on the tyres as we're now 15 minutes into this race already. And Brad Gartner, he's not making it easy for Webster to get by. But where is the point of the track where Webster can make this assault? Where can he take a lunge and try and pull this off? Because right now he's looking in the mirrors. He's got Diesel Thomas right behind him.
Yeah, he's going to be careful. Throwing the car up the inside here at 7's been his favourite place. But Gartner's awake up to it now. He pinches the brake, door is open. And just as he say that, Gartner pinches the brake, and that allows Webster to make the move. Gartner trying to hang on for dear life on the inside of the Gumtree. Now it's come to life. The mistake was forced. Gartner was watching to see what Webster would do. He knows he puts the car up there on more than one occasion, and now puts Webster up into position 3 and gets himself onto the podium with that move.
Let's have another look at this overtake. You're right, Brad Gartner being a little bit defensive, grabs a brake, unfortunately locks the front tyre up. Webster goes through, almost lets Diesel Thomas into the mix here. He's not going to give it away too easily there. If he could have put the nose in, I think he would have got up the inside, Brad Gartner. But without that drive, that moment you've had, you just don't have the pace. Now have a look at Diesel Thomas. He is now covering the windows of the Hi-Tec Oils 22.
Can he hold him back? I wonder if he's hurt that tyre enough with that lock-up. It was significant at turn 7, but it's let Webster off the hook. After that position earlier today, it was costly. I mean, he only lost one spot with that gearbox drama at the finish line, but he had to work super hard to get himself back onto the podium.
I wonder how damaged that tyre is. Does it feel like he's running over a ripple strip all the time now?
Exactly.
Big flat spot on that tyre for sure.
And be mindful of the fact that if he cut a tyre down yesterday in that race, he'll be thinking about that now. Up to turn 7. Still comes in hot and gets a knock. One knock from Diesel Thomas. And I'm starting to think he's in some tyre dramas here now. Because look how quickly Webster's got away from him. Coming out of turn number 9. From the drone cam down this short straight towards turn number 10. Just over 2.5 minutes. Hughes and Gomersall, 3 seconds is the margin, but they're 14 seconds up the road from this battle.
Great fight back from Diesel Thomas after an eventful first day of racing. You can see there they've already had the front guard on that car, been through 2 radiators. Coming into the TA2 Muscle Car Series for the first time as well. Very different, I suppose, to driving the RX-8 to where we've seen him before.
There was a yellow, there's a car off the track on the right-hand side, or was there a small fire maybe? I saw the yellow flashing on one of those panels at the exit of the final turn. That's just a local yellow, so we'll keep the race moving. Dust in the background as well. Got to say a big thanks to our volunteers this weekend. It's been incredibly warm conditions. Most are in fireproof suits, so whatever it is outside, you can add another 20 degrees on how they're feeling right now. The guys and girls who've helped out manning the Winton Motor Raceway course, whether it's a flag marshalling point or at the gates around or pit marshalling, we say a big thank you for your help at Winton Motor Raceway in 2025.
It almost looks like Diesel Thomas has just backed off a fraction here at the moment. Brad Gartner, I don't think there's anything left in that car. That is absolutely pushed to the maximum of that setup. Wherever they found it, they haven't quite found as much pace as what we've seen from the top 3, but we know Brad Gartner is tenacious when he wants to be out there. He really throws the car around, and for him to be a little bit back there, just still trying to find their groove at the moment. Unfortunately, with the rebirth of that car, they weren't able to get any testing in on the new tyre prior to coming here to Winton. So Friday was test day for them. They've done a fantastic job just to get it on one podium, I think, and still currently holding out for 4th. Domain Ramsey's got Laws, Collier and Bailey right behind him at the moment. And that's 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th.
And he's got damage on the front right too of the CNH truck. Oh, change at the front. So it's on. There must have been a mistake because that was 3 seconds a moment ago. And Gomersall goes to the lead. So was there a mistake from Hughes? It was 3 seconds when we last looked at the timing screen. And Gomersall goes to the lead in the final minute of this race. What do we just say? Don't take your eyes off it.
Have a look at the speed he's got too. It's like we've let him off the leash at the moment. Gomersall already opened up 0.3 of a second on Hughes, and you'd think their tyres are just done at the moment. They are protesting. They'll be cheering as they go across the finish line shortly, just saying, yes, my weekend is done. Well, for 2 of you, you've got to back it up for the next round. You've got to take 2 in there.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, I'd like to know how this all played out. But nonetheless, the unit racing car that's prepared by TFH Racing heading down the back straight. A game-changing moment in the closing minutes of the race. Closing minute of the race, we should say. He's waited all weekend long. Hi-Tec Oil's replay showing us. And coming up the short straight here, just caught him. But how did the 3 seconds disappear that quick? Is Hughes in trouble maybe?
We saw that slight oil leak from his gearbox earlier in the weekend because there's little puffs of smoke yesterday and was just a seal. But, you know, sometimes linkages in these cars and everything. Look at him sliding the car around.
And he's cruising. I wonder if he's stuck in gear.
Yeah, we have seen it when they jam linkages in these gearboxes as well. It seems very much like that.
The final lap of the race, and he needs to limp that car around. Lucky with a 13-second margin back to Webster, who's in 3rd position. But for Ben Gomersall, pole position earlier today has got him to the race lead. This car is limping around on the final lap. For Jarrod Hughes, and what was looking to be 4 straight victories, it's not going to happen. Gomersall with a handful of turns, and Webster off. A podium position goes, and the Autofix Ford Mustang off the track and out of the race.
Brad Gartner, well, he pulled a rabbit out of the hat. The Magic Man will get back on the podium.
He's done that now. There's got to be more. Just when I thought the race was closing down, we were ready to say podium set. It's not. And Gomersall has 1 turn remaining on what's been a fairy tale weekend. Pole position earlier today and heading towards the line. Claps and applause from the pit wall. And Ben Gomersall got it done in the final minute. Hughes is going to cruise to 2nd position and win the round for the weekend.
Diesel Thomas, oh no, slides the car out. I thought he might have had one last lunge on Brad Gartner, but he slid the car out in the 2nd last corner. And have a look at this, Brad Gartner. Wow, the Magic Kid himself. We'll get into third position. Diesel Thomas in fourth. Now, Robbie Farr, what a finish it would be for him in the 5.
Yep.
Yes, the Hi-Tec Oils racing team having a fantastic comeback this weekend, and Robbie Farr will be elated to have that finish.
Oh, I think Laws, no, he didn't get Ramsey. It was only 900ths at the line. Great weekend for the Hi-Tec team. Hard luck for this young guy. In the Autofix Ford Mustang, he got the curb and just lost control when he was in a podium position. Skates off the track, parks it in the bunker, and had to watch the field drive on by. What a finish to the weekend here at Winton Motor Raceway. Gomersall wins the final race, but Hughes wins the battle in the first round of TFHI TA2 muscle cars thanks to Maritimo. Oh man, it's going to be a year. Gartner home for third, Diesel Thomas fourth. He'll be the rookie of the weekend. Robbie Farr's best result in fifth. And Damon Ramsey, that'll be his best as well with Cam Laws. Des Collier behind there and Mark Bailey in ninth. Graham Cheney in 10th position. And that'll give Farr the Masters class honours as well for today for the over 45-year-olds. Oh, this is unreal. Just when you thought it was set, Hughes lost that 3-second advantage. Gomersall got the win. Webster went off the track on the final lap. Good luck cutting the highlights package on this.
Well, we'll have to try and unfold this one. Webster, I tell you what, off the field you can see him getting recovered there. Well, I can't wait to see the highlights page. Going to be coming your way very shortly. We're going to have a short break and be back. Plenty more action here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series.
Gartner cruising back into the lane. We'll talk about this race for a long time. Gets the result, gets a top 3, gets himself back on the podium just when we thought it was over. Oh yes, the highlights. Whoever's done this needs an award because there's a lot to talk about in the fourth and final race of TFHI and TA2 muscle cars. It started here with some 3-wide action. We know it doesn't work and ultimately someone had to lose.
Damon Ramsey even put his name in there too. He made a very early lunge down the inside there, got alongside Robbie Farr, but yeah, this is on board with Josh Thomas, who ends up going into the dirt. We know this ditch right here as the dirt comes all over the front window and already a little bit of damage sustained. And later on, you can see there just going past Coulter and he spins the car out and Kiara comes around, nowhere to go, and look at the extensive damage on the front of that car. They did say radiator, unfortunately put her out for the rest of the race.
This was Collier making a move, tried to make the move, tried to straight line the S's down there at turn 1. Diesel Thomas making a move back up through the field in the TFH car. Jarrod Hughes was in control. Look at that, no one behind him. Had nearly 4 seconds at one point in this race in the 118 active road active suspensions car. But we knew that would change later on. This was Danny Reddy being very polite with the signs, going in and out, almost like a Motorcana down there through turn 1 and 2. Rejoin the track, and the Rockstar gets a result today in the Danny Orr earth-moving car. Lock up here for Gartner at turn 7, and that opened the door for Webster to make the move up into third on the track and for the weekend. Then Diesel Thomas thought about the same move, just give the Hi-Tec Oils Camaro a bit of a hurry up through the middle of turn 7. But this was the moment of the race.
Yeah, and it's happened there before turn number 1. You can see how slow the car is. A bit of a loose movement there as he gets on the brakes. No drama. We suspect potentially some gearbox issues for him there. He had a moment earlier in the weekend where they had to fix this, but this was the talking point. Had third position there, just had to finish the lap off, and Webster just overdrove it, came out into turn number 7 on the brakes, off the ripple strip, gets out into the kitty litter and slides the car out and gets stuck there, which unfortunately gives him up a podium and a great finish of the weekend. It means Gomersall, well, he crossed the line first. Jarrod Hughes had enough gap to get home and Brett Gartner in third.
Hey, let's do it again in Sydney. That was good fun. We'll get to do it under lights the next round. They're down in Dewalt Victory Lane as the Australian Drivers' Championship gets set for the final race of the weekend on the program. I don't know how we're going to do this. This was just cool. The opening round, there's going to be some hard luck stories. And we head down to hear from our top 3 very, very soon. And sets the round up nicely and sets the series up for 2025. We head to Sydney at the end of May. We'll take in 2 rounds at Queensland Raceway. We head to Malala in South Australia and back here for the final round at the end of October at Winton Motor Raceway to wrap up this year's series. Cannot wait for that, and it cannot wait to see how happy they are in Victory Lane. back at Winton Motor Raceway and what's been a barnstormer of a finish here in the TA2 muscle cars. Let's head down to D-Volt Victory Lane.
Down here after an incredible conclusion to today's racing. Of course, we have to say a massive thank you. Tony Sewell from AC Delco presenting our event trophies. Brad Gartner wrapping up third place. There was a moment there where you must have thought it all vanished before your eyes before you were able to pluck it back. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. No, I definitely didn't have it. Probably not me or the car, just yeah, more so me. But thanks for the boys. They've done a great job. But yeah, we definitely got lucky there. So it's about time I have some luck on my side. So yeah, thanks for everyone. Thanks Hi-Tec Oils, Taylor, George, Raph, Timmy, Aaron for building the car, and just yeah, Joel and Max for getting me here. So yeah,
well done.
Cheers, guys.
So our second place round trophy presented again by Tony Sewell from AC Delco. To Ben Gomersall, congratulations, and you've had your first race win on your first weekend in the category. That's incredible.
Yeah, no, the unit racing Mustang's been mega all weekend. Like, rolled out of the gate pretty strongly, and we've been slowly chipping away at it. So, no, I'm really happy where we've ended up, and it's awesome to come home and take the win.
We were sitting there watching, and it was right near the end of the race, and we couldn't believe our eyes.
Yeah, unfortunate what happened to Jarrod there. He's been the quickest car all weekend, hands down. So not sure what happened, but unfortunate for him. But we're in a good position, close enough that we could actually capitalise on it.
And proud dad smiling on over there.
Yeah, no, he's been my biggest supporter since day one, so I can't thank him enough for everything.
Fantastic weekend, great job.
Thank you.
We are working him hard. Tony Sewell again presenting our winner's trophy for the event to Jarrod Hughes, coming home in the final race in P2, but taking out the round. What went through your head?
A lot was going through my head at the end there. No, we were in a really good position, saved tyres all weekend, and we're able to give it some jandle in that first part of the race, and we're looking pretty good. And then I came down the straight with a couple laps to go, and the whole car started going left and right. So I think we broke something in the front right suspension, which sucks. It would have been a clean sweep, but that's all right. Still awesome to come away with this. The boys have done an awesome job, and yeah, just unreal. Pretty cool.
Congratulations, mate.
Hey, thanks, mate.
Yeah, big congratulations to Jarrod Hughes, who will take out the round win in the TFH Hire TA2 muscle car presented by Maritimo Boats. And look, massive weekend for him, and looks like something maybe in the front. We suspected possibly gearbox, but he's thinking maybe suspension in the front. But I'm sure he'll be back for that one, and great to see Gomersall as well finally get himself a race win after he has been following around Jarrod Hughes all weekend. And Brad Gartner, I think, just happy to get the car on a podium and take third for the weekend as well. So big race in there for the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars. We've got one last race to come here for the first round of the Hi-Tec All Super Series. It's the Australian Drivers' Championship, presented by Hancock. Hayden Crossland will lead us off this one with Damien Sterling on the front row, then it's Stasi and Crook, French and Leighton, Nolan and Treptow, Caitlin and Ewan to round out our first 5 rows of the grid before we go back to Zook, McKercher, Lewis, Caradias, Peters, Summons, Vantagiato won't make it back out, I'm hearing, either after some issues with the car. Mechanically, they cannot get that fixed this weekend. So he's a little bit down in the dumps about that, but I'm sure he will be back bigger and better.
Here we go then, the Hancock Australian Drivers' Championship. New naming rights partner with the championship this year. Great to have them on board with what is a truly blossoming series. Record number of entries this weekend, 20. Boy, oh boy, do we have some cars in this one. Here they come then, around the final corner. Rolling starts in these machines. Looking at the lights, there's a few out of line here. This could be a potential for the stewards, but we're underway. Roaring down towards turn 1. Very equal start between the two of them. Crossland with the inside. Holds on to the race lead, but look, already Crook is up to third position, and around goes one of our rookies. That was Zook in the 41 machine, and he's facing the wrong way. He's banging on his steering wheel. He's not happy with that at all. Niko French now trying to move up the inside of Lucas Stasi, but to no avail there. But the front 3, the top 3 for much of this weekend have broken away early in this one.
Yeah, so Niko French being very, very aggressive to start this one off, trying to put the car up one more position. You can see Crook already into third, Leighton into fourth, Stasi into fifth, and that's our Ringers Western leaderboard at the moment. Crossland leading this in the number 6. Came down the inside.
Big kick of oversteer there from Crook on the exit of the turn, number 9 hairpin. And he's trying to keep up with Sterling ahead. Now, traditionally, Crossland has always been strong late in the race, but I was down there in the lunch break and they were saying to me they've really tried to improve the car early in the races, and it's clearly working. Look at the margin he's got on Damon Sterling. That just doesn't happen in the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship, but this round it is happening. Crossland's found some some real speed on cold tyres in the first couple of laps.
Already run a 1:24.7 as well, so open that gap out to just over 1 second now between our leaders. And yes, we haven't seen that at all last year or this year, just how much he's driving away at the moment. Sterling and Crook in second and third. A little bit of a gap back to Leighton, Stasi and French then. They'll have a little battle going on for fourth position, as well as you check out our Ringers Western leaderboard on the left-hand side of your screen. Unfortunately, it looks like Davies has made it out. There was Summons and Zook as well, who had that spin just before. So back to the rear of the field at the moment. 18 cars left in this fight.
As they turn underneath the gum tree, this is the fight for second between Sterling and Crook. These are the drivers that have won the first 3 championships. Here's a replay of what happened on lap 1. I'm not sure if there was contact there made. There was a lot of cars. It was pretty frenetic down there at turn number 2. But Zook has got the car back running, but he is at the tail of the field. Here we go, Stasi and French. These two are fighting for a podium position in the round overall, so this could be crucial. French around the outside of Stasi will have the inside now for turn number 11, and he's made it stick. Good pass. Very nicely done there. But he had a wild race early on today, didn't we? We saw that race early on today. He had a few off-track excursions. He's punching the air. He's pleased with that one. He is back on the round podium with that move.
Don't know Treptow just coming onto the main straight there. I thought I saw a little bit of fluid go across our screens as he went around.
Yep, there it is. We can see it again. So you can see some sort of spray coming off the back of that machine.
Yeah, depending on what that is. I know we got the radiator down to one side under the plastics there. I can't remember if it's the left or the right-hand side. Potentially it's a little bit of a water liner. I hope it's nothing else, but I'm sure our stewards will be looking at that one because that could potentially bring him in for a mechanical issue. They'll have to get that checked. I hope it doesn't, but yeah, something we just noticed out there is Niko French now already starting to open up a little bit of a gap on Stasi.
The response is coming. Sterling purple in sector number 1. So Sterling is responding, although having said that, Crossland now responds to the purple in the middle sector. They are going blow for blow, punch for punch out there on the race circuit this afternoon to finish round 1 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series for 2025. And what a opening round it's been in all of our categories, and this one is absolutely no exception to the rule. The top 3 are matching each other, and Dean Crook's looking fast now. He's closed the margin down to Sterling on that lap. They really are trading blows out there, these top 3 at the moment, just flat out driving to the very limit of adhesion.
Yeah, Dean Crook, I think he's just waiting for his time. Remembering he came from rear of field last race as well after the car had a DNF, so fought his way back in, starting off the second row of the grid in this race as well. So it's a much cleaner race for him. I suppose he hasn't had to do as much work, but we know sometimes these drivers like to do that. As Niko French, he's getting overtaken now, and that's McKercher, is it? And Ewan going at it.
Yeah, so that's Nicholson, who's just moved into the top 10 with that one. So a bit of a rookie battle out there. Nicholson moving through into the top 10. I had a chat with both of those two. Nicholson's been really pleased with his pace. He's just made a couple of mistakes being the first round for him in the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship, but he really has had a good performance this weekend. Great car pace, definitely the fastest of the rookies, but maybe not got all of the W's of those rookies out there this weekend. As for McKercher, man, he's competitive. First time racing on 4 wheels after formerly racing in motocross. I spoke to him and he was saying, I really wanted a 13th. That was my target this weekend. I've come away with 12th, but 10th was only just down the road. He is such a determined man. As we look further down the field, the number 12 of Summons there might have a problem, running a little bit slowly.
Yeah, definitely off the pace at the moment. And potentially mechanical. We have seen a couple of cars this weekend get a little bit of mechanical fatigue out there. Obviously running the Hayabusa engines in these custom-made chassis, these purpose-built race chassis. But simplifying it. Hayabusa engine, you can go to your motorcycle wrecker, you can basically buy a wrecked Hayabusa, use the gearbox, the engine, some of the wiring loom, computers and things like that. So that is the power plant that they run under these things. Power to weight though, and with the aero that they've got on them means that they are super quick. We did see them into the 118s win the qualifying sessions earlier this weekend. Currently in race pace, we're a 120.57.
We're looking at the battle on the track between Treptow and Nolan. These two have been around for quite a number of years in this category, so they are very familiar with this track and these Hyper Racer X1 machines built by the Crook family. John Crook, a former Australian Formula 2 driver. Dean Crook tested the car, but a mistake there from Treptow in too deep at turn number 10. You don't see that too often from Bastian, so we saw the smoke coming from the car, or the steam early on. I'm not sure that car's quite running on song, you know, because he lost a lot of time on that back section of the course. But look at this, they're closing up at the front. 2 laps in a row now. Damon Sterling has set the fastest lap of the race. He has really closed the margin down. It was well over a second before. It's now down to just half a second, and he's dragging Dean Crook along with him. This is scintillating stuff.
Yeah, Crook is very experienced, isn't he? He knows that he doesn't need to try and battle it out with Sterling. He needs to work with him. As Treptow now dropping down the order, we can see in our timing screen. So I think potentially what we saw coming out of the car might be a mechanical issue for that one. But yeah, these cars out in front, Crook experienced enough to know we need to work together so we can catch up to Crossland, and then we can fight it out over the final few laps. Let's make this entertaining. They close right up. It's less than a second between these three right now. Crook with all the hard work in race number 3 to make it back into the front or the second row of the grid so he could fight it out with these two. These three have been dominant this weekend to kick off the 2025 season.
You mentioned before about Crook having to charge from the back of the field in the last one. He spun around on the opening lap of race number 2, and the damage that was sustained in that saw him retire from the race. So he marched back to finish in position number 4 early on today. However, originally Niko French was given a penalty for that, and he started the last race with that penalty applied. He finished 3rd, started that next race in 5th. However, since the conclusion of the previous race, his 3rd place has been reinstated. So Niko French should have actually started the last race in 3rd position in theory. So I think Niko's a bit disappointed with that. J-Mac, you got an update for us?
Treptow has retired from this race after coming into pit lane with no fuel cap on his fuel filler. Obviously not able to rejoin the race with such a vital piece of equipment missing from the car.
That is the fluid you don't want coming out of your car, especially. A little bit of radiator fluid might be all right, a little bit of water, but definitely no fuel cap is going to be an issue.
They talk about 1%ers in motorsport, don't they? And yeah, putting the fuel cap on. It's only a 1%er, but it is quite important.
I think it is, actually, in this race, and that's unfortunate for him. Obviously, they don't have one down there in pit lane to be able to just quickly put that on. Quite a few of them down there. Their pit's actually stationed a little bit further back as we've spread out here at Winton Motor Raceway. Have a look at them moving around, trying to break that aero. Very important in these cars. They can try and use that draft to close the gap up. We need a bit of a DRS zone for them, don't we? Potentially. Get some electronic wings on the back.
Well, they are ground force cars, all of it produced underneath, so you can see the big aero effect out underneath the machine. So, no, not ground force, sorry, ground effect through the floor underneath these machines. For Hayden Crossland on Wednesday, he wasn't even taking part in this race meeting. He was a very late entry. They just about got the funds together to be on the grid this weekend. And it's great to see him out at the front of this field. But man, is he going to have to fight to hold on to this one if he wants the round victory. Oh, but Crook could play a factor because he had a little bit of a look there on Damon Sterling. These have been the three fighting for the last 12 months, and it's great to see them fighting at the front in this one. Can't wait to see this season evolve over the next few months.
Well, this will be the final couple of laps. The time to take the gloves on and let's get this match underway. These three need to fight it out. Crossland, Sterling, Crook. How can they go? We'll wait to come around and see if there's a board hanging out of the starter box. I'm waiting to see if we've got a couple of laps left or potentially no checkered flag is out. And have a look at him, moves around. Crossland will take another win. Sterling in second, Crook in third. Well, I just don't think they took the gloves off early enough.
No, that's exactly right. It came as a bit of a surprise there on the final lap of the race. Crossland, you could see how elated he was, punching the air as he came across the line, and with it takes the round victory as well. That is his first round victory, I should say, in the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship. And there are his team. They're such a passionate group of guys. They do such a great job. They come all the way down from New South Wales for all of the rounds. They're the only team based in New South Wales. So for them to do what they've done this weekend, just about making it onto the grid and taking the round victory, brilliant performance from Hayden Crossland.
And here we go for the final results of the Hankook Australian Drivers' Championship for race number 4. Hayden Crossland with the win. Damon Sterling second, Dean Crook in third. We've heard that all weekend. Niko French ends up in 5th over Lucas Stasi, so they moved around a little bit there. Justin Ewan with a nice end, and McKercher makes it in the top 10, and he's the guy we just spoke about who's in a wheelchair, so that's great coming from him. We know how competitive he can be.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic performance from him. He'll be delighted with that. Here we are, the highlights from that one, and there were plenty. Been action-packed afternoon, hasn't it, on the Hi-Tec All Super Series program, as our leaders around turns 1 and 2 kept things nice and clean. Further back, though, that was not the case. Duke spinning around at turn number 2. He was able to get restarted and finish the race in 16th position. And here is the move that he made on Summons midway through that race. Summons running a bit of a Lotus-inspired livery from the 1970s there.
Managed to stay out there though, and it was at this point here we thought the gloves were going to come off in the final moments of this race as Crook started to get very, very close, and I thought they were almost going to make contact, moving around just in case someone got a little bit of a draft, and those three know they're going to be a big round of applause to them as they finish the race. Tough fight this weekend between them. You can definitely tell those three at the top have been driving these cars a little bit longer. They've got it under their belt. I'm looking for things like McKercher, who's started to come through in his first full race weekend as well. It's a shame to not see Ivan Varnagiato out there with some engine issues as well, but we've definitely got a lot more talent that's being injected in the Australian Drivers' Championship. I think it's just going to get better and better every round.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Can't wait to see how this season evolves. J-Mac, down to you.
Hayden Crossland, congratulations, taking out the final race of the weekend. It must feel awesome.
Oh, it feels great. I think that's my first overall win ever, so stoked, absolutely stoked. Just jumped out of the car, and yeah, this one feels good.
Well done, mate.
Thanks, mate.
P2 Sterling. So equal points at the end of the first round.
Yeah, it's that was good fun though, because it was just so close. Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot, and congratulations to Hayden for that last win. That was really good of him, yeah.
Yeah, they're all super excited. Well done by both of you.
Yeah, so yeah, that was good fun, yeah.
Congratulations, a great finish to the weekend. You are knackered, aren't you?
I'm knackered. I'm knackered. That was intense.
Well done. We're looking forward to the upcoming round.
Yeah, me too. Do that again. Thank you, thank you.
Well, next, the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series heads to Sydney Motorsport Park, the 30th of May to the 1st of June. So the end of May, we head over there, up the Hume Highway. It's going to be an incredible round number 2. Heaps of different styles of cars are going to have. The Innovation Race cars are going to be back. The Formula Ford's down. It's going to be a fantastic weekend. Here is our calendar for 2025. We've got 2 rounds at Queensland Raceway to follow that rounds 3 and 4. Round 5, back to South Australia, somewhere where the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series hasn't been. Malala Motorsport Park, and then we finish it off at Winton Motor Raceway, October 31 to November 2. It was very hot this weekend. It's going to cool down by then. Can't wait to see you at Sydney Motorsport Park for round 2 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series.